Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Tell It to the Marines by Tsume Yuki. Because sometimes a tale is too tall not to tell. Even if no one will ever believe her, this isn't Riskua's first shot at life. It is her first time as the big sister of the nuisance that is Monkey D. Luffy, however. Self-insert, adios.
Fuck. All three boys snap up to look at her the second the word passes her lips. But Riskua can't quite help herself. She's dropped one of their only bowls in the shallow section of the river and it's cracked on the rocks beneath, but she can't quite drum up the thought to really care right now. What the hell, that was our second to last bowl. Sabo snaps. Hand still holding the dish towel Makino had lent them for an indefinite period of time, which he proceeds to whip at her. It snaps startlingly close to her face, kissing the air before her nose. Forget that, Riskua hisses, shooting to her feet and checking herself for her daggers. All four of them are there. Her old ones on her forearms still and the new set Mihawk had sent by post. It had to be Mihawk. Shanks'd never be able to send anything by mail given his status, sheathed and strapped to her waist. I can sense Garp. Like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, the trio explode into action. To the treehouse. If we get there in time we might be able to hold him off. For a little while, isn't verbalized, but they all know the truth. Ace is just too proud to admit they have no hope of holding off the Vice Admiral. Abandoning their pots, they can always get more. This is a matter of survival. The four of them race the short distance between the river and the treehouse, hastily scrambling up the single rope ladder, and they should really look into a second one. Riskua is the first one up, followed swiftly by Ace, and they don't even wait for Sabo and Luffy to finish climbing up before they're both pulling at each side of the rope, reeling the ladder along with the other two boys in. Sabo and Luffy both tumble in quickly and don't even hesitate to begin battening down the hatches, so to speak, which basically involves slamming the windows shut and locking them as swiftly as they can. She and Ace get the door, Ace hefting the heavy wood into position as she uses armament to crush the metal hinges to the point of uselessness. Not that a wooden door would stop Garp. Hell, she doubts stone walls would put a pause in his stride. How far away is he? Sabo snaps as he links his fingers together, accepting her foot into the temporary step his joined digits make. Riskua jumps up, reaching just high enough to grab the rope above thanks to Sabo's extra push. 30 seconds and counting. Ace swears while Luffy, the crazy little lunatic, just laughs. We're gonna get, I am good this time, he declares, adjusting his stance so Ace can throw him up to her in their crow's nest, to be young and optimistic. Sabo's next, jumping up off of Ace's back to grasp Luffy's hands, Riskua holding tight to the rubbery boy's feet. Ace snatches hold of Sabo's ankles and with a flare of hockey, Riskua pulls them all up. From there, it's battle positions, peering over the edge of their hopefully secure enough hideout, armed with rocks collected for exactly this reason. They've all gotten to the point now where they can throw something mighty hard with armament, useful little skill that it is, and they've even gone a few sharpened branches to act as spears if they tire of their earthy projectiles. 3 seconds to the east, Riskua grunts, reaching out to turn Luffy in the right direction at the same time Sabo leans over and adjusts Ace. Right on cue, Garp comes crashing through the jungle, a tree falling as he powers right through his trunk like it isn't even there, terrifying. Fire! Luffy bellows, throwing his skull-sized rock as hard as he possibly can. Garp lets out a gruff kind of "gah" sound, ducking the first attack. He blocks the next 6 or so, but clearly loses his patience because return fire! Sabo screams and they all hastily duck for cover, Ace snatching Luffy up and forcing him to stretch over the three of them. Of course, Luffy's immune to blunt attacks and Garp's angry "oh god." She can feel it through observation now. He's not pissed but he's irritated enough to not think to embed them with hockey. Ow! No, she takes that back. Snatching up one of the branch spears, Riskua launches it at the Marine, who bellows in rage and actually pounds a fist against his chest in his fury. Is he mocking them? Bawahahaha. You brats think you can take me on? It's like an earthquake when Garp's fist meets the base of their tree, the building rocking back and forth and they cling to one another for dear life. "He's gonna knock us down," Sabo cries, and they all swear. There's only one way to save the treehouse, and that's to flee. They all split from the crow's nest at Riskua's order, hastily retreating towards the thicket of jungle via the tangle of branches. It's a blessing the trees are so close together, or they'd never manage this otherwise. "You brats! Get down here!" A rock whizzes by unnervingly close to Riskua's head, and she lets out a cry of surprise. She's echoed by another mad laugh from Luffy, and when she looks at them all, the boys are grinning just as wildly as she is. It's a damn good thing they've practiced using the trees and their branches as an escape route before, because Riskua is pretty sure they'd have fallen to their death by Garp's hand otherwise. Irritatingly enough, Luffy is the best out of all of them, living up to his family name and swinging effortlessly from the branches. Ace sees this too, because he hastily latches onto Luffy's back, laughing joyfully as the younger boy eagerly puts more and more space between himself and Garp. Garp, who is swiftly catching up to them. Riskua only just manages to get onto the next tree before the one she'd previously occupied is down by one of Garp's furious fists. God almighty. The next 20 seconds feel like the longest of her life, and then everything just stops because she misses the next branch. Screaming, Riskua scrambles for a better hold, lashing out with armament in an attempt to attach herself to the nearby tree. She manages to dig her hand through the trunk like butter, leaving herself with a sure hold but accidentally snapping one of the thicker branches in her panic. The one Sabo's clinging to. Damn it, Riskua! She makes an attempt to help, and consequently loses her own hold of the tree. Both she and Sabo slam into several branches which only sort of cushion their fall to the dry earth. They both land with a pained oomph, and then Garp's got a hold of the backs of their shirts, hoisting them into the air as if they're still 10 and under, instead of the 14 and 13 they actually are. "You damn brats. Just wait till I've caught the other two. You'll accept my training and become damn fine Marines." "I ain't gonna be a Marine, I'm gonna be a revolutionary." It's the first time this has actually come up in conversation, and Riskua is genuinely fearing for her life with the shade of red Garp turns. "Revolutionary?" he thunders, furiously shaking Sabo about. Or at least, she thinks he does, given Garp apparently cannot move one arm at once and is shaking her about too. "Yeah," Sabo stammers off, dazed navy eyes blinking rapidly as he tries to reorient herself. "That's worse than a pirate," Garp yells, hefting Sabo into position and then launching him like a missile towards the two fleeing brothers that are almost out of sight. It's a direct hit and Riskua watches in morbid fascination as Ace loses his grip and falls to the floor, Luffy literally hanging onto the branch by the tips of his fingers. "And you?" The snort that leaves his nose when his attention turns to her is like that of an aggressive animal right before it attacks. Still following Luffy, Riskua hastily chokes out because she doesn't want Garp thinking she's gonna run off and join his troublesome son too. All too soon the three of them are caught, slung over one of Garp's massive shoulders and held there by one stupidly powerful arm as the other continues to launch rocks, branches, and, at one point, a whole tree at Luffy. Showing that the gods really do smile upon him, the little brat has dodged every last one, much to their envy. It's over because Garp decides he's had enough and launches himself into the air in pursuit. They all squawk in surprise, none louder than Luffy himself, as Garp keeps kicking at the air and physically tackles his grandson down from the trees. "What the fuck was that?" Ace screams from beside her, and Riskua is pretty sure if Luffy's terrified screech of surprise hadn't burst an eardrum, that one definitely did. Super secret marine technique which is taught to Marines only, not pirates and certainly not revolutionaries. At this, he grabs Sabo by his ankles and proceeds to wave him around like a prize. The blonde boy has no choice but to go limp and pray Garp didn't decide to start his career as a lumberjack, only substituting Sabo as his axe. Riskua sees an opportunity here. "Well, maybe we'd want to be Marines if you taught us cool stuff like that." She slaps a hand over Ace's mouth, and the freckled boy, proving how sharp his mind is when he's paying attention, is quick to follow suit and forcibly silence the denial Luffy's about to sprout. "Teach you Geppo?" Garp laughs like a maniac who's been told the funniest joke in the world. Which, hey, they can't really be called jokes, they're pretty damn strong for 3 teenagers and 1 preteen. Not a chance. But think of how much safer we'd be. I mean, mentally steeling herself because she'd never bring this up unless there was any great reason to do so. Riskua continues. Imagine how easy it'd have been to find Ace and Luffy and that fire if we could have just hopped up into the sky to take a look. Garp goes silent at that, and she can smell the burning as the rarely used gears in his brain begin to turn. Catching onto her plan, Sabo nods furiously from where he's hanging upside down in Garp's grasp, hat lost somewhere in the chase. Yeah, it'd be so much easier to look after each other if we had that. I might even reconsider my choice for an ability like that. Please Gramps, Luffy whines, Ace having whispered what they're trying to do into his ear and hastily commanded, play along. He throws out those adorable eyes that the whole lot of them can barely ever resist, along with a pout he's been skillfully crafting with Makino. Solely because he's noticed a good pout usually gets him extra meat. Which is damn devious of him, actually. You brats don't have the leg strength for it, Garp snaps, clamping each hand around the meat of a thigh and absent-mindedly dropping Sabo in the process. Both she and Ace hang limply in Garp's grip, Riskua uncomfortably tugging at her shirt to keep it around her hips and not allow it to roll up, or is it down her torso. We can get leg strength, Ace points out, squinting up at Garp as all the blood rushes to his head. Yeah, leg strength'll be well worth working for as that's the result, Sabo mutters, running a hand through his shirt blonde locks and scanning the surroundings for his missing in action hat. Teach me, Gramps. Looking into Garp's eyes, Riskua gets the feeling they're going to be taught all right. It's just a shame Garp probably prescribes to the notion of pain as the best teacher. A month passes and Riskua has never felt so much pain in her legs before. She hadn't realized just how much strength, how much speed and dexterity went into Geppo. She still wants to learn it, by God does she still want to learn it, but this hurts so much. In a full split beside Luffy, who has no problem at all with the flexibility issue, the little brat Riskua leans forwards until she can curl her hands around her foot, forcibly pulling her torso down. While Ace and Sabo might be ahead of her in terms of strength, she's leagues ahead in flexibility, much to their disgruntlement. They all have to work for this, to keep pushing themselves past their limits. And once they're past that, they have to push even further in order to crawl back to the treehouse for the night. Each day, Garp laughs at them and proclaims they'll never manage it, but if anything that's even more of an incentive for them to keep going. Not one of them wants to prove Garp's doubt right. It still doesn't stop the muscles on her legs screaming in pain every time she falls asleep, and they ache from all that screaming when she wakes up. More than once she's just collapsed after climbing down from the treehouse's ladder, and she's not the only one. It's been a month. How long does Garp plan on staying here? He's still got a job, hasn't he? Shouldn't he have left them alone by now? Well brats. At the address, all four of them look up hopefully, Ace and Sabo not quite in a full split but getting close. If you keep this up, you'll be ready to figure out Geppo in about a year. A year? Luffy screams, looking mutinous. I bet I can learn it in half a year. Bawahahaha. Not a chance, but you will learn it before you become a marine, you'll shoot up the ranks. Ace and Sabo both abandon their stretches in order to dogpile Luffy, suffocating his denial before it can really be voiced. Riskua just offers Garp a pained smile, slowly rising her from own stretch. We'll figure it out and then master it, and use it to look out for one another. Tactfully, she makes no mention of using it for the Marines, and Garp does call her out on it. For all this his eyebrows lower and lips twist. Bawahaha. Even if you brats manage it, it'll take a lot more than that to even come close to beating me. Yeah, Riskua doesn't doubt that, but they'll be a step closer at least. You little brat. Ace bellows, waving one fist around in Luffy's general direction as the youngest among them making a swift getaway. Get back, Ace cuts off, his eyes going wide and mouth popping open, and besides Sabo, Riskua dissolves into helpless laughter. Did your voice just crack? Sabo asks, struggling to keep his own mirth under wraps. But Ace's voice had just done the funniest thing, like he'd forgotten how to speak and just fumbled and that was great. Do it again, Riskua demands, prodding Ace in the side as if that's actually get him to make that same embarrassingly high-pitched thing he'd just done. Yeah, do it again, AC, Sabo freezes, eyes wide and disbelieving. Riskua has given up her hopeless battle of remaining upright, crumpling to the floor with laughter as Ace turns a semi-smug grin upon Sabo. Do what again, Sabo? Do you mean that croaky little squeak you just made? Crap. This isn't fair at all. A year ago, Garp had collared both him and Ace, dragging them off into the wilderness for a man's talk, which involved a lot more punching and hunting than actual talking. But as it turned out, that had been the Vice Admiral's attempt at a SX talk, one he didn't think Luffy needed yet. The old bastard had looked so relieved when he was informed they already knew the facts of life. Still, he'd warned them about girls, a distraction, funny feelings, ignore him. They'll go away, along with a whole lot of other stuff Sabo really didn't need to know. Which is why he knows exactly what's happening. His and Ace's voices are breaking. He's looking forwards to a velvety, smooth adult's voice, but this is not a metamorphosis he's pleased about going through. He wants the end result now, damn it. It's okay for Riskua. She's got a nice mature voice now, the softness of childhood left behind. But she's always been the wisest of them. It's not a surprise she also sounds the part now. Riskua, who's laughing so hard she's actually crying. Months, she gasps, wild-eyed and looking delighted. There's gonna be months of this. You two are so going to be losing all your arguments. It's an unspoken rule that the one to make another laugh in an argument loses it. It's why Luffy so rarely wins any of them, once his distinct lack of logic is taken into account, that is. Sabo scowls, folding his arms across his chest and glaring. At this point though, he doesn't dare to open his mouth, because if his voice goes again it'll just prove her point even more. Lose them all? Of course. Ace isn't that smart. The dark-haired male laughs, planting one, running the other through his hair. I won't lose an argument because of this thing, and I won't. His face slams into the floor. Both Sabo and Riskua stare for a second, the only noise between them the steadily increasing rumbles of Ace's snoring. You know, I was a bit worried about the narcolepsy thing at first, Sabo muses, jabbing his foot into his brother's ribs but getting absolutely no reaction whatsoever. But it's actually pretty great. Riskua blinks, wiping the small pattering of tears from the corner of her eyes before she grins. Sabo, go get the marker. Luffy can't quite remember what the argument starts off from. He can't quite remember why Ace storms off in a huff. What he does know though, is the next day Ace has built his own little home in front of Dayton's yard and declared it, Ace Country. For Aces only, which meant Luffy isn't allowed in. Like hell if Luffy was gonna sit down and take that. So now there's Luffy Country across from Ace Country because Ace isn't gonna be Pirate King. Luffy is. But Ace is gonna be a pirate. So in order to become Pirate King, Luffy has to be better than Ace at everything. Including living as a country, all on his lonesome. 3 days have passed since the establishment. Luffy's got no idea what that word means, but Sabo said it, so he has to be using it right of Luffy Country. Ace is doing everything by himself, hunting all the food he eats, and he's been cooking it over a fire by himself, and so that's what Luffy's been doing too. They don't hunt as a group anymore. Oh, they move together, always set off at the same time and stay in the same area. Only now, Avenue and Luffy go chasing after their own meat, while Sabo and Riskua still work together. Which means they're usually done first, but they don't seem to mind. Luffy likes it when the two watch him. He's always pleased because his big brother and big sister get to see just how much he's improved. And he's improved a lot. With the mystery power, his devil fruit power, and that awful strength training with Gramps, he's super strong now. He'll keep getting stronger and stronger, and then when he sets sail, nothing will stop him. He'll gather the best crew in the world. He's already got Riskua, so that automatically means he's got the best first mate in the world because Riskua is just that amazing. She knows the answer to everything. There's not been one question that Luffy's asked that she hasn't been able to answer in some way. Sabo and Ace will both be sailing, even if Sabo doesn't want to be a pirate anymore. But the blonde wants to fight for freedom. He wants to take down the nobles and the celestial dragons. Even Riskua's only spoke of them in hushed whispers. A look on her face like she'd eaten some really nasty food. Like, devil fruit bad. So Luffy doesn't like them either. They sound like really horrible people and they don't want another pirate king in the world. So they were never gonna be his friends anyway. It's all going well. Ace Country and Luffy Country are in a state of cold war, though Luffy doesn't know how war can be cold. War isn't meat, but that's how Riskua had described the situation, so it must make sense to other people, but they all still sort of train together. Though right now it's more like when Ace does something, Luffy absolutely has to do it the same or better. He cannot, will not lose to Ace anymore. Which is why he's facing a crocodile much bigger than he is, and he's certain he can take it down with the mystery power. He really is. Until suddenly he's not. Sitting in Dayton's living room, Luffy digs his fingers into the material of his shorts, worried eyes unmoving from the door Sabo's behind. Sabo's hurt. Sabo's hurt because Ace was off hunting and Luffy was off hunting and Riskua had to come help Luffy hunt because the crocodile almost ate him. He's got scratches on his arms from the teeth scraping against him before Riskua managed to pull him out the way. But because she was there pulling him out the way, no one was there to pull Sabo out of the way of the bear's claws. And now Sabo's really hurt and it's all Luffy's fault. How is he supposed to be a good captain? How is he supposed to look after his nakama if he can't even make sure his own brothers are okay? His insides feel really bad, like sludge, or the earth after it's rained for days and they have to slug through the mud. Luffy doesn't like it. He doesn't like knowing his failed, knowing that Sabo got hurt because of him. If Ace and him hadn't been so focused, then maybe they'd have noticed Sabo needed the help. He's so stupid. Lip wobbling, Luffy bits on the flesh there, trying not to cry. Beside him, Ace has his legs drawn up to his chest, face pressed into his knees as he hugs himself. We should have been paying more attention. Ace's voice is muffled but Luffy hears him anyway. Ace is right though, Luffy's taken a while to come to the conclusion, but all three of his older siblings always seem to be right when it matters. Out of them all, Riskua is always the one that's right the most, but Sabo says that's because she knows so much about the world, that she has more adventures and experience under her belt. Ace claims it's because she's a know-it-all girl. If Riskua knows how to help Sabo's injuries though, then Luffy doesn't care at all if she's a know-it-all girl. Is he gonna be okay? Ace is on his feet and moving to Riskua before Luffy even realizes she's come out the back room. Zaw, Sabo will be fine. It was bad, but nothing that'll keep him down for too long. She runs a hand through her red hair, the other holding the brim of her funny brown hat. At her words, the flood of nastiness in his stomach drains, but it's not completely gone. Like the muddy footprints that they've tracked into Dayton's house. No, it's Dayton's country now, there's evidence of what happened. Luffy doesn't like it. He doesn't like the reminder of what happened to Sabo. But if he just ignores it, it'll happen again. Like if Dayton didn't tell them off about the mud, they'd have kept doing it. Not that they wipe their feet now, but they don't live in Dayton country anymore, so it doesn't matter. More importantly though, if he wants to Sabo to not get hurt again, Luffy's gonna have to change something. He scowls, folding his arms and sitting on the floor again, chewing on his lips the whole time. It'd be so much nicer if it were meat. But if it were meat he'd be eating and not thinking, and he actually really does have to do some thinking right now. Which sucks, but this is important. If he doesn't want this to happen again to Sabo, if he doesn't want Sabo or Ace or Riskua to get hurt, then Luffy needs to start paying more attention. He's been getting stronger, but getting stronger hasn't helped today. He was too focused on himself, and because of that Sabo got hurt. So he can't do that anymore. He has to look after his brothers and sister too. He needs to be able to look after his future nakama, to stop being so, what's the word for it? Is there a word for it? Skua? Riskua is sat on the floor not too far away from him, bandaging a wound. Ouchies are what kids call them, Ace said, and Luffy's not a kid anymore, so he doesn't use that word anymore on her arm. Yeah, Kinglet? I need a word. Describe it? I'm too focused on me, and not everything else. Luffy trails off, not quite sure how else to explain it, other than to tell her all about what he's thinking, and he doesn't want to do that. That'll take too long, and the more time he spends thinking, the less time he's going to be spending eating. Inconsiderate. Self-centered. Selfish. What's that last one mean? Luffy asks, tipping his head to a side and scowling as Ace snorts. Ace can laugh all he wants, but when they set out to see Luffy'll have Riskua and not him, so when Ace has problems he won't have her to help, which means Luffy wins. It means your only concern is really yourself. You don't consider others when you make decisions. Luffy doesn't like the sound of that, but the more he thinks about it, that's upsetting. Grimacing, the boy tips his hat back and off his head, letting it rest on his back, hanging from the tie around his neck. And what's the opposite of shellfish? Selfish, Riskua correct absent-mindedly, wiggling a finger at Ace. It shows how much Ace likes Riskua compared to when they first met, because he approaches without complaint and offers up his bruising forearm. The opposite of selfish would be selfless. Like giving all the meat away and keeping none for yourself. Nope. No way, Luffy hates that idea. But he doesn't like selfish either. Isn't there a middle? He cries, fingers in his hair and tugging on the strands. They come away caked in mud and Luffy scowls. Damn it. Risku'll definitely bully Sabo or Ace into getting a bath with him now. Luffy really can't be left alone in water. He'll drown. You just have to find the middle ground, Luffy. But if you can recognize what action you consider is selfish and what would be selfless, then that's all you need to know. He hasn't said what he's been thinking about, but the way Risku'a smiles at him makes him feel like he's done the best thing in the world anyway. Risku'a says she's staying with Sabo for the day, and the look she gives them has Luffy Country banding together with Ace Country for just the one day. Just to take down something big enough to feed all four of them. Because they're at fault for Sabo not being well enough to hunt. It's only for today, Luffy tells himself, lips threatening to split across his face. Because it felt really good to be hunting with Ace again, to be carrying back their catch together. He's not happy in the least with what they come back to though. Eyes bugging out of his head, Luffy drops his end of the catch because this wasn't here before. Stood proudly in front of Ace Country and Luffy Country, twice the size and equipped with what looks like several different slingshots on the roof. There's another hut. Luffy's reading is probably the worst of all of them, but he's not stupid. The sign on the front doesn't say, Sabo Country, or, Risku'a Country. Instead, it says, Sabkua Country, and Sabo and Risku'a are waving at them from the window on the top floor. The fuck is this? Ace demands, dropping the other half of their catch, stalking forwards and stopping just before the new country to scowl at them. This is Sabkua Country, Sabo calls down, laughing happily even though he's still covered in bandages. For Sabo's and Risku'a's only, Risku'a adds, crossing her arms on the windowsill, chin resting in her arms and a grin on her face. You're not allowed to do that. Who's gonna stop us, Ace Country? Because that tiny country is only half the size of Sabkua Country. When Sabo's done shouting down to them, he holds out his hand for a high five, which Risku'a happily gives him. We're twice as large as either of you two, and that makes us twice as important. Does it hell? Ace snarls, shaking his fist up at the two. He splutters when a water balloon collides with his face, Sabo having launched it down at the older boy with one of the many slingshots. She. Ace got hit. Luffy rapidly changes his mind on how cool Sabkua Country is when one of the shots hits him in the face instead. Ah, Ace, help me, help yourself, Luffy counteract. One of preteen age and 3 teenagers, proving exceptionally capable in combat from local reports, should be considered for fast-track recruitment or otherwise an advisable crackdown on behavior. Monkey D. Garp lowers the latest report on Dawn Island, dark eyes scanning the office for any potential witnesses. Upon finding no one present, the hero of the Marines rapidly inhales the paper, chewing thoroughly until Lieutenant Zoran Kristno's report is condensed into a workable ball. Taking aim, Garp fires the projectile neatly into the bin on the other side of the room, grinning proudly as it lands dead center. It's not that he doesn't want those brats enlisted, but if they're to be Marines they need to be enlisted just right. Done under his protection, carefully slipped into the ranks without the usual through background check. Because Ace doesn't have any registered records, and Luffy's have gone, mysteriously, missing ever since his stupid son went off and decided to take on the whole damn world at once. It's not exactly like the red-haired brat has a clean slate to start off from either. It's a sad state of affairs when it's the noble's son that had caused the least problems in an open enlistment. No, if those four are gonna become Marines, it needs to be timed just right, done at just the right time. Which is not right now. Which means Lieutenant Zoran needs to be given something else to focus on. Something like a winter island in the throes of winter season deep inside the Grand Line. He'll forget about the 4 potential Marines soon enough, Garp concludes. Just like every other officer that's overstepped their boundaries and reported in on the island protected by Garp, the fist of all people. If Garp says the island is A-okay, then it's A-okay. Why the hell do they never believe him? It's almost like they think he's an idiot or something. Garp, are you playing with spitballs again? Snapping to attention at Sengoku's voice, Garp throws his head back and laughs. Of course I am. You're not getting paid to chew paper, get to work. Bawahahaha, I need to go see Lieutenant Zoran about his transfer anyway. Transfer? Why would he want to transfer out of East Blue? He asked for it, bawahahaha. when you're trying to come up with something new, when you're trying to think outside the box, trying to push those boundaries out and stretch the limits of everything you know, the only way to do that is to experiment. And sometimes in experiments, you get hurt. Recently, instead of aimlessly trying to twist at her hockey, not knowing exactly what kind of ideals she's trying to produce with the actions, Riskua has sat down and attempted to come up with something to aim for, something she'd been playing with since Mahawk's visit but had never really been sure of how to approach, not until now. It means drawing conclusions on hockey, and though it grates on her to have dumbed it down, so to speak, that is what she's done. Summarized the basic three of hockey as much as she possibly could. Observation, when broken down to its simplest form, is about precognition. It's the best word she's been able to come up with, an umbrella label, so to speak. It's about being able to read, and she doesn't mean letters. It's about reading intentions. Reading the world around her in a language few actually ever come to pay attention to, almost being able to read the future in its greatest form. That is observational hockey, so perhaps the opposite of it could be considered writing. Is it possible with hockey to will certain things into existence? Not physical things, but maybe project different intentions that what is actually happening. Is it possible to take the observational hockey that people use and upset it, to maybe use her own hockey to distort what she projects, to fog what another is reading of her intentions? Maybe it is possible to erase her intentions, her hockey, from the perception of others, to conceal herself with hockey, so observational hockey will fail to locate her, to actually read her presence. She's scribbled down the ideas in her notebook, but there's very few ways she can go about trying these. She doesn't have enough of a feel for observation yet to begin reflecting the sensation backwards. Oh sure she can use it, but using something and understanding it are two very different things. So while the idea is there, Riskua has moved on to another concept. Armament. Of the three different types of hockey, armament is perhaps the most versatile, used for both defense and offense, as opposed to observational that focuses more on dodging. Of course, if one got good enough at observational hockey they could probably start predicting opening in an opponent's guard, but if she follows that thought right now, she'll end up going off on a tangent. Flexing her fingers, Riskua watches as the skin slowly begins to blacken, blooming from the tips down to the knuckles, slowly spreading over her entire hand. It comes far more naturally now that she's spent years and years practicing it. Observation is still easier, but armament. There's so much potential there. As far as she's been able to deduce, armament is about force, about increasing the force of your own body. She cannot remember much of the physics lessons from her previous life, just simple tidbits, and it's not exactly easy to acquire intellectual books here, not without going back to the heart of Goa Kingdom anyway. But she does remember in the face of two objects coming at each other, the one with the greater force wins. The way she uses armament, as far as she is able to tell because it might very well be different for others, is to change the force of her body. By increasing the force of her fist as she throws it forwards, when it meets an opposing force, it just powers right through. It makes sense, every object gives off a force, velocity can change the amount, and in a collision, the bigger force wins. She's woefully uneducated in physics though, so she's only tentatively come to these conclusions. Of course, working from there though, Riskua finds herself with more ideas. Because if armament is adjusting your own force, then perhaps there's a way to adjust or redirect the forces around you. To maybe have an oncoming object move off its trajectory without any need for physical interference. If she can adjust the force around her own body, what stops her from stretching it out, adjusting the force of other things? It's possible, Riskua can feel it in her bones. She remembers back when Ace used his conquerors for the first time since he'd initially awakened it. Remembers how the tiger had fallen on her and she'd felt no pain. Oh, she'd been winded, but had that been from her own shock? Had she braced herself completely with armament? Something she cannot even achieve now after years have passed? Or had she only used a little armament and then something else entirely? Had she redirected the force of the tiger falling on her back on the tiger? If the beast had taken any damage from the blow, Ace's blast of conquerors wouldn't have allowed her to notice, and she'd stupidly allowed her emotions to get the better of herself and not investigated the oddity while she could. Which is why she's in this forest clearing right now, her fellow countrymen the only other company she has. While Ace Country and Luffy Country eventually came into an alliance given the threat they'd faced, Sabkua is still thriving. It's been nearly a year since the creation of the countries and they should probably do something to celebrate that at some point. That's not important right now though, what's important is that she's got a partner willing to help her experiment with her hockey. You know, something about this seems wrong. From where he's lazily perched upon a thick tree branch, Sabo grins down at her, juggling 5 rocks between his hands all at once. He's reasonably reclined, one leg crossed over the other, ankle to thigh. I mean, if Makino were here she'd probably tell me not to throw rocks at a girl. Riskua snorts, rolling her eyes because she knows damn well Sabo couldn't care less about her being a girl. Please just stop talking and get on with it, before your voice starts cracking again. At that the blonde does scowl, flipping his bangs back from his face. Resting on the tree branch beside him is his iconic top hat, removed in an attempt to beat the heat of the summer sun. Though the fact his hair is lightly colored compared to the heavy red and blacks of the rest of their group means he doesn't end up absorbing as much heat anyway. It's long enough now that the bangs at the front hang down to his eyebrows, stuck somewhere between wavy and curls. Not quite long enough to escape the latter but still a bit too short and light to be really classified as the former. We both know my voice'll sound better than what Ace's does by the time I'm done. Perfection takes time. Ace's voice hasn't cracked in the past 2 months and they both know the freckled boy is rather hopeful he's completed that particular transition period. Just start throwing the rocks, oh perfect one. The projectile comes in an instant and Riskua summons up her hockey, trying to twist it away from armament and into something different, trying to reach out and grasp instead of directing in to coat and augment. The sharp bite of force against her shoulder is a clear indication she's failed on that front. Damn it, Riskua hisses, rubbing at the stinging skin. Couldn't you be a little more gentle? Looking amused, Sabo cocks his head to a side, still juggling his artillery. But then where would the incentive to improve be? She's gonna kick his ass after she figures this thing out. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but she will be getting her revenge. Fuchsia Village has always been entertaining to visit. There's always some trouble they can get up to, or always something for Makino to entertain them with. Or even little odd jobs for them to complete so they can earn a bit of cash. Yeah, Fuchsia Village is great normally. It's become even better these past few weeks though, and that's for one reason and one reason only. 4 weeks ago, a new couple moved into the village, having arrived from one of the nearby islands to set up their own business. Sabo couldn't Carl. Sure they opened up a bakery but Riskua can bake them treats if they get the urge for some. No, the reason Sabo is absolutely delighted is that the couple brought with them their daughter, Harvel. Harvel is a pretty 14-year-old girl just a year younger than both himself and Ace, with dark blue hair and comely green eyes. Sabo knows enough about girls to realize she has the potential to be attractive, but personally he doesn't see it. She's just another small-time girl on the island. Ace however, Ace is a mess. A blushing, stuttering mess of self-denial and it is glorious. Luffy doesn't fully understand, but even he finds Ace's sudden and strange need for baked goods, the kind too complex for Riskua to make, hilarious. And also fulfilling because he's a gluttonous opportunist when it comes to food. Sabo and Riskua though, well the two of them can clearly see exactly what's going on and it is an absolute joy to witness every time they go trampling into the village. At first, Ace'll pretend like they're only there to go check in on Makino. Ever since Luffy had told them about that asshole bandit trashing her bar, they've grown a bit overprotective of the kind woman. And maybe even brush up on his manners while he's there. Of course, after the barmaid treats them to lunch, the freckled boy will either suggest stopping by the new bakery for dessert, or Luffy'll beat him to it, and so they'll go head over there. Once they arrive, well, this happens. Plucking his hat from his head, Sabo tuck it by his side, noticing Riskua do the same. Luffy doesn't even pretend to play at politeness. Straw Hat still firmly in place and Sabo doubts the gods themselves would be able to dislodge it. Here we go, Riskua mumbles, folding her arms across her torso in such a way that it draws attention to the slight curves of her modest chest. Distracted by the sight, Sabo stares for a second before he regains control of his mind, tearing his gaze away to focus on the impending shipwreck that's about to happen. Right, he's noticing his best friend is a girl, so what? He's noticing every damn woman that he sees now. They don't even need to be incredibly beautiful, just one pretty feature will do. Just because he notices them doesn't mean instant attraction. Take dear Harvel for example. On cue, the dark-haired girl steps to the front of the counter, having appeared from the back room, arms laden with freshly baked cookies. "Oh, hello guys." She smiles and it's a sweet little thing. Looking between the four of them, though Sabo's pretty sure he's not seen things and that her eyes do linger on his older brother. "Oh ho, what is this?" "Hiya Harvey." Luffy bellows, butchering the poor girl's name almost beyond recognition, eagerly pressing his small palms to the glass showcase. His breath fogs the glass as he peers in, eyes round and mouth drooling. "Her name's Harville, idiot," Ace snaps, clonking Luffy around the head and then quickly looking to the girl in question to check if he'd done the right thing. Not quite sure if he can keep watching this. Sabo takes another glance at Riskua and smirks when she looks back at him. There's a sly smile on her lips, the same one she wore when she first pitched him the idea of Sabkua country, and that had been a damn great idea. "Good afternoon Harville." Elbowing her way between Luffy and Ace, the redhead beams at the other girl, laying her arms upon the glass counter and resting her chin upon them. "We'll take 4 packs of cookies, 3 eclairs and 6 cream buns. That's for me, Sabo and Luffy by the way. Ace here hasn't decided what to get yet." "Oh, she's so tricky and clever, and this is exactly why they're friends." "Yep, he's pretty indecisive. You think you can help him make his pick?" It's really difficult not to look at Ace, who's probably red and spluttering by now, but Sabo somehow manages. "Oh of course," Harville stammers, and though her cheeks are a little pink she's clearly very happy with the idea. As silently as he can, Sabo taps his open palm against the one Riskua holds out behind her back, Luffy eagerly accepting their purchases as Harville passes them over. "We'll see you back at Makino's, Ace." As soon as they're out the door, Sabo shares an absolutely delighted grin with Riskua, even as they both fish their desserts out of Luffy's grasp. They let him have the majority anyway, but he's sure as hell not getting it all. He's not gonna be happy with us later. Riskua snorts halfway through her sentence though, a clear sign she couldn't care less if Ace is displeased with the fact they've essentially just set him up. "Why? Ah, clueless little Luffy, so innocent, so naive." Sabo will do his best to corrupt him a bit, but he's rather certain the brat'll remain rather oblivious to everything no matter how much he tries. Ace has a crush on Harville, he likes her. Sabo wiggles his eyebrows after Riskua's blunt explanation, smiling at Luffy who nods understandingly. If he likes Harvey, then why would Ace be upset? Because Ace gets embarrassed easily. Chewing thoughtfully on his lip, Luffy eyes the both of their dessert, his own long since consumed. Oh, Ace is silly. That he is, Luffy, that he is. They've been sat in Makino's place for half an hour when Ace finally stumbles in. Sabo is sat up the bar, one hand curled around a glass of milk. He's a growing boy after all, with Luffy occupying his stool next to him. And it is his stool, it's the one he's sat at for his whole life, and that's apparently never going to change. According to Makino, he'd called it his special seat as a young child, and though it no longer goes by that name anymore, it is still unquestionably Luffy's seat. Riskua has insisted upon helping Makino clean down the tables, citing that she owes the woman a favor, though when these favors were exchanged, Sabo has no idea. Hey, they might run a country together, but he doesn't keep track of Riskua's every movement and vice versa. That'd just be weird and probably fall under the label of creepy too. Here he is, teases Riskua, setting aside her cloth and planting her hands on her hips. "Did you have fun, young man?" Sabo cackles as Ace's face goes a brilliant red, scowl on his lips, and he points one accusing finger at Riskua and then swinging it to Sabo. "You two are the fucking worst, and I regret ever befriending you." "Nah you don't." Bouncing up and off his seat, Sabo's legs carry him across the room to stand before Ace, grinning widely at him. The dark-haired boy is struggling to keep the frown on his face, really struggling, and Sabo laughs. "Enjoy your time with sweet Harville?" "Shut up," Ace grumbles, pushing Sabo's shoulder until he's forced to step out of his way and allow the freckled boy to make his way over to the bar where Makino is waiting. The dark-haired woman smiles, already pouring Ace a glass of her preferred pineapple juice and setting it atop the counter for him as he hops into the seat Sabo had just occupied. "Looks like someone had his first kiss," she teases, and Sabo feels delight zing through him. He doesn't need to look to Riskua to know she too realizes what a golden opportunity this is. "Ah, Ace got his first kiss and we missed it. Tragic, so tragic, the back of his hand against his forehead. Sabo fans himself with the other, swaying very sorely. Riskua catches him in his mock fall with an arm around his waist, gasping theoretically. What a shock, Sabo's delicate noble sensibilities can't take it. Yeah, it's great they can mock his noble background now, it's great he can even genuinely laugh about it. Ah, sometimes they can be absolutely awful people, Sabo notes as Ace turns an even fierce shade of red, his muscles coiling before he leaps from the stool at them. But it really is such good fun to press on the other boy's explosive temper. The black eye he ends up walking back to Sabkua with is a battle wound well earned. Seeing Ace so flustered and embarrassed when he usually tries to be so cool and important at the big brother, that really made his day. Chuckling, Saburo his hair, noting the increasing length. He hasn't had it this long since before he first ran away from Outlook, but perhaps it's time to stop hiding. He's always keep his hair incredibly short, for the very reason his oh so noble mother hated short hair. Only commoners have short hair, she'd say, because they can't afford to wash it and take care of long hair. What bullshit. Riskua's hair is halfway down her arms now and he's never seen it looking particularly unwashed. Even Ace takes care to make sure his hair doesn't get too greasy and grotty, though he insists that it's because it feels nasty, not for looking good. He'd have believed that, but now that the other boy has a crush on a girl, has somehow even managed to actually get that girl's attention with a little help from Sabo and Riskua. The blonde doesn't believe a word out of the boy's mouth about not caring for his looks. That brings Sabo to his conundrum. Ace has had his first kiss. This alone is not a problem, yet when paired with another crucial bit of information, it brings an issue to head. Ace has had his first kiss. Sabo, however, has not had his first kiss. They're both the older brothers, so they both should be on the same standing. Ace can't become more experienced in anything than what Sabo is. That's not how being equals work. Ace and Sabo and brothers, and Sabo's sure as hell the other boy will lord it over him the second he gets past the fact he's kissed a girl. Sabo knows far more girls than Ace, knows all the noble ones that live in the Goa Kingdom, a fair few from Grade Terminal and a good number of the regular citizens that don't live in the Noble District. But it's more he knows of them, he doesn't actually know them. Perhaps he's read too many books, got carried away on too many tales. But Sabo wants his first kiss to be something special, to be given to someone special who he knows will treasure it. Hey, Ace'll probably call him a soppy idiot, Luffy'd probably understand more than the other boy. Scratching the itch on his cheekbone, Sabo flops back onto the pile of cushions that rest in the den of Sabkua country, blowing his hair back and away from his eyes as an afterthought. Hey, Riskua, is Ace the first one of us to have had a first kiss? Luffy hasn't had one, that much Sabo's sure of. But Riskua lived elsewhere before she was here. Come to think of it, past knowing she called the Grand Line home, he doesn't know a hell of a lot about Riskua's past. Cocking his head back until he's looking towards the redhead, vision of the world completely inverted given he's lying on his back, Sabo lifts a brow at the girl staring out their window. It's summer so they don't need to worry about closing them to preserve heat like they do in winter, the light of sunset still breaking through the tree line. I guess he is, she finally mumbles, words struggling to escape her lips given how she's got one swollen cheek. Ace hadn't quite managed to hit her in the eye as he'd been aiming for, but the blow to her cheek is almost as ugly as Sabo's own black eye. But then again he is the oldest, so it's not really a bad thing, is it? Humming from the back of his throat, Sabo lets his eyes slowly slide close, just enjoying the relaxing atmosphere of their country and contently ignoring the squabbling Ace and Luffy as they fight over borderlines and who owns so much of the land between their two countries. God, he'd been so smart to enter an alliance with the calmest of their quartet. You even thought about kissing someone yet? He's curious. Sabo's not gonna lie and pretend he hasn't wondered over how it feels, especially now that Ace is gone and done it. Riskua is a girl though. Do they think about it differently about these things? Girl indifferent to boys, but his only base plate to go off of when it comes to the fairer SX is Riskua. Have I thought about it? Not recently, but yeah, I have. Not recently? All Sabo seems to be capable of thinking right now is what it's like to kiss someone, and it's all Ace's fault. Maybe pushing him into a situation with his little crush hadn't been a good idea after all. There's some furious giggling from outside and Ace is being suspiciously silent. Curious, Sabo rolls off of his nest and saunters over to stand beside Riskua. On the borders of Ace County and Luffy Country, Ace has clearly fallen asleep mid-argument and Luffy is just now returning to his side with a thick black marker, most likely retrieved from Makino's bar earlier that day. The brat's getting slipperier about his mischief. Sabo's gonna have to keep an eye out so he doesn't get caught out. Sitting himself down on the little bench that Riskua occupies, Sabo glances at her from the corner of his eye and then pauses. The sunlight striking at her face, sending those usually creepy eyes ablaze. They're not beautiful, but they are damn fascinating right now. It's a passing fancy, Sabo insists, stubbornly looking away. It's just a crush, and though Garp's crazy as hell, Sabo doubts he'd lie when he said crushes go away. Besides, he's a teenager and that comes with the fluctuating hormones that push you into thinking and doing crazy things. Hell, even sensible Riskua isn't immune. Just 3 weeks ago she began crying in frustration over not being able to work out her hockey thing as quickly as she'd wanted, only to be back to normal 5 minutes later. It's just hormones. Sabo turns around again, presses his lips to Riskua's. It's just a quick peck, it doesn't last more than a second or two before Sabo pulls back. Wide yellow eyes stare back at him and Sabo is treated to the absolute pleasure of Riskua showcasing total shock. It's not an expression he's ever seen before, and that alone makes this whole thing worth it. Just wanted to know what all the fuss was about, Sabo explains with a shrug. And it's true. He doesn't have a sudden and indescribable urge to kiss Riskua again and again, or to hug her, nor does he find himself blushing furiously like Ace does around Harville. It was just hormones and curiosity. Well, Riskua softly blurts after a second, looking absolutely bamboozled. Well, I guess Ace can't brag about being the only one to have had his first kiss. Yep, that too. Sabo peers out the window at the sudden angry yell. Clearly Ace has awakened midway through Luffy's feeble attempt of art. Watching the younger boy flee the enraged Ace, Sabo doesn't even bother to smoother his grin. His first kiss wasn't something epic and didn't set butterflies free in his stomach, but it was with his best friend and it actually did feel pretty nice. We have to have the leg strength for this by now. Hands lying flat on the tops of his feet, Sabo valiantly does his best to ignore the burning stretch in the back of his legs. They've done nothing but train ever since Garp first showcased the skill. Because while the thought of a Garp not bound by chains of gravity had scared him shitless during that moment, and the thought of it still does frighten him to this very day, the idea of being able to use and abuse that skill for himself is absolutely wonderful. To be able to race through the air, it's the epitome of freedom right there. Garp said it was about kicking the air, Riskua mumbles, looking down at her feet with doubt clear on her face. Ace has already made several attempts today, and while the height he can achieve with his jump has grown exceptionally, he's not yet managed that kicking at the air to remain off the ground. Usually he overbalances and slams right back into the earth. Riskua is overthinking it, as usual, while Sabo doesn't have a bloody clue where to begin. It just doesn't make sense, kicking at the air to produce enough thrust to keep the body in air. The kind of power that takes when he actually thinks about it is mind-boggling. Riskua seems to be having the same problem, though she should be used to this kind of experimentation now, given all that she's been working towards with hockey. Ace and Luffy aren't really thinkers, they just keep throwing themselves into the air, hoping they're Lenau what to do. It's never gonna W. What the hell was that? Ace screams, pointing accusingly at Luffy, who in his surprise tumbles to the ground. Sabo had seen it too. Luffy had leapt into the air, and then taken another leap. In the air. He'd kicked at the air while on the downfall from his jump and he'd gone up. I did it! The youngest among them cries, thrusting his hands in the air in delight, face an absolute picture. How'd you do that? Sabo demands, striding forwards to get a better look at Luffy who's still sprawled on the ground celebrating his victory. Grabbing a hold of the boy's shirt, Sabo hefts him up onto his feet and then stares at Luffy's legs, as if he'd be capable of seeing whatever method the youngest among them had used to achieve his feat. He's gotta be cheating, Ace glowers, eyes slits as he peers suspiciously at Luffy. Sabo disagrees. Luffy's not smart enough to find a cheat for something like this, is he? Of course. Riskua slams the palm of her hand against her forehead, shoulders shaking as if she's trying to suppress her laughter. Instantly she has all of their attention. He cheated, but it's not a cheat we can copy, she explains, ambling over before she grabs a handful of Luffy's cheek and stretches it out. Look at the amount of tension this skin has now that I'm pulling on it. I bet his kinglet here has instinctively found a way of replicating that tension in his legs to increase the power of his kicks. She lets go of the skin and with a snap it springs back into place, the force nearly tearing Luffy from Sabo's arms. So my devil fruit is strong. And it appears Riskyu's clear explanation is lost completely on Luffy in favor of his realizing he can do something they can't, for now. You still need to practice, Sabo points out, releasing his grip on the boy's shirt and flexing his fingers. Because when we figure it out, we'll overtake you on it with ease. No way, I'm gonna master it before you. It shouldn't surprise Sabo in the least that they don't get a hell of a lot further, even though they train all the way to dusk. Luffy can manage one step in the air, but when he reaches for his second, he ends up falling flat on his face, just like the rest of them. The former noble is pretty sure he's starting to get the hang of it. He'll swear until he's blue in the face that the last time his kick had, if not managed to propel him back up into the air, at least managed to slow his descent. Which, you know, is progress. Never mind how slow it'd come. The only downside to all this training is that his legs feel like they're gonna drop off. There's cramp all down his calves and his thighs seem to be burning more than the sun. Riskua and Ace are in no better condition. Determined not to let Luffy outshine them. They'd pushed themselves to the limits and then well beyond them. Which in retrospect was a stupid idea. Groaning, Sabo slams his head back on the ground and tries not to whine in pain. This sucks. The address that Deiden has gifted her for her birthday is exactly what Riskua has secretly been wondering about, but not dared to question Makino on. If she remembers correctly, the bandit boss had been quite the beauty in her youth, so it's no surprise she'd know something about this. Still, the town center. She's back in Goa Kingdom. Riskua might have told a dirty lie to the three boys, insisting she was going to talk to Makino. When Luffy had demanded to come along because he misses the barmaid, Riskua had, sort of not, lied again and said she was going because she had some questions for the older woman about her girl stuff that she didn't feel comfortable talking to Deiden about. The three had instantly assumed she was referring to her period. Even Luffy, God bless his innocent little soul, is a little freaked out by how women bleed without any kind of wound, so had begrudgingly agreed to let her go alone. Though he had wormed a promise for more cookies out of her before she left. He's come a long way from the little brat she found in that ravine. It's been half a year since Luffy took his first steps using Geppo, and they've all finally gotten to the point where they can stay in the air for at least a minute. By some miracle, Luffy is still the only one of them that walks away from using that technique without leg pain, though that's all on his devil fruit. All the same, Riskyu is very jealous, not just of Luffy's capability to avoid the pain that comes after using Geppo, but of his incredibly intelligence when it comes to anything related to fighting. She's never really noticed it before, because both Ace and Sabo are very good indeed, but they're older and just have more experience than Luffy. The little devil fruit user, his learning curve when it comes to fighting, it's incredible. He's not capable of beating any of them in a fight yet, but give it a few years, maybe just a little less than a decade, and his instincts will no doubt overtake her creativity, Sabo's intelligence and Ace's experience. He's going to be formidable, her little brother. It brings a smile to her lips, but it's quick to fall in the face of reality. Because she's 15 right now. She's 15 and Ace and Sabo are both 16. There are a little under 10 months left until Ace turns 17, and then, he'll be leaving them to set sail. Her heart clenches at the idea and she wonders just where the years have gone. Where has the little boy who couldn't even climb out a ravine disappeared to? Where is the blonde boy with a gap in his mouth and a terrible fear of Goa nobles gone? Her angry freckle-faced cherub who didn't know how to accept love. They've grown though, and she loves all three of them so very much. Luffy's her darling little brother, still struggling to find that middle ground between selfish and selfless, the boy who'd do whatever the hell he wanted, screw the consequences, but would jump into a fight without hesitation for those precious to him. There's Sabo, her best friend who's found what he believes to be his calling in life, who dreams of revolution and helping out others, of tearing the corrupt system down. And Ace, her other best friend who's still looking for the answer to his most important question, who's heard their answers but still can't quite cement the idea in his head, who's still looking for that one little push to set it all in stone. Leaving her mother all those years ago hurt, but she's glad it happened. Because otherwise, she'd never have had this. There'd be a giant gaping hole in her life and she wouldn't have survived Raoul's death. Stay there, not whole anyway. It's been years since she last saw Shanks though, and that's painful. The hawk does his best to stop by every year or so, though it's always a guess which month of the year he'll appear in. Hell, one year he'd not been able to make it at all and she'd lived in constant fear of a sneak attack for the 3 weeks it had taken him to appear in the new year. Every time the world's greatest swordsman visits the island means she gets whisked away for a week of high-intensity blade training, and every time it's interrupted near the end by the ASL trio. And every time they interrupt, Mihawk beats them soundly into the ground without looking as if he's making much of an effort. Though Luffy's ability to bounce back at him off of the air after a near miss had given him a pause last month. Sighing, Riskua shakes her head, pulls her deerstalker more securely atop her brow and stalks onwards. The shop the redhead finds herself at has no displays in the windows, though give that children and families pass by outside, that's understandable. Slipping in through the open door, Riskua blinks rapidly as her eyes adjust to the room's soft lighting. So very different from the blunt sunlight outside. Hello, dearie, you're a little young to be here, aren't you? There's a woman, perhaps late 30s, standing behind the front desk and watching her curiously. Scowling, Riskua folds her arms across her chest, already well aware what the problem is. In the before, her past life that is, she'd been rather well endowed. A small back, but a big cup size, and it had made finding bras near impossible. Now, well, she's 15, but there doesn't seem to be much going on in the chest department this life. Of all the females she remembers ever gracing the pages of One Piece, her own are tiny in comparison. She can manage a handful if she cups them. But given her petite hands, that's not saying much at all. Naturally, the problem doesn't stop there. In the before it had been difficult to find bras because big had been uncommon, while here, small were uncommon. It's amazing, reflecting back on it, just how her had given her so much confidence before. Now, even though she appears to be growing what are no doubt going to become a killer set of legs, and even though she's got some pretty shapely hips, and let's not even talk about what all that exercise has done to her ass because wow, her are such a letdown. She'd taken for granted that she'd be blessed with similar proportions, like what she had before. Raoul hadn't exactly been lacking in that department, Riskua recalls. It has to have come from her father's side then. Gee, thanks Papa. I'm 15, Riskua grumbles, feels her cheeks heat uncomfortably as she shuffles from one foot to the other. Oh, I'm so sorry, it's cool, Riskua cuts her off before she can offer her apologies because she really doesn't need to hear it, she's self-conscious enough as it is. I heard you make custom underwear sets to order, and well, she trails off, because god damn it, it pains her to admit. You can't find anything in your size, the shop owner finishes, face flashing with sympathy, and that only makes the redhead scowl even more. Great, as if her eyes weren't enough to make her self-conscious. That pretty much sums it up, Riskua grumbles, aware she's pouting but not caring enough to reel that bottom lip in. Head to the changing room at the back. I'll grab a tape measure, sweetheart. For all that she's uncomfortable about the size of her chest, Riskua couldn't care less about stripping off for the woman. It's nothing the other woman hasn't seen before, and yeah, they're small but at least they're perky. After all that training and fighting, her body's in good shape and she's proud of the condition she has it in. The woman, who introduces herself as Roanna Templeton, because if you're getting naked in front of someone you should at least know their name apparently, looks enviously upon her flat and toned stomach. Other than that though, there's nothing awkward about it at all. Roanna is completely professional, taking note of her pitiful measurements. After that, it's a whirlwind of fabrics, silks and cottons and laces, all in a vast array of colors. The payment is based on how much material is used, which is about the only bonus having small has brought her. Still, she sits with Roanna and sketches up several different designs. For all that there are female-ashing their skin, there's not a great variety in underwear designs. Then again, that might be to do with their location on a small island. Regardless, she remembers some of the SXIER, racier designs from before that she'd never have gotten away with, having to opt for practical support over appeal. Now support clearly isn't an issue for Riskua lets her mind run wild. It's not like anyone will see these for a few years, she'll probably have all new sets before they're really called into action. It's with a spring in her step and a countdown to the day she can stop wearing the damn training bra that she'd been so sure she'd grow out with but actually hadn't, that Riskua makes her way back home. It's hot, hotter than usual. This summer is being particularly nasty. Whining, Ace downs the last of the water in his bottle, smacking his lips together. He has no desire to crawl out of the shade provided by Ace Country, but he's out of liquid, and Luffy, inhuman monster that he is off once again, having already caught himself some food but still has the energy to want to get things done today. Not that the animals would have been particularly difficult to beat in this weather, given how damn hot it has to be for them in all that fur. He doesn't even have the energy to fan himself. He's already unbuttoned his shirt, and the ever-so-light breeze is glorious across his chest. He's gonna keep his shirt like this in everything but winter. This is so much better. Forget buttoning it up. It's not like he burns in the sun anyway. Still, he needs more water and he has absolutely no desire to make his way to the river. That's far too long a journey, especially in this heat. God, it's blisteringly hot. Ace pants, tongue hanging out of his mouth. It already feels dry and he needs water, damn it. He can't steal any from Luffy, given the boy left to refill his own water barrel with Sabo for company. Hey, the kid might be growing up but they're sure as hell not gonna let the hammer anywhere near deep water without someone to pull him out. Ace is pretty sure Luffy could drown in an inch-deep puddle if left alone for long enough. By long enough, he means about a minute, and that's being generous. He knows it's bad, because there's food hidden over in Luffy Country ready to be cooked at 8, but Ace can't drum up the energy to go steal a leg. He needs to find some way of dealing with the heat, especially as Riskua has informed them often enough that Dawn Island has nothing on a Grand Line summer island in the height of summer season. Ace doesn't like extreme heat as much as he dislikes snow. There has to be some way of dealing with it. Why hasn't Riskua worked something out with Haki yet? That'd make things so much easier. If worse comes to worse, there's probably a devil fruit out there. Maybe even several different ones. That'll somehow make him immune to feeling temperatures. Hell, Luffy as a rubberman takes a while to even notice temperature change. The two know-it-alls of Sabkua land had muttered something about conductivity. Whatever the hell that means. But Ace hadn't really been paying attention. Speaking of Sabkua Country. Sabo's off playing lifeguard and Riskua gone down to the other half of the river for a glorious splash around that she passes off as washing. TCH. Ace hasn't missed that her trips to the river, be it for swimming practice, a wash, or just to fish, always increase as the temperature does. However, the fact those two are away means one thing and one thing only. Sabkua Country, and most importantly Sabkua's country's water supply, has been left undefended. Well, their idiocy is Ace's gain. Strength returning to his muscles now that he knows what he desires is so close, Ace rolls onto his side, pushing himself up onto his feet and snatching up his hat as he goes. It had been a birthday present from Luffy, some bright orange monstrosity that had thankfully dulled as the months went on. The strange smiley and frowny accessories on the front mean nothing to Ace, though the bull medallion thing is pretty cool. The headgear has grown on Ace though, and admittedly he doesn't feel left out anymore now that he's joined the hat crew. Planting the gift atop his locks, the freckles teen smiles at the shade it casts over his face. Glorious, glorious shade. Hats are fantastic. Peeking out from the shelter of his self-built country, Ace eyes the opposition warily because he sure as hell wouldn't put it past those two to booby-trap their place. The last thing he needs is Riskua or Sabo coming back to find him dangling in some net or something. Cautiously Ace makes his way to the front door, left wide open in the summer breeze. He's never actually been in Sabkua Country, not since they first built them. It's been an unsung code that their countries are their private areas and that others are only allowed in with the owner's permission. Which of course means they've all got a standing invitation to invade Luffy Country whenever they like, but there's never anything of worth to take given that the only thing Luffy collects is meat and that never lasts long enough to consider stealing. Still, despite the unwritten rule, desperate times calls for desperate measures. The inside is a lot nicer than he expected, but given how neatly done the outside is, they've even made vegetables gardens at the back and have window baskets filled with ripening fruit. For God's sake, it shouldn't surprise him as much as it does. What he did expect is the vast amount of papers and books, all piled up in one corner beside two nests of big cushions. Even though the candles and lamps aren't lit, it looks homely. Climbing up the stairs, Ace ducks the low-hanging beam that was no doubt installed back when they were kids and height wasn't an issue. The slight dent in the center of the wood indicates the duo have bumped their heads upon the beam more than once, and the mental image has Ace smirking. That they've never bothered to change or remove it, have just come to live with it. Idiots, he fondly mutters, shaking his head and coming to a stop at the landing of the 3-foot by 3-foot space can be called that. There's been no water tank downstairs, so it makes sense for them to keep it somewhere up here. Gravity'll pull the water down to the tapes downstairs, and while the pipes are without doubt the rubber tubes Ace saw snaking along the stairs wall, he's just impressed they have some form of water system at all. The two walls on either side of him look newer than the wood the rest of the house is built from, so the teen assumes they'd only put them in recently. Maybe they'd used cloth to separate their rooms like Riskua had done back at the treehouse until now. Looking between the two doors, helpfully labeled with their names, Ace ponders over who would be trusted with the water supply. Really, it's damningly obvious when he considers it, and so it is Riskua's door he pushes open. Her room's pretty simplistic. A simple bed mat on the floor, clothes all stacked up in neatly folded piles, and of course her hockey experiment journals. It's pretty sparse actually, though there are flowers pinned to the walls, all the brightly colored presents Luffy brings her back. His little brother's gifts are pretty cute. Ace is old enough to acknowledge that now, and even Sabo's getting in on the act. Ace has seen the other male give Riskua the occasional bluebell when he can find one, and it never fails to cheer her up. Bastards make him look bad, he thinks with a grin. What catches his eye though, is a not-so-little box built into the wall, a handle upon the little door it houses. Jackpot. Straining both his hearing and hockey to see if he can pick up Sabo or Riskua's approaching presence, Ace smoothly slides up to the cupboard when he fails to sense any form of their person nearby. Triumphantly pulling the door back, Ace peeks inside. Only, it's not water that he has found. Is this what a heart attack feels like? Ace presses a palm to his chest, but the rhythm of his heartbeat isn't irregular, just ridiculously fast. Higher than it was in the sun earlier, and he wishes he hadn't just blindly thrust his hand inside to grab what he thought would be a barrel of water. Because what he's got his hands on is far too soft to be what he was looking for. He squeaks, the sound horrifyingly mouse-like, and drops the offending item like it burns. Underwear. Objectively, he knows Riskua has to wear something under her clothes, and he hadn't seen it when he was inspecting her room, but that didn't mean he had wanted such an up-close and personal introduction to female undergarments. As if that weren't bad enough, his aborted snatch and run has led to half the whole lot tumbling onto the floor, and unless he puts them back, the redhead's gonna know someone's been in her room. Ace has had one serious punch-offer before, and he'd very much like to not increase that track record, thank you, which means. He tries not to pay too much attention as he grabs hold of the unmentionables and hastily stuffs them back from whence they came. But his traitorous brain registers black and red and lace and silk, and is that goddamn velvet. Embarrassed and mission completely forgotten, Ace slams the cupboard door shut and flees. His brain is a damn dirty traitor, and he'd be better off if he just ripped it from his head right now. Groaning, Ace presses the heels of his palms into his eyes, cringing internally. The world is as silent as can be at night. Which means he can hear Luffy's snores and the soft tweaks and twitters of the nocturnal jungle wildlife. God, he hopes he hadn't made any sounds throughout that. That'd have been embarrassing. At least he'd woken himself up before it all got too much. But now he has a problem, and he's either gonna have to trudge all the way down to the river for a cold bath, or risk getting caught by one of Dayton's countrymen in an attempt to use their newly installed shower. He ignores the small, nagging part of his brain that insists he could just relieve himself right here, right now. He doesn't dare, not with those thoughts so close to the surface, and he sure as hell won't risk that. He wants to be able to look Riskua in her creepy eyes, damn it. You know, once he's gotten over the shock of her owning all that crap he'd seen earlier today. He just can't stop thinking about it, not even sleeping had helped. Because his unconscious brain had thought it was a good idea to try and take a guess at just how well those delicates fit Riskua, and he can't get the images out of his head now, and he feels dirty. She's his best friend, and for all the shit Riskua's put up with throughout the years, she deserves their respect. She doesn't deserve to be the star of his dirty dreams, never mind how short and innocent they'd been. Even if he can't control his brain when he sleeps, there are some places it should know to never go, shouldn't it? The damn traitor. Shaking his head in disgust, Ace forces himself to his feet, snatching up a towel hanging by the entrance of Ace Country as he goes. The river it is. Sue, you're avoiding Riskua, why? Metal pipe balanced across his shoulders, his blonde brother lifts an eyebrow as he glances at him, walking side by side as they head to the river. Sabo's the only one of them that's actually kept his pipe. Ace had broken his after a particularly vicious swing against the Bear Lord and seen no reason to invest in another that'll only snap again, while Luffy had lost his own and been too focused on mastering his devil fruit powers to bother getting a new one. When questioning why Sabo's hadn't snapped yet, he might not be as muscular as Ace, but the other teen doesn't exactly have weedy arms. The blonde had sheepishly laughed and said something about having been supplementing his weapon with hockey, like Riskua apparently does with her knives now. Ace hadn't known they were capable of that, but you learn something new every day. I'm not avoiding her, Ace scoffs, and then cringes because that came out too fast, and just like he knows it, Sabo knows it as well. The look he gets makes that clear enough. The blonde's dark eyes burn as they focus in on him, and Ace swallows past the lump in his throat, stuffing his hands into his pockets and doing his utmost best to ignore the heavy glare. Ace, Sabo's voice is stern, and the older male knows why. He's probably worried that Ace is gonna do something stupid, something that'll ruin the group dynamic and leave them all scrambling on how to fix it. What the blonde doesn't understand is that Ace is trying to avoid Riskua for exactly that reason. He already feels awkward enough when he goes by the bakery in Fuchsia. Harvel's a nice girl. She'd gotten his first kiss and didn't hold it against him that he'd said he wasn't interested in anything more beyond that. Because after the excitement of having his first crush has worn off, he'd found it actual wasn't all that satisfying. The kiss had been nice enough, but it hadn't made him feel like mush. That's what Garp had told them love was like anyway, that it makes you feel soft, be it your first love or true love or real love or whatever. Ace scowls to himself, brushing his hair back from his face, and shoves one hand into the pocket of his shorts. It's not like he even has a crush on Riskua or anything. The underwear had just spooked him because it's proof she's not that creepy little girl Luffy dragged home all those years ago. Ace is aware they're all growing up, but to have it thrown in his face like that. I just realized she's a girl, is all, he grunts, praying and hoping that Sabo'll accept that answer. The former noble cocks an eyebrow at him, head tilting to a side as if waiting for him to expand upon that, but Ace says nothing. He doesn't want the other boy to find out exactly what the problem is because he'll mock Ace relentlessly. The idiot and his best friend do enough of that already. Ace won't give them any more ammunition against him. Riskua's always been a girl, Sabo remarks, removing his hat and unbuttoning the thin white shirt as they reaches the bank of the river. Unlike the blonde though, Ace just needs to shrug his own shirt from his shoulders, no longer confined by the idea of buttoning it up, though he does take the time to fold instead of just letting it crumple to a heap. It'll get wrinkles otherwise, and then it won't sit right on his shoulders. Yeah, but that was when she was just a girl. Now she's… Ace makes a vague gesture with his hands, not quite sure how to put it into words. He's never really interacted with women before, because dating sure as hell doesn't count, and he's taken to just treating Makino as something close to a sister figure. He can't do that with Riskua though, because back when he and Sabo and Luffy swore to be brothers, he'd excluded her. At the time it had simply been because she was a girl and thus couldn't be a brother because only boys can be brothers. But he'll respect her declaration from them that she'd only be able to stand Luffy as a brother. And Luffy is a hell of a lot of work to look after. God does Ace know that now. He's kind of glad though, because Ace wouldn't know what the hell to do with a sister. He's not one for soppy emotions. Not that Riskua appears to really be one for soppy emotions either, but where was he going with this? Now she's actually a girl, Sabo finishes, stressing the final word in complete understanding. I gave her my first kiss. Ace trips into the river. What? Spluttering as he surfaces from his not-so-intentional nosedive, the freckle-faced boy squints up at the other boy, waiting for him to drop the punchline. Did you really not question the fact that Riskua and I had our first kisses near enough at the same time? Scowling, Ace folds his arms and looks away, feet jostling for steady footing on the riverbed. No, he hadn't really thought about it at the time, too busy trying to figure out what the hell his emotions were trying to tell him about Harvel. In the end, he'd concluded that she was pretty and attractive, but that wasn't enough for him. He'd not really given any thought to the Riskua had given Luffy when the youngest had asked if they'd had their first kisses too. "You're not secretly dating, are you?" Ace hesitantly questions, mind flashing back to that damn cupboard and what was inside. This time Sabo near falls into the river, choking up a mouthful of accidentally inhaled water before he furiously shakes his head. "No way, it was only a kiss. Ree's my best friend." "Right, good, that's good. No one if fucking up the group dynamic. Things'll stay as they are." Luffy's the little brother of all of them, and Sabo and Ace are brothers, and Riskua is their best friend. Can someone have two best friends? Ace doesn't see why not, though the thought nags at him. So he takes his usual stance on problems he can't beat his way through. He elects to ignore it until it becomes unavoidable. Sabo, however, doesn't seem to get the memo. "It's been a while since it's just been the two of us." That's right, they haven't had a Conqueror's hockey meet-up session in months, even before Ace found himself with this tiny internal dilemma. When he finds Sabo, he's gonna beat the bastard black and blue for tricking him into this. A seed arrived at the edge of the jungle, closer to Grey Terminal than he's been in months, fully expecting to see his blonde brother. Only it had been Riskua waiting for him. She'd said Luffy had dragged Sabo off because he wanted to show him how much progress he'd made on Geppo. So Sabo'd asked if she'd come spend the day with him instead. Ace can see straight through that lie the blonde gave her. Sabo's set this up so he can't escape without being damn rude to Riskua. The bastard. It has, Ace admits, eyeing the walls that surround Goa Kingdom. They've slowly meandered through the trash heap. Their faces known enough know that no one really bothers them. Even if they've not gone out of their way to scavenge from this place or beat up the S that prowl about here, people still remember. Thanks to that dragon guy Sabo had told them about, more than a fair share of the people from before had survived and remained here, and it's not like the ASLR group were particularly forgettable as children. Hell, Ace spent far too much time here beating people up. "Zaw, I know we've not really gone in here as a group since all that shit happened," Riskua begins, planting one hand on her hip and eyeing the gates with amusement flashing in her eyes. "But what say we do another dine and dash, for old time's sake?" Well, he does miss their dine and dashes. They must have grown up more than Ace realized, because none of the restaurant owners seem to recognize them. As such, they go for the most expensive one they ever dared set foot in. With Riskua's hair neatly plaited and hat left at home, and Ace buttoning up his shirt and no longer sporting bruises or cuts from childhood fights, they almost look respectable. They even end up in the same booth they occupied last time they were here, right by the window they broke out of to escape. Riskua's lips are twisted up in an amused smile and Ace can't help but grin right back. He can almost picture the younger Sabo and Riskua sat across from him, can recall fighting viciously with Luffy to get what he'd believed to be his fair share. "Brings back memories, right?" asks Riskua, patting fondly at the tabletop as they wait for the vast quantities of food to arrive. "Sure does. Will we be exiting stage right again?" Of course. Ace grins once he's finished speaking as Riskua gestures to the new window that'd have been installed after they broke the old one. He'd probably have felt a bit bad about the property damage, but Sabo had long ago admitted that this was one of the restaurant's Outlook owned. Now that he knows that, Ace'll be going out of his way to make as much property damage as he can. He doesn't doubt Riskua's thinking the same thing as him. It's not as awkward as he thought it'd be. And Ace can say with complete certainty that he's missed hanging out with Riskua when it's just the two of them. Luffy's mad and a great laugh, and Sabo's a teasing bastard who brings out every inch of Ace's competitive spirit, but the former noble does occasionally have a good idea. Ace is still gonna punch him in the face regardless. Riskua though she can tease as much as Sabo, there's something a bit softer about her, and maybe that's because she's a girl, but that isn't a bad thing. Ace can relax around her and he's coming to realize he likes that. How far he's come from that bratty child who didn't dare let anyone get close. Though it scared him to death, he's so glad he did let those three idiots in. And the bill comes to, neither Ace or Riskua let the waiter finish, instead leaping up and through the window. Riskua powers through it first, the glass shards sliding from her hockey-coated form like rain sliding down a leaf, unable to stick or otherwise remain in place. Ace follows her not even a second later, laughing as they both fall. He twists in midair, flicking open the buttons of his shirt and glancing at his accomplice from the corner of his eyes. Red hair whips around Riskua's face as she free falls, arms spread wide in an attempt to catch as much air as possible. He lands first, crouching low to let his body absorb the impact for a second before he transitions into a smooth roll, coming up in a sprint. Rescue is not as subtle, crashing into the ground and leaving a large crater behind, using her haki to absorb the impact rather than lessen the force with a tuck and roll as Ace did. "Hey! Someone stop them!" Rescue cackles as she picks up speed, coming to run beside him. They're both racing down the street, weaving effortlessly through the people, and Ace isn't worried in the slightest. They're both well past the point of regular old guards being able to catch them, something Rescue showcases as she flips over one civilian, letting the guard that had made a surprise grab for her crash into them instead. Ace isn't that good at observational haki yet to know when someone's reaching for him in a crowd like this, so he settles for a quick two-step geppo to leap clear over the heads of the three that try to form a blockade before him. "We really can't risk doing this again," Ace bellows, though it's more like he's trying to affirm that fact within his own head. No matter how fun this is, they can't put Sabo at risk like that. Even if Ace gets the feeling they could take on any pirate East Blue could throw at them, it's not worth it. They both duck low, knocking the legs out from under the last two guards, and Ace reaches to grab Rescue's hand to pull her up quicker. They're running hell for leather through the streets. No one's going to be capable of stopping their escape. His grin has become even wider and he flicks his gaze to Rescue, meeting her eyes. It's like a punch in the gut. They're still the same fierce shade of yellow, still the same intense shape, but they're not like the flash of yellow animal eyes he sees when they hunt in the dark. Instead, they're warm, just damn joyous, and for all that they're not beautiful, they're suddenly, shockingly striking to look into. Ace jerks his head back and away, picking up his pace and forcing Rescue to do the same. His face is burning and shit. No. This is exactly what he wanted to avoid, because just then he'd had a simple moment of, she looks pretty. Fuck. No, goddamn it, and goddamn Sabo, because this is all his fault. Ace isn't supposed to notice these things about his best friend. She's his best friend. He'd noticed Harville was pretty right away, and that single realization had led to the blushes and the constant urge to go see her, and the whole, "I wonder what it's like to kiss something" thing had come about. He can't think things like that about Rescue, he can't. For the first time in his life, Ace takes his shitty Gramps' advice and pushes those feelings that have suddenly bombarded him deep down. The old man better be right about them going away if he ignores them long enough. Correcting his footing when he nearly stumbles on a loose the kingdom gates, Ace forces himself faster as Rescue draws up even alongside him. This is okay, this is competitive. He can live with trying to beat Rescue at something. He can ignore that sudden realization that came out of fucking nowhere. He'll only be on the Dawn Island for another 6 months anyway. They're best friends, only best friends, and by the power of every damn god out there, it's going to stay that way. Apparently, scavenging on and off throughout the years can actually build up a fair amount of treasure. Marking down the last item of interest, Rescue topples over to his side, legs finally released from where they've spent the past half an hour bent under her as she dug through the little trove that rests at the bottom of their old treehouse, cursing both Ace and Sabo as she lays there. There'd been a vicious rock-paper-scissors tournament over who got lumped with the task of accounting and divvying up the pirate fund, and of course she'd lost. Why had she even been surprised? Shaking her head, Rescue browses through the list, inspecting each item and mentally sorting them into who should get what. Coins and the more obviously golden things should probably go to Luffy to make things easier on him. The more obscured treasure should go to Sabo because with his knowledge he'd know how to flog them for the most cash. It's not just that though, it's guessing what each bit is worth and making sure they get an even amount, while also accounting for the fact Ace is leaving first so doesn't have as much time as them to gather more treasure. Because like hell they're gonna stop looking just because one of them has already left. That'd be silly. Adjusting the collar of her thin t-shirt, Rescue leers at the clear blue sky, feeling somewhat cheated. A hot gust of wind has blown in off the Grand Line, rattling all the way through East Blue and completely ruining any semblance of winter for approximately 2 weeks. They've had 6 days of glorious heat, to the point they've been able to get away with wearing summer clothes. But it's winter and they thought they'd have one more snow day before Ace left. Which means it's going to be a hell of a long while until she can get Ace back for the way he'd pushed her into a huge pile of snow last year. Good things come to those that wait, She forcibly reminds herself, circling all the items Ace'll be getting from their treasure, as well as 2/5 of the actual cash they have to hand. They'll get more of that when the oldest among them has set sail. In all likelihood, Ace is probably gonna be the one that sets off with the least amount of money. That's what he gets for being the oldest though, concludes Riskua, forcing herself to her feet and to step back and away from the treasure. Now that she's finally done with that job, she can head back. A large campfire inhabits the space in between the four countries, a little closer to Sabkua than Riskua would have otherwise liked. There's a bandit peeking out of the window of Dayton country and she offers the guy a wave, chuckling when he hastily ducks back out of sight. Already settled by the fire pit and stripping an alligator of its meat, Sabo offers her a nod in greeting, not removing his eyes from where he's working his hunting knife through bone and cartilage. A wise choice, given that the former noble already has one scar on his hand from not paying attention whilst skinning his catch in the past. They're not back yet. It's highly unlikely Luffy or Acid be hiding in their countries right now. She really can't see them not bringing any food back to the clearing. The snick of blade hitting wood signals Sabo's finally done cutting up the alligator tail and he lifts his head to grin at her. Nope. I think Luffy's just realized what tomorrow actually means and is trying to get as much time with Ace as he possibly can. Well, she can't exactly blame him. Riskua has been doing the same for the past 6 or so months. It still doesn't feel real, doesn't feel as if Ace'll be leaving them tomorrow. He might not go until midday or maybe even sunset, because God forbid that boy miss a single meal if he can help it. But when the moon rises for night, Dawn Island will no long house Portgas d'Ace. And that's a thought that leaves her feeling just a bit numb. It's gonna be so strange without him, Riskua admits in a low whisper, head ducking down so that her chin tucks up against her chest. She sits herself down on one of the logs, felled today solely to act as benches for their campfire. You're telling me I'll be the oldest here? Dejectedly groaning, Sabo flops back until he rests against the severed tree trunk. Long legs stretched out in front of him as he sets his prepared alligator pieces to cook in a closed-top pan. The long handle means they can stick it in the fire and just pull it out when it's done. None of them will be burning their fingers tonight. It also means we'll get to chop Ace country up for firewood though. She's only joking. Riskua has every intentions of leaving that little settlement, if it can really be called as such, well alone. Then maybe it won't feel like Ace is completely gone. Sabo laughs, though the noise is not the usual boisterous thing. Instead it's muffled under his breath, half directed into the meat of his shoulder as he turns his head away. It still has Riskua smiling though. There's always a gentle atmosphere around them. Well, maybe gentle's not the right word. Lighthearted perhaps? That fits in several different ways and it sounds better too. Why are we having a bonfire again? It's way too warm for one. The second half of Sabo's sentence reaches her only from his tone of voice, but Riskua hears the words loud and clear, while part of her agrees. This is Ace's send-off party, Riskua concludes, lazily waving her hand about in lieu of a further explanation. There's no way that they're not going to celebrate Ace, both the start to his new life and his 17th birthday. If that means staying up to usher the new year in, to usher in Ace's 18th year, then so be it. Which is why you've got a birthday cake hidden in the den. Sticking her tongue out at Sabo's dry retort, Riskua reaches for the bags of caramel corn that she'd begged off of Makino, dropping them near the fire so that they can begin popping. She's not sure if the boys have ever had popcorn before, but it'll be a treat either way. So maybe we're gonna surprise him with a birthday cake too? Is it ever really a surprise when you make us one every year? Sesh, Sabo. Birthday cake is always a surprise. The blonde grins at her, warm and friendly as he flings the bones of his catch into the fire, shoulders rolling back once the motion is completed. He opens his mouth to speak again, but snaps his lips close when Ace and Luffy come trampling through the undergrowth, both victoriously lugging their catch of the day. One bear just a bit smaller than the bear lord itself for Luffy, and 2 respectably sized tigers for Ace. Night hunting is great, he declares, dropping one of the beasts at Riskua's feet and flicking hopeful dark eyes at her. Fine, but only because it's your last night, she grumbles, reaching for her own hunting knife in order to start skinning the creature. The eldest among them grins, planting himself down on the highest point of the log bench to begin preparing the other tiger. When they're all fed, all the meat long digested, The four of them make their way up to the top of the old treehouse. Sabo last of all because he's carrying the cake in Ace's presence. This will be the first year that she's actually on time with a gift, though she has been designing it, has been creating the damn thing, for the past 4 or so months. They're all sitting on the edge of the crow's nest, Sabo to Ace's right, Luffy to Ace's left and Riskua on Ace's far left. One of her arms is thrown over Luffy's thin, gangly shoulders, her head half cushioned against her shoulder and half against Luffy's own head. He's starting to hit a bit of a growth spurt now, slowly but steadily catching up to her 5'4". In all honesty, Riskua doesn't feel as if she'll be growing much more, and she's not sure how she feels about that. She doesn't have any problems with being average height for a woman. Only what she considers average height is from the before. In this world, people can be as tall as hell for no reason at all other than the fact that it's possible for them. If she recalls correctly, both Ace and up 6 feet tall, maybe an inch or so over. They'll easily stand a head over her given her current height. But there's not a hell of a lot Riskua can do about that, unless she wants to learn how to fight in high heels, which would just be maddeningly impractical. Nah, those kinds of shoes are for special occasions only. Hey, Sabo, why do the nobles bother with fireworks if anyone can enjoy them? Ace's voice draws Riskua back to the present and she curls a bit closer to Luffy, who wraps his arm around her back in return. It's a display of wealth. If your show's the best, has the most colors and different types of fireworks, then clearly you spent the most money on it and that obviously makes you better than anyone else. The blonde grumbles, gaze flicking enviously towards Riskua. It takes her a moment to click on why, but when she does, the redhead shuffles even closer to Luffy and just basks in the shared body heat. Warm wind from the Grand Line or not, nighttime is cold. Ace isn't exactly one for open cuddles right now, which is a damn shame because he throws out body heat like nobody's business. Luffy doesn't seem to want to give him a chance though because he wraps one rubbery limb around the older boy and pulls him close. Luffy, Ace leaves tomorrow, the boy grumbles, a scowl on his face, almost as if it's completely Ace's fault for being the oldest and daring to have his 17th birthday tomorrow. Which means we get all the hugs now. So good with me, Sabo chimes in, happily throwing one arm across Ace's shoulders and wiggling as close as he can, so that their ribs are all but pressed together. In all honesty, Riskua feels as if she's drawn the short straw here, not being able to stick to the very warm Ace, but she'll grin and bear it for now. There's a soft bang in the distance and brilliant gold bursts across the sky, overpowering the presence of the night sky in an instant. Fireworks! Luffy cries joyously, leaning forwards as if that'll allow him to get a better view. Ace's hand grabs him by the back of the shirt before she can steady Luffy, who threatens to send them both toppling forwards onto the forest floor. The fall wouldn't kill them, but it'd certainly sting. Whoa there, Lou. Zaw, if there's fireworks, that means it's New Year. Happy birthday, Ace, Luffy screams it from the top of his lungs, even though it's only the 4 of them on here who'll care. Well, maybe Makino and Deiden would, in their own special ways. But celebrating Ace's birthday is always something they've done together. Hell, even when they're all apart, Riskua doesn't plan on not sitting down with a slice of cake to celebrate the fact this lot were born, that they came into existence, so she may be privileged enough to know them. Happy birthday, hothead. Yeah, happy birthday, freckle face. You both suck and Luffy is my favorite. Ace would probably have folded his arms across his chest were it not for the fact he has a brother already occupying each one. His words, of course, inspire Luffy to just snuggle deeper into Ace's hug until he's literally pressing his nose into Ace's ribs. Riskua has been dislodged from Luffy's shoulder as a result, and that's annoying as hell because now both sides of her face are cold. As is reading her mind, Luffy forcibly manhandles her until she's sat on his lap, which is embarrassing as hell, but she's closer to Ace the space heater now. Was he just destined from the start to become fire? So she doesn't complain. It's there they sit together for the last time, watching the fireworks the nobles waste all their money on explode in the night sky. Bawahahaha, don't grow a mustache, brat. You got his face, no need to look even more like him. Head slanted to a side, Ace stares into the mirror before him, lips twisting as he thinks back on Garp's words. He'd never really thought about growing facial hair until that point, and from then on he'd sworn he'd forever remain clean-shaven. Sabo can proudly sport his patchy beard all he wants. Ace's cheeks are never not going to be baby smooth, so help him God. One more swipe of the razor, his razor, and his face is finally free of all the shaving cream. Tapping at the sensitive skin of his cheeks, Ace tilts his head back and forth, clenches his jaw to send the muscles there rippling, just to make sure he's got every last damn whisker. He's gotten pretty good at this though, so it's no surprise that it's all gone. Which is excellent, just damn perfect actually. He's only got a small mirror to take with him on his little boat, just to get by. One hand curling around the edge of the sink in Dayton's hut, Ace runs a hand through his wavy black hair, staring at himself in the mirror. Garp may say that he has that bastard's face, but whenever he stares into any kind of reflective surface, all he sees is Ace squinting back at him. That's good, because if that's all he, who knows the truth, can see, then surely people who don't know his origins won't see that bastard looking back at them. It's strange, knowing that today's the day he sets sail. While part of him is eager to go, ready and raring, there's another part that's scared shitless. He might have thought he was on his own as a kid, but he'd had Dayton looking out for him in his early years. Now that he's older, he's not ignorant of that fact anymore. Then Sabo had come along, then Luffy, and with him came Riskua. It's been near a decade since he was last on his own, though he'd not been as close to Sabo as he could have been. Not until Luffy had battered his way through all those walls he'd painstakingly put up, fought and clawed until Ace had no other choice but to accept the boy, to accept Sabo and Riskua. He wouldn't change a thing though. Ace might not know if he deserved to be born, but he does know that so far, these past 7 years, he's been blessed with the company he has. Which is why he's got to head out and put his all into it, to be the best damn pirate he can be. Because he's the trailblazer of their group, the first to set out, and he's got to make it damn spectacular. He's got to set the bar for those three. Because he's the oldest, so he's got to show it can be done, that dreams can be achieved. Ace is going to become a world-famous pirate, not for who his father is, but for his own actions. He knows none of the others doubt their dreams, that they'll stop at nothing to achieve what they want. So Ace can't do this unless he goes in with 110%. Grabbing for his toothbrush, he pauses at the caress of leather against the thin skin of his inner wrist. Riskua's gift. It's pretty damn simple, just a leather bracelet, neatly threaded together and treated with some kind of stuff that's left a distinctive smell, so he gets the feeling it'll be tough to damage. Which is perfect for him. It's more than that though, because on the inner side of the bracelet, there's one simple command. A reminder of that promise he made all those years ago, a promise that he wouldn't die. In lighter shades of leather, the word "live" is worked into the design. Ace won't ignore that silent request she's presented him with. Lifting his wrist to his face, Ace inhales, the scent of leather and chemical treatment fogging his mind for a moment. It grounds him though, even as he wonders how long it'll be until the sea overtakes all that he can smell. A quick brush of his teeth, an adjustment to the collar of his yellow shirt, and really, there's not a whole lot more he can do to postpone the inevitable now. He's ready. You know, he'd almost forgotten how ugly a crier Luffy is. Oh, the waterworks aren't fully on yet, but it's only a matter of time. He's sniffling away, lower lip wobbling, and Avenue doesn't know what the hell happened to him that this sight registering as cute and heartwarming, as opposed to the absolute disgust it should inspire. Catch. Ace complies, wrapping his arms around the package of food, the 6th one so far, that Sabo throws down to him. The salt of the ocean is everywhere, soaking its way into his shirt, and he is. From this day on, he belongs to the sea. He will be Portgas d'Ace, pirate. It'll be another title for him, one of the few he can wear proudly. Demon. The demon son of the pirate king. Brat. Little bastard. He's been christened with so many titles throughout the years, knowingly or otherwise. He only has 3 now, 3 he'll wear like badges of honor. Brother. Best friend. And pirate. It won't be long until he adds captain to that. Smiling at the thought, Ace almost misses the next bag, scrambling at the side of his little boat to catch it before it disappears beneath the waves. A good thing too, given that it's his treasure, or rather more of his share of the treasure. Everything else is on board now, all stocked up on long-lasting food, fresh water, clean clothes. He's got a fishing pole in case he runs out of food, highly likely given his appetite. And then he's got a small supply of vitamins that Riskua and Sabo had managed to scavenge for him. He hadn't even known scurvy was a thing, so clearly he's going to need to find a doctor fast. The boat rocks with the waves under his feet and it's not sickening like the villagers warned him it'd be. Instead, the gentle motion is like a welcome, a promise to, if not look after him, then to at least give him the chance to live life to the full. Which is exactly what's going to happen. Permission to come aboard, Captain Ace, fucking hell. It's only a little teasing, meant a joking glimpse of what's to come in the future, but it'd have been so much better if it had come from anyone other than Riskua. It's been 6 months since that sucker punch to the chest, but the feelings still keep flaring up on occasion, still keep flashing into existence whenever she does something that manages to catch him off guard. Like right now. Still, it's the last day they'll see each other for who knows how long, and he doesn't want a crappy crush to ruin his last memories of his best friend before he sets off. Permission granted. He got to spend time with Luffy yesterday, hunting and chasing and falling into the occasional spar which he always won. He'd been with Sabo the day before as the other male had drilled him on everything he could to do with sailing, as if Ace is too stupid to do it for himself. No, he knows what he's doing. He belongs out here on the ocean. It's only fair he spends a few minutes at least with Riskua. A small jump clears the short space between dock and boat, her summer sandals smacking against the wood. It's a good day to head off, still riding high on that hot wind from the Grand Line. It's like the most dangerous sea in the world is already urging him on. Got everything? The redhead asks, uncaring of his answer as she checks it all over herself. Thin hands, scarred and callous from her work with those daggers she uses, smooth over the material of the bag Luffy bought him. The green and black animal print is strange as the cowboy hat that had been his present last year. It's still nice though. Yeah, everything but my first mate. He sends one last final snark towards Sabo up on shore. But there's no bite to it. He doesn't begrudge the other his new dream. It's just that every time he pictured setting out to sea in those early days, Sabo had been by his side. Sure you'll be okay in this? Riskua's gentle question reels Ace's attention back to her. Not that he was ignoring her or anything. He'd been very aware of her presence. She kicks lightly at the mast of his little boat, as if testing its sturdiness. People have set off in less. Well, he doesn't know that for sure, but it's probably likely to be true, right? A look is thrown over one shoulder towards him, yellow eyes meeting his and Ace swallows. Lunchtime has come and gone. Dinner has been eaten and it won't be long until the sun starts to dip beneath the horizon now. It's already making its descent. He hopes when he sees Riskua he's over this emotional mess. It's making this far more awkward than it should be. I'm going to miss you, Riskua whispers, pulling the brim of her deerstalker down until it hides her most noticeable feature from sight. Ace knows she's going to miss him, knows they're going to miss him because he's going to miss them too. But they share a bond that can't be broken, which is why he knows he can leave and expect to see them again. I'm going to miss our attempts to figure out conquerors, even if it just ends with you knocking out the wildlife every damn time, and I'm going to miss teasing you and I'm going to miss you falling asleep and… She cuts off, heading snapping back and forth in a vicious shake before Ace suddenly finds himself with an armful of crying girl. And, ah shit, Riskua is actually crying and just like Luffy, it ain't pretty. He can feel the tears and snot and because he doesn't button up his shirt it's all over his chest. Fuck, not pleasant. Why isn't this destroying his crush? Why does he just feel happy and a bit wet behind the eyes himself? Hey, come on, it's not like we won't all get famous enough to track each other down in the future. We'll see each other again. Ace refuses to believe in a world where he won't meet up with this lot again. He hadn't realized just how much taller he'd gotten until now. Now he can rest his head atop Riskua's if he wanted. And if she removes that damn hat. She's smaller too. He's aware girls don't usually bulk, that their muscles are lithe, built more for flexibility and speed, but it's never been more apparent than as he stands here. He's trying not to focus too much on how her body feels against his. The slight curve of her breasts that aren't as developed as every other woman's he's ever seen but are now undeniable. With how tight she's squeezing his midriff, her arms feel stronger than anything he's ever experienced right now. Ace gasps, not entirely joking, and his best friend gives a watery laugh as she lets go and steps back out of their embrace. No, hug. Hugging is what friends do. Don't stop training your hockey, Riskua insists, running her forearm along her face to wipe the snot and tears away. Which yeah, thanks, it's easier to look at her now that the remnants of that disaster is gone. And don't use conquerors unless it's a last resort, or you can stand killing your opponent, because given the track record of conqueror users, they'll be gunning for you, and Riskua trials off, having run out of last-minute advice to give him, and then she's hugging him again, arms wrapped around his neck and on her tiptoes to reach. Another set of arms, rubbery, join a second later, followed by a final pair that's more muscular and not as familiar. He clearly doesn't hug Sabo enough if Luffy and Riskua feel more familiar. Not that he's had too many hugs off the redhead recently. Be careful, Freckles, Sabo says with a grin, the only one who's not pressing his face into Ace's shoulders in awe. Yes, the only one who's not crying out of his huggers. Wonderful. The other blonde is smirking knowingly, dark eyes flicker to Riskua for a second, then coming back, and the bastards figured it out. Hoping that his glare is conveying just how bad an idea it would be to voice his discovery, Ace jostles Luffy and Riskua in his arms, keeping Sabo in his sights the entire time. As nice as this is, he kind of wants to set off now, before Sabo gets any bright ideas. Right, I'm going now. Luffy whines low in the back of his throat, but Ace ignores it. If he gives in to the boy's every whim, he'd have ended up a cabin boy with the meat pirates. Ace really can't see Luffy's crew called anything different if he's honest. One by one they clamber out his boat, Luffy first, followed by Sabo, who offers a hand to help Riskua step out. For a moment, Ace thinks that's the end of it, that he'll be able to leave without the other mocking him. But then he spots the former noble's shit-eating grin, and he just knows. Hey Riskua, aren't you gonna give Ace a kiss, for luck? He's gonna kill that bastard. I don't need no damn lucky kiss. Ace snaps, and before they, or he, can change their minds, the pull of RTS to draw him away from the dock as he unties the rope holding him in place. His heart is pounding, stomach flipping, because this is it. He's out at sea and now officially a pirate. Hey, hothead. Snapping his head back around to look at the three on the dock, Ace splutters at the sight that greets him. All three are leaning out after him, blowing kisses out to sea as if they'll actually reach him. A joint call of good luck thunders through the air, and a wild grin splits across Ace's face. He's not sappy enough to tell them what they mean to him. He's pretty sure they already know, so instead Ace opts to wave back. This isn't goodbye after all, just an "I'll see you later." It's Ace's first day waking up out at sea, and he's never felt more alone. Falling asleep under the vast array of stars has been great, the waves gentle and calm as they carry him onwards. But the thing is, the first thought that crosses his mind when he woke up, still in that state of disorientation while he's half asleep, had been to wonder what kind of prank those three idiots were playing on him. Then he'd registered the rocking is not from being hoisted up in some kind of net, but that he's on a boat, his boat, and that he's out at sea. For a moment, Ace just sits there, legs half drawn up to his chest, only he aborted the motion in the end, leaving him in an awkward transition between sitting and sleeping. He's out at sea, all on his own. Sabo and Luffy and Riskua are a day's boat ride away, and even now he's putting more and more distance between the lot of them. His heart clenches, his throat feels like he's swallowed a mouthful of the blue. It's the first time his resolve wavers. The whole thing only lasts for a moment though, then Ace is steadying himself. He won't back down now. He's going to achieve his dream, or die trying. And for that, he needs to find himself a crew. You're not allowed to leave. Sitting on Sabo's lap, Riskua wraps her arms tighter around his shoulders, well aware her lips are pressed into a pout, but she doesn't care in the slightest. It's been 2 months since Ace left, and Riskua honestly doesn't know how she's managed to keep going. All three of them had just started crying as soon as they'd returned to the clearing and seen Ace Country stood there, now lacking its only occupant. Well, she and Luffy had burst into tears. Sabo had allowed a single manly droplet to pass down his cheeks. Didn't change the fact he'd joined both herself and Luffy in invading the little country and spending the night there. Luffy had pressed his face into Ace's pillow and whimpered on how it smelt like Ace at the time, but now, after 2 months have passed, Ace Country doesn't hold his scent anymore. It does, however, now proudly hold a bounty poster on the door. When Ace's first bounty had come through via the news coup, they'd thrown a little party, one that even the bandits had joined in on. Now, Ace's first bounty poster, a respectable 25 million bahts, is slapped over the front door, carefully placed behind a sheet of glass to keep the rain off of it. The last the newspaper had to say on the Spade Pirates was that they'd been seen heading for the entrance to the Grand Line, and that it appears they'll soon be out of East Blue. They're all really proud of him. But Risku has been worried out of her head for the past 2 months, worried because they'd heard no word of him. She doesn't know if she can add worrying about Sabo to it too, not without a few months to recover at least. I'm 17 tomorrow, I'm leaving, Sabo grumbles into her hair, one arm wrapped around her waist and the other reaching for the bag of crisps he'd been eating before she decided the only way to keep the blonde here was to sit on him. Yeah, Sabo can stay and never leave until I set sail, then he can be my navigator and the revolutionary on my ship, Luffy declares, having thrown himself over Sabo's calves. Clearly her little brother shares her sentiments about the oldest among them leaving. Tightening her hold, Risku stubbornly presses her nose further into Sabo's collar and violently wishes that she'd thought to do this with Ace. What a horrendous, missed opportunity that had been. It's been years since they've done a full-on puppy pile. But as the muscles under her arms remind her, Sabo's not a kid anymore, none of them are. Well, aside from Luffy. You're going to have to get up at some point. No he won't. Sabo sighs, a long exhale that carries the joy he's feeling right out into the air around them. Yes you will, you'll have to pee. He's got a good point there, Risku begrudgingly acknowledges, before she recalls it is in fact 2 against 1. Luffy can still sit on you. Luffy'll have to pee. We can take shifts sitting on you. Damn it, Risku, I'll have to pee at some point. Actually, I do have to pee. Get off me. Sabo shakes himself, and it is with great reluctance that both Risku and Luffy crawl off of the other Sabkua occupant. The former noble hastily climbs to his feet, clearly realizing this window of opportunity will be open for only a moment, and he's quick to flee from the main room. Flopping back onto the pile of cushions, Risku gives a wheezy exhale as Luffy throws himself down upon her, curling into her side with his head on her shoulder. Is Skua gonna leave at 17 too? It barely even manages to register as a question, given how grumpily it is grumbled, but the redhead hears it anyway. Yeah, I really like the idea of the Revolutionary Army, so if they'll have me, I'll do 2 years with them before meeting up with you. You think I'm gonna let you tackle the Grand Line alone, do you? Nope. You're my nakama. Risku hums in agreement, stroking at Luffy's coarse hair. The texture must be a result of him being a rubber man, and it begs the question of if he could ever do anything with it in regards to his devil fruit powers. Something to look into later on. I'm your first mate and it's my job to call you out on stupid ideas. I'll go along with them, 'cause you're the captain, but I'll still try and be the voice of reason you seem to have lost. Luffy tilts his head to a side, huge dark eyes peering up from where his cheek is pressing into her shoulder. I've lost my voice of reason? Pretty sure you never had one, Luffy. Sabo drops onto the cushions after he's finished saying his piece, and they don't hesitate to pull him into the huddle. Luffy's half sprawled across her, face still in her shoulder but now with one arm wrapped around Sabo's chest. One hand tangled up in Luffy's hair, Risku reaches out and ruffles Sabo's too. It doesn't feel right though, it still feels like there's a component missing and probably always will until they all meet up once again. God, Risku misses Ace, how faux grumpily he'd scowl over the little cuddle pile, but how eagerly he'd join in the second he got any kind of hint that he was invited to do so. Maybe by the next time she sees him he'll just hug them without trying to keep up the tough guy act. The thought brings a smile to her face, and Risku pushes Luffy off of her until she can sit up. ASLR meeting, Risku declares, prompting both boys to turn to her with raised eyebrows. But Ace isn't here? Then as the most sensible person present, I'll make his vote for him. Muffling a chuckle under his breath, Sabo looks delighted by this turn of events, though Risku doesn't have any idea why. I'm sure you'll vote just as he would, is his amused quip, and Risku just grins because they both know that ain't true. She's gonna use his vote with his best intentions at heart, that she would never not do. But vote something he'd personally agree to? No chance in hell. She knows what's good for her best friend, and that is. I say, from here on out, whenever we meet up with one another, we have a massive group hug with however many of us are there. Sounds good, I agree. She hadn't exactly expected that from Sabo, and his devious little smile seems just a touch too smug, but she won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Oh, what do you know, Ace votes yes too. Luffy laughs, delighted, the shoulder that Sabo's pressing against her shaking as he attempts to suppress his own laughter, and Riskua grins. It doesn't feel right, doesn't feel complete without Ace, but that doesn't mean they can't be happy without him here. How do you even plan to find the revolutionaries anyway, Sabo? I was just going to set sail and head to areas they've been spotted in first. I've been trying to keep track of their movements. But the newspapers East Blue gets. He shrugs and Riskua can only agree. The newspapers they get out here in East Blue. It's always about what the richest nobles have been up to, the latest marine triumph in the area. Not that they have much to do here in sleepy East Blue, or even just how pleasant the weather is today. Boring. Vel, with a plan like that, it's a good thing we've come for you, Buru. Riskua rolls forwards, coming up in a defensive stance with hockey building in her fists. They've moved in perfect tandem, Sabo snatching up Luffy and retreating back, not only to protect their younger brother, but to snatch up his pipe from where it rests against the wall as he goes, arming himself. Their flawless teamwork is all Riskua gets to think about at that point as she finds herself distracted, because wow, that is a big head. The proportions of some people are strange here on Dawn Island. But this is an extreme she's not seen before, not even on her tiny island in the Grand Line. And all that hair. It doesn't even attempt to disguise things, to make things more subtle. This man, is that the right term? Riskua recognizes him and she really doesn't want to offend this guy. As bold as brass and loud as thunder. He's also strode right into their little country like he belongs here. How did you find this and what do you want? Sabo snaps as he walks forwards, eyes narrowed and shadowed T. The grip he has on his pipe is white-knuckled. MMMFUFUFU. Dragon Vass right to keep an eye on you, Sabo boy. Once they had your name, it vas easy enough to check the nobles' records. Our spies have heard of your plans to leave the island when you turn 17, so here they are. Buru. Hands planted upon his hips, the purple-haired man just beams at them. Riskua risks a glance behind her and worryingly enough, Luffy looks entranced. Drago, you're with the revolutionaries? While Sabo's pipe doesn't lower from its defensive position, he does visibly brighten at the intruder's words, to the point Riskua tightens her stance, just in case. It's infinitesimal, but there is that tiny chance this could all be an elaborate ruse. I am Emporio Ivankov, of the Revolutionary Army. Your hair is amazing. Of course Luffy couldn't keep quiet for long. Hell, it was a miracle he'd managed to not start rambling sooner. Hey, do you poop? At this point, Sabo has given up trying to stem his laughter, shoulders shaking and one arm wrapped around his ribs to support himself. Riskua doesn't know whether to hide her face or smack her future captain upside the head, so instead settles for an exasperated sigh, doing her very best to ignore the way her cheeks burn with secondhand embarrassment. Maybe someday she'll be over how incredibly childish Luffy can be and just accept it with a long-suffering grin. Today is not that day though. I do poop, Ivankov acknowledges, his grin fearsome as he focuses on Luffy. Onto business though, I am here for Sabo boy, if you're still serious about joining the revolutionaries. I am. No, Sabo's not allowed to leave and we're gonna sit on him to keep him here. Oomph. Sabo hits floor as Luffy tackles him from behind, rubbery limbs winding all around his torso and legs until he's well and truly caught. It's not so much that Luffy's sitting on him as he's curled up all around him. Riskua's lips twitch up at the corners, though she does make a slight attempt to still the expression. Only slight though. Vel, you can always come join too, Straw Hat boy. What? No way. I'm gonna become Pirate King. This feels almost surreal. For so many years, Riskua has been here upon this island. This island where Sabo, Ace and Luffy stopped being characters. They became real people to her. But with the isolation of growing up on this island, watching them interact with such a larger-than-life character is a bit startling. Ivankov has a really creepy smile though, it's even stranger to see it in person. With his large head, the age-old tale of Alice in Wonderland leaks back into her mind. Certainly he's as absurd as the Red Queen could be, and hey, he's a queen too, so that has to count for something, right? But he doesn't appear to have any desire to see heads roll. Thank the Lord. Hey, Eva, join my crew. Unsurprisingly, Ivankov turns down Luffy's offer for him to join his crew. He does however sit down to join in their farewell meal for Sabo. Watching them interact with that incredibly large smile stretching across his face. His makeup is as heavy as it is daring, and Riskua is torn somewhere between envy and sheer awe over just how much glorious, fantastically healthy hair he has. And you vant to serve 2 years Vithas before sailing with Straw Hat Boy, Riskua girl? I believe in what you guys are doing, but I'm not so selfless as to give up my dream to do so, and I honestly believe I've got a better chance of achieving my dream with Luffy. The boy in question full out beams at her, shimmying off of Sabo's back to come and plonk himself down in her lap instead, arms wrapping around her neck and cheek rubbing against her own. Curling her own arms around Luffy's thin waist, Riskua peppers a kiss to the youngest male's nose, mirroring his grin. Of course, I have no problem sharing some of my hockey expertise with you in return. It's Skua's dream to be the world expert on hockey. And though the bellow down her ear isn't really appreciated, it's nice that Luffy speaks with such conviction, as if he has absolutely no doubt in her ability to achieve her dream. She presses another kiss to his nose as thanks. Even someone with a basic understand of hockey vold be welcome, Ivankov muses, rubbing his hands together with a grin. As things are though, they must make haste, Sabo boy. So soon? Glancing towards the closed window shutters that shield them from the dark of night, Riskua does her best not to frown. She fails completely, can feel the emotion pulling at the corners of her mouth. In her lap, Luffy pours just as fiercely, one arm shooting out to the blonde who doesn't even try to resist, allowing Luffy to reel him in. "Ah, guys," Sabo teases, wiggling one arm free of Luffy's grasp so he can throw it over and around her shoulders. The hug's nice, Riskua has no problem with hugs. What she does have a problem with is one 13-year-old in her lap being joined by an approaching 6 feet tall 17-year-old, because together they're heavy. With a huff, Riskua forces all her weight back, landing half sprawled across the pillows and managing to shuffle Sabo and Luffy, with some hockey-enchanted strength, to lay by her side instead of on her. No longer crushed by their combined weight, Riskua goes about squeezing the air from their lungs instead. She didn't hug Ace nowhere near enough before he left. She's not about to make that same mistake with Sabo. Such friendship, it is so inspiring. Ivankov's croon draws all their attention, though not one of them make any attempt to move from their tangled pile. But this island's security has grown. Sabo boy, they will have to travel with disguises. The next 3 minutes are the most surreal of Riskua's life. Because seeing Luffy's devil fruit in action, and then seeing someone like Ivankov's devil fruit in action, are two very different things. So very different. Sabo's not even supposed to be a girl, so why does he get bigger than her? Staring is not polite, but it's just so very difficult to lift her eyes away from the sight before her. The sheer horror on Sabo's face more than makes up for awkward she feels for gawking. "I thought you said disguises," the blonde snarls, whirling on Ivankov and grabbing a hold of him by the lapels of his burgundy one-piece. The revolutionary allows himself to be shaken back and forth, though the grin never slips from his face. "Wie here will you find a better disguise than one such as this? The nobles will be vatching for Sabo boy." "Not Sabo girl," Riskua finishes, and really, it feels as if Ace is right there in the room, egging her on. God, he's going to be heartbroken when he learns he missed this. "Or is it Sabine girl?" "Shut up," hisses Sabo, features twisted in an attempt at fury, which is ruined by the burning red of his cheeks. "You're not allowed to laugh." It is around this time that Luffy feels like adding his 2 cents into the mix, proudly proclaiming, "Sabo makes a very pretty girl." And Riskua loses her shit. She's clutching at her ribs, trying so very hard not to cry, but this is just so delicious she can feel the liquid weaving its way down her cheeks. "You're both horrible, and Ace is my favorite right now." It all ends with the two revolutionaries, one freshly recruited and one perhaps a veteran member, as veteran a member as you can get of a newish organization, walking out of their lives under the night's cover of darkness. Both she and Luffy had peppered Sabo, Sabine, with kisses before he went, another thing they should have probably done with Ace. Sat in the den of Sabkua, knowing that the blonde will not be back, will perhaps never see this place again, has her heart clenching. They're just growing up, and she's 16 now and will be spreading her wings in under a year, exploring the world and chasing her dream as best she can. Just until it's time for Luffy to set sail. Luffy, who's curled against her side, arms wrapped thrice around her and a little pout on his lips. "It's too quiet," he murmurs, snuggling closer. It's too quiet and we have a good nakama and they won't leave for anything. It's the whispered words of a child realizing the realities upon the horizon, of how time and life changes people. That change is as indivisible as the sunrise. But it's also the words of a young man, one who has recognized change will happen no matter what and so is determined to make sure that the only change that can occur is good change. Well, as soon as you set sail, Kinglet, I promise I won't leave. Not for anything, got that? Yushishi, okay, Skua. Ducking low under the swipe of a sword, Portgas d'Ace falls into a forwards roll, springing back up as soon as his feet are under him. His heart is pumping, yellow shirt sprinkled with dirt and hair wind blown from his mad dash. The Marines still seem to be swarming everywhere. This whole island is infested with them, not entirely a surprise given that it's under Marine control and thus one of the more dangerous stops throughout the first half of the Grand Line, but the opportunity had been there, just screaming at Ace he hadn't been able to resist. Holding out both arms, the dark-haired teen effortlessly catches the white box he'd thrown into the air before his hasty tuck and roll, leaping to the left to get out of range of the next Marine's swing. There's the cock of a gun somewhere behind him and Ace feels that ripple of terror pass down his spine as the bullet roars towards him. It passes through him with a sizzle. Ah, that's right, he's a logia now, it still slips him mind sometimes. Thankfully his crew are always there to remind him not to jump into the sea given that he's as much a hammer as Luffy now and will sink instantly, but there have been a few close calls. Portgas d'Ace, surrender yourself and the stolen goods, ha, not likely. Sprinting down the street, Ace shuffles the box about until it's tucked neatly under one arm, pressing up against his side while his other hand swings around towards the Marines. He's not had his devil fruit for very long, having only just consumed the sunset orange flesh, and oh boy had that tasted like regret and decay. A mere 2 days before he'd entered the Grand Line. Certainly he doesn't have any signature attacks like Luffy'd been working on when he left. Hell, he doesn't even have any names for his attacks yet. A rapid punch has a stream of fire licking through the air though, scattering the Marines like cockroaches faced with the sun. Captain, snapping to attention, Ace flicks his gaze towards his sniper, who's gesturing vaguely towards the wild card. Queenston, upon first glance, had reminded Ace nostalgically of Sabo. Despite the difference in coloring, it's just in the way they dress and act. That he's proven to be such a sure shot had cemented it. The man belonged on Ace's crew and the freckle-faced teen hadn't taken no for an answer. Granted it's only taken 4 hours of seriously courting the man to entice him into going up, but Ace doesn't like to let his thoughts linger on that too much. The point is, he expects Queenston to watch his back, trusts him to do so. So when the top hat adorned male gestures vaguely to Ace's left, he doesn't hesitate to swap hands and send a jet of flames racing in the direction indicated. Back to the wild card. Ace bellows, throwing himself forwards to slide feet first through the legs of a particularly tall Marine. The poor bastard flails, arms windmilling uselessly before he makes an attempted grab for Ace. As he's going past, Ace hooks his free hand around the guy's ankle and toppled him, springing up onto his feet as the momentum of his slide runs out. What was so important that you just had to steal it anyway, Captain? You'll see, knave, you'll see. Clutching his prize closer to his chest, Ace can't quite stop the near-feral grin that overtakes his face. Because it really had seemed like the universe declared it the perfect opportunity and he just couldn't resist, even though he'd been trying to keep a low profile on this island. Some things are more important than a low profile though, and this certainly falls under that category. Boots slapping against the worm dirt path, Ace feels his spirits lift even higher as he spots the wild card just where he left it. The ship is aptly named, given that he's Ace, they're the Spade Pirates and he won this mighty vessel in a poker match. Not that the bastards he'd been up against had known he had the devil's luck at cards. Just about the only thing he was remarkably lucky with. Riskua had once mumbled how it had to come hand in hand with his name. Personally, Ace is of the opinion it's because his father was the devil, but he knows enough about the redhead and her opinions on children taking after their parents to know she wouldn't have liked his input on that. It's one of those things they just will never agree on. Riskua is so sure children are only what they make themselves to be, but that's too idealistic for Ace. He knows that's not true, he knows it like the sweat on his brow, the blood in his veins, the pounding in his heart. Especially in his case. He'll never try to argue his point though, because while he knows it's not the truth, he wants to believe the same thing, wants to be as damn sure of it as Riskua. The world cracked his rose-tinted glasses long ago. Back on topic though, the wild card is a beautiful ship, even better now that they've fixed the figurehead from that shitty bird into something as badass as a ship captained by Portgas D. Ace deserves. The cow skull reminds him of the bull one that hangs from his hat, and the flames around it is particularly epic. They've added flames to the Jolly Roger too. It seems the appropriate warning now that Ace is fire. People should know exactly who they're facing, after all. Then if they still tangle with him, even with all the clear signs that they should not, then it's on their own heads for doing so. As he transitions into the docks, Ace swerves off course, nearly ending up taking a nosedive into the ocean in his haste. A quick blast of fire has the surface steaming but gives Ace enough momentum to pull back from a watery grave. The bastard marine who he'd been forced to swiftly dodge grins at him, a nasty smile and teeth nothing like the perfect pearly whites he's grown used to seeing given he spent his youth with Riskua and Sabo, both of whom were quite clear on the importance of dental hygiene. He'd hated it at the time, not as much as he'd hated morning breath the one time after he got a whiff of Luffy's though, but he's now ever so thankful they pushed him to keep brushing his teeth. Sparkly white is so much better than the grim yellow he's become used to seeing other pirates sport. Portgas, you're Ace doesn't give the bastard chance to finish, darting forwards and slamming one booted foot into his meaty chest. All those years practicing for Geppo means Ace's leg strength is phenomenal even without any hockey enchantments, so the marine ends up launched straight into the ocean. If he's a devil fruit user then he's in trouble. Get the ship going, I'll hold them off. It's not like he won't be able to go join them when need be. While not as proficient at Geppo as Luffy, he's good enough to keep up with Riskua and Sabo. Running 100 meters or so to his ship won't be a problem. He might end up with a bit of cramp later, but that'll be all. His escape from Marine Island, or whatever the hell it's called, Ace doesn't know or care right now, could not have been made any better. He'd thrown his stolen goods into the air, fighting off 3 Marines all at once as it curved towards the ocean's surface. The only thing that beats the Marines' surprised faces as he'd leapt after it was their blatant disbelief and horrified astonishment as he'd continued to dash through the air, landing safely upon the deck of the wildcard. He'd even offered the landlocked bastards a cheeky wave as he roasted their only seaworthy ship with fistful of fire. Fist of fire. Fire fist. Oh yeah, that sounds a hell of a lot better than Gum Gum Pistol. He's showcased Geppo, no doubt that'll end up on his wanted poster at some, especially if Shitty Gramps was telling the truth and it is some top secret marine trick. Who knows, Ace isn't exactly gonna trust the guy that's been in so many damn fist fights. His brain's probably mush by now if it wasn't already. So, Captain, what was so important we had to risk venturing onto a marine-controlled island? Kingsley, his first mate and owner of a hat that is almost as great as his, asks. With a cheerful grin, Ace places the white box upon the railings, happily flipping the lid off and into the ocean. It's a little squished, but it's undeniably cake. The outraged shouts of his crew have Ace laughing. It's iced beautifully, the same blue as the ocean on a sunny day. Happy birthday artfully decorating the top in white. It's pure luck that the only words smudged are Captain What's-His-Face's name, which have ended up looking like a cloud instead. It's perfect, Ace couldn't have done better himself. Misses my brother and best friend's birthday. When I heard there was a Marine having a birthday, it was like the universe was handing me the perfect opportunity. Might as well celebrate my youngest brother's birthday in advance while I'm at it. They stare, expressions bamboozled, and Ace doesn't have the slightest idea why. It all makes perfect sense. He wanted cake, he saw the opportunity for cake, so he went and got cake. What was wrong with that? Is the log pose set for the next island yet? Captain, a bewildered blackjack, his trusty navigator, answers. Ace watches him for a second, plucking up his hard-earned cake absent-mindedly. Then I'll be in my quarters. Hit me up if there are any problems. His quarters are small, but it's not like Ace needs a lot of room. He's not got a vast amount of possessions to store there, nor does he particularly need a lot of room to move about in. Just somewhere to store his clothes, the few little keepsakes from Sabo, Luffy and Riskua, and of course, a genuine bed. Because he's gone without one of those for so damn long due to living with the bandits, and now that he has the opportunity to actually use one, to own one, he's sure as hell not going to miss out on that. He misses those 3 idiots, and now that he's got the chance, he's going to celebrate them the only way he knows how. By stuffing his face with all the food he can get his hands on. There's one candle in his room and it's in no way appropriate to be used upon a birthday cake, but it's all that he's got, so Ace is gonna make do. Sticking the candle down at the very corner of the cake, because he's sure as hell's not gonna waste cake on the chance wax melts onto the icing. Putting it in the middle would fuck up more of the cake than the corner. Ace sticks out one pointer finger and holds it above the wick. He'll have to get better with his powers. He has no plans to meet up with Luffy again and be fumbling along as much as the rubber brat has for the first 7 years with his powers. A little bit of focus and his finger goes up in a blast of explosive flames, lighting the wick and nearly getting the ceiling too. Hastily shaking out his hand, Ace flexes his finger when it forms once again, though a panicked glance around the room reveals no intruder to laugh at his lack of control. Well, he grunts, turning back to the cake, the only picture in his room visible just beyond it. It's the 4 of them, one of the very few group pictures they'd managed with some quick footwork and the timer of Rescue's camera. There's more photos than he'd like to admit of one of them tripping while running back to make sure they were still included in the photo. Happy birthday to you guys. I'd save you some cake, but something tells me it'd spoil before we meet again. Maybe next year. The chances of a Yonko hanging out in paradise are practically 1 in a million. So the second Ace heard that the very Yonko he wanted to see was partying it up somewhere at the heart of a winter island, he knew what he had to do. His crew were worried, perhaps rightly so, given Ace's hot-headedness, his bloodlust when it comes to the prospect of a good fight, and his general temper when someone dares talk shit about him, his crew or his family, given that Ace asked them to remain on the ship. But this isn't something he's doing as Portgas D. Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates. He's doing this as Portgas D. Ace, the older brother. The ice and snow no longer bites at his skin and he recalls a thought from what seems like years ago but is in fact only months. A desire to not be at the mercy of the weather and its temperamental moods. It appears as if he got his wish. Are all other logia like this, or is it just because he is fire? Fire can never be cold, and nothing can burn fire. Fire is untouched by the world's fluctuating temperatures and Ace is fire. This snow means nothing to him. A wry grin spread across his face as he trudged through it. Oh sure, unexpected contact with something cold shocks him, it's unpleasant, but long exposure to cold temperatures doesn't even faze him anymore. Well worth the trade-off of never being about to swim again. Not that it matters. Rescue is sailing with Luffy, so she's the designated swimmer there, and Ace has got Kingsley as his designated swimmer. Come to think of it, is it an unofficial rule that all pirate captains with a devil fruit have to have a regular old non-fruity first mate? Makes complete sense to Ace. Having the second in command as the one to fish you out of the ocean, he trusts Kingsley with his life. But given the knowledge Ace carries, one particular secret over all others, his life ain't exactly high up on his priority list. Luffy and Sabo and Rescue has come before his own. As does the lives of his crew. He's a good captain, brother, best friend like that. He'd tear open the sky for them if he needed to. Apologizing to what may possibly be the most relaxed of all the Yonko is no problem, really. Pulling the fabric of his scarf tighter around his neck, Ace peers out from beneath the protective brim of his hat, focusing on the cave before him. Or rather, the familiar light of a fire that leaks from the entrance of said cave. It casts a fantastic orange glow over the snow, warm and welcoming. The temperature of snow might not bother him anymore, but it's still a pain in the ass to trudge through all the stuff. He's trying not to project his presence here as a threatening one. It's the only reason he's not lit the whole place up. The only reason he's not cleared his path with a quick fire fist. A good thing too, considering some poor sod appears to be on watch at the mouth of the cave. Hey kid. What do you think you're doing here? Scowling at the address, Ace folds his arms across his chest, even if the motion is barely visible under his cloak. I want to meet Red Hair Shanks. Get out of here, kid. Captain's not looking for no cabin boy. Ha, fuck that. I'm here to meet him, not join him. The red-hair pirate scowls, rising from where he'd been sitting by the mouth of the cave. It's a hell of a lot more intimidating, especially given that this isn't some regular pirate. This is a member of a Yonko's crew, and that's a different breed of pirate entirely. You want to greet me? The voice draws all of Ace's attention right off the other guy. He's a bit difficult to see, given that he stands in such a way the fire acts as a backlight, but Ace'll bet the wild card this is Shanks. The whole reason he's on this damn island to begin with. Then his brain catches up with Shanks' words and Ace rapidly shakes his head. A first-time pirate greeting only ever consisted of fighting, and that's the last thing he's here to do. No, that's not what I meant. My little brother is always bragging about you. The one who saved his life. And I wanted to thank you. Just like that, the tense atmosphere that has been building and building disappears with no warning whatsoever. Anchor's brother? Well, why didn't you say so? This calls for a celebration. The whole lot of them give out a cheer, and before Ace can gather his wits, he's whisked inside the cave, stripped of his cloak and scarf, plonked down by the fire with a bottle of something in one hand and a skewer of meat in the other. What the hell? How is the little anchor doing anyway? Shanks busy rummaging through one of the many crates stashed within the back of the cave, almost invisible in the shadows the fire casts. The clink of glass on glass lets Ace know exactly what is being stored in this little hideout though, and he grins. Yeah, it sounds exactly like the roaming emperor to have crates and crates of booze stashed around the Grand Line. This has to be a supply run then, the only reason he's caught them in the first half of Paradise. He was good when I set off, Brad'll be setting sail when he turns 17. Even wrangled my best friend into being his first mate. Rescue'll take care of him though. A sudden hush falls over the group around the fire and Ace blinks in confusion. Mind hastily scrambling back through his words as he attempts to figure out just what he has said wrong. And how is my little seabird doing? H's little what? But then Shanks returns to the rest of them, then the firelight catches at his hair. Yeah, Ace had known that they were called the Red Hair Pirates for a reason, but for the love of all that is good and free in this world, he hadn't been expecting that exact shade. Fucking hell, he's gonna murder Rescue when he sees her. This is the kind of thing he should have been warned about before he set off. Don't eat all your provision before you find land. Don't pick a fight with the Marines unless you've got backup or an escape plan. Don't use her Conqueror's hockey unless you want to be on the government's shit list from the get-go. Oh, and by the way, my father's a Yonko. Fucking hell. Of course now he's remembering their every damn argument and fight, and every time he's treated her with something a little less than respect now that he's faced with her very powerful father. And that's not even getting into the thoughts he'd had of her just before he left. Fuck. But no, that bit's cool right now. Ace has been with some women since he set off, and though SX is fun, it's not something the world should revolve around. He still can't get that enticing little idea of what would Rescue be like out of his head though, and he sure as hell shouldn't be thinking about this when he's faced with her father. Shit. Shit. She's good, Ace finally manages to strangle out, taking a swig of the drink in his hand. It's a bit heavier than what he'd have expected, the flavor sitting boldly on his tongue and lingering. She's still on about her hockey dream. One of the other crew members, Luffy, had told him all their names. But right now Ace can barely string two words together. Never mind recalls the name of some guy he's never met based on a questionable at best description from his younger brother, smiling wistfully. Yeah, she is, Ace nods, grinning cheerfully now that there's a safe topic to discuss. She taught me a bit before I set off too. You got a photo of her now? Why would he carry a photo of her? Shanks snaps at the exact same time Ace bops his head up and down in agreement and reaches for the group photo that's always in his pocket. There's another awkward moment and Ace can feel a burning heat on his person that is most certainly not coming from the fire. Shanks' glare feels heavy and foreboding. Unfolding the photo, not all that unlike the one he keeps in the cabin, Ace hands it off to the pirate who asked. Or rather, he tries to. Shanks snatches it up before it reaches its intended recipient. Boys. Look at my little gully. Isn't she a beaut? There's a round of agreements and it's clear all these hardened pirates have a soft spot for Aceators. What it was like to spend a childhood being visited by this lot. It's something both Luffy and Rescue have in common. Ace can't even begin to imagine how he'd have reacted at that age, other than angrily. Who's this blonde one? That's Sabo, mine and Luffy's other brother. Anchor's scar's still there, huh, Captain? Dahahaha, seems so. Shanks stares a bit closer at the picture. His smile softening and Ace guesses he's looking at Rescue. Best friend, huh? You two must be pretty close then. Yeah, we are, agrees Ace, a smile on his lips as he looks down into the dark liquid of his drink. He's reminded of the meat in his other hand and the pirate captain tears a large chunk from the skewer, chewing thoroughly. Riskua said it was her father that brought her to East Blue, so thanks for that. We'd be a lot worse off without her, and it's true. Ace dreads to think what could have happened with Sabo and his father had Riskua not been there, and with that hockey training, with her prodding Gramps into telling them all about Geppo to the point they worked out to perform it themselves. Yeah, they'd probably have gotten by without her. But that doesn't mean Acid have wanted to. 3 hours into the party and Ace has come to the pretty solid conclusion that while Riskua is visually very alike her father, her character has to come from her mother. For the first time, he finds himself thinking of his own parents, hoping that it's the same for him. While he'll bear wearing that bastard's face, it's not like he's got much a choice on that matter. Ace can only hope he's as good, as lovely as the woman from Garp's stories. Skipping through the air, Riskua leaps through the first hula hoop, then the second, then the third as each one falls to the floor. From where he sat on the roof of Dayton Country throwing the toys, Luffy joyously claps his hands in celebration, whooping as Riskua hops back towards the ground. Her legs scream from the prolonged use, but she's getting quicker with Geppo, increasing her time in the air. Out of all of them, she's the weakest when it comes to stamina, that's just how it is. Before he'd left, Sabo had concluded it was because she's female, and she really can't dispute that point. Biologically, she's just not as impressive as the 3 males she trains with. It doesn't mean she'd lose to them in a fight though, doesn't mean that she's weak. It just means she has to find other ways of winning. Speed, cunning, skill, it'll all add up. It doesn't matter if someone can outlast her, not if she can deal the final blow too quickly for endurance to matter. It's why she and Luffy'll make such a good team. If she's remembering correctly, a lot of his fights were won simply because he could outlast the other guy, because he refused to go down and stay down. She'll be the one that finishes things up quickly, and then Luffy can take over and deal with the rest in a battle of endurance. It sounds like perfection. Touching down on the ground, Riskua hastily gathers all her hair up into her hands, thin fingers working through the red strands to pull it into a soft side play. My turn. Luffy insists, no doubt because out of the 4 of them, he's the one that's best at Geppo. Not that she can really blame him for being so enthusiastic. It's the only thing he's better than them at. Of course he'd take great pride in showing off his skill as often as he can. Alright Luffy, but since you're so good at it, you'll have to do a little better than just jumping through a few hoops. Bring it on, I can do anything. Yushishi. Lips twisting up in a smile, Riskua jumps up onto the bandit's roof, taking a seat. From the pocket of her pants, she pulls out a bag of toffees, popping open the wrapping. As if he were a dog hearing the call of his master, Luffy snaps to attention at the sound of packaging opening, sniffing the air. He isn't a zone though, he doesn't have anything more than a human sense of smell, Riskua recalls. And while things may be a bit different in this world, there's no way Luffy can smell the sweet candies from down on the ground. You've got to catch them in your mouth, Luffy. No hands, or you forfeit what's left of the bag, got it? Yep. Plucking one of the toffees out, Riskua sends it sailing in an arch to the left. Luffy leaping up into the air after the treat. Just as his teeth snap shut around that one, she flings another to the right. By the time she's reaching the bottom of the bag, she's got Luffy racing around the whole place, leaping about above the 4 countries that occupy the large clearing. Taking to the air herself, she throws 2 toffees out, smirking when Luffy panics at the fact he won't be able to catch both of them, that he's going to have to let one drop. Maybe it's a bit mean, but the kid needs to learn that you can't save everything, you can't succeed at everything, not without breaking some rules of course. Weighing up if breaking the rules is worth the fallout though, well that's. Riskua's train of thought cuts off and she chokes, dropping the bag of toffees completely. Luffy catches one of the thrown toffees with his mouth, the other with his left hand, and the bag with his right. Caught him. Fuck that. I sense Garp. Screaming, Luffy downs the entire bag of toffees all at once, neck working furiously to swallow the contents as he darts over to grab hold of Riskua's hand. They both power up to the tree line, just as their larger-than-life nightmare comes barreling into the clearing. Brats. Shit. Running as fast as they can, the duo skip through the air, shooting panicked looks over their shoulders. Garp is still on the ground for the moment staring up at their fleeing forms in surprise. By the time he gathers his wits, they're out of sight and the chase is on. Luffy's been caught, and now Garp is coming for her. But if Riskua pulls off what she's attempting right now, then she'll be able to take this hunting thing Garp has going, and change it into a game of hide and seek that she'll never lose. It seems like so long ago that she'd come up with the idea of being able to hide as easily as observational haki can seek. But putting thought into reality isn't easy in the slightest. If observation is reading the cues from the world around you, then what she has developed here, her tentatively named concealment haki, is erasing, removing the traces and cues that prove her presence. It's not so much that she disappears from sight, more that she's actively messing with the sense of perception others around her have. As conquerors forces acknowledgement and then submission of will, concealment hides that will to the point others register it as submissive and dismiss it instantly, effectively rendering the user invisible to human and animal perception. Or, that's the end goal at least. Right now, she can hide from people if they're not actively looking for her. Luffy walked right past her the previous day, but the second he decided to come looking, the primitive variation of concealment had failed her. If her theory is right, and it should be, haki is based upon willpower, so that makes sense at least, then as long as the hider's need to remain hidden exceeds that of the seeker's desire to discover and find said hider, then the concealment haki should prove stronger. The question is Garp looking for her as unfalteringly as she is determined to hide from him? Curled up against the trunk of a tree, Riskua holds her breath as the marine storms by, Luffy tucked under one arm that has to be enchanted with haki. There's no other way the man be able to keep her captain still given how much he's thrashing. For a moment, those dark eyes scan the undergrowth where she's hiding and Riskua stills. She's not exactly out in the open, but there's certainly no perfect covering of leaves sheltering her. And, oh boy, does red stand out something fabulous in green. But then, his eyes actually continue onwards. A shocked breath escaped Riskua's lips because holy hell, it worked. Of course, in her shock she seems to have released the ironclad grip of panic she had on her haki and Garp's head snaps around to stare right at her the instant she falters. Shit. There you are, after a rapid-fire training session that seemed more like a creative and unusual punishment, reinforced by the fact Garp never fails to grumble over how Ace dares to have gone off and become a pirate. Lord help them when he realizes what Sabo's gotten himself involved in. The three of them sit down for a late supper. It's summer so the sun remains in the sky, though admittedly it is hanging low enough to start kissing the horizon. Chewing slowly on a mouthful of tiger meat, Riskua watches Garp watch them, ignoring how ferociously Luffy tears into all the food he can get his hands on. You're approaching 17 now, aren't you, Dracule? It's not really phased like a question. Slowly lowering the half-eaten skewer from her mouth, the redhead licks her dry lips, not quite sure where the eldest monkey she knows is going with this. Yes, good. I'll take you on a tour of the marine base in Shelltown. That has Luffy's rubbery head snapping up from where he's stripping a leg bone bare. What? No way, Riskua is my first mate, yeah, and you're gonna be Marines. No, Pirate King. As the two monkeys duke it out, Riskua watches with a special kind of detachment. It's not really hit her until now, but if Luffy becomes the Pirate King, then won't that make her the new Silvers Rayleigh? That's a scary thought. Rayleigh is a complete badass, the epitome of badassery. If Luffy's gonna become Pirate King, then by God does she need to step up her training. She won't slack, won't fall behind as Luffy powers on, as he only grows strong. It doesn't matter what I do later on, if I'm gonna keep up with Luffy, I need to train. So let's train, Mr. Garp. It's Gramps you damn brat. But at least you've some determination in that weedy frame. Weedy? Who the hell does he think he's talking to? Yeah. Luffy cries, pumping his fists into the air and grinning. Round 2, we're definitely gonna beat you this time. It smells like strawberries. Luffy stares at the funky cream stuff that Riskua is slapping on her arms, smearing it into the skin. It doesn't taste like strawberries. He knows it doesn't because he's tried it before. It does not taste like strawberries. But, oh boy, does it smell like them. Licking his lips, Luffy drops down onto the multitude of cushions that are in Sabkua country. If there's one good thing to come out of Sabo leaving, it's that he gets to stay here because Riskua doesn't like being on her own. Riskua's got shorts on, her hands working the funny cream stuff, moist something. Luffy wasn't really paying attention the one time Rescue had told him the name of it, into her legs, and it leaves a nice looking shine on them. Huh. Why do you use that stuff, Skua? It's moisturizer, it'll make my skin smoother and ensure it doesn't dry or flake. Luffy doesn't really understand, his skin has never dried or flaked, but Riskua must know what she's on about because Riskua doesn't do things without a reason. I wanna try. Holding out his hand, Luffy forces his best. Please gimme the thing, look onto his face. It always worked on Makino when he was a kid, but nowadays it's hit and miss. Sometimes he has to poke and prod into getting what he wants, which sucks. It's a good day though because Riskua hands it over without complaint, scooping up a handful more to smear on her arms. It really does smell like strawberries and Luffy reminds himself that eating it will not bring about the taste of strawberries, won't bring about the satisfaction because it's not actually the fruit. Not sure how well it'll transition onto your rubber skin, Riskua says, smoothing her arms down and inspecting them to check for an even coating. But I guess you can always try. Well, I'm gonna try and… The door to Sabkua opens ever so quietly. Nothing like the loud banging knocks Dayton makes when she declares herself, or the casual swing around that Ace or Sabo always performed when coming in. That the door opens at all is weird. Like the time that Emperor guy with the cool hair came by. Luffy'd really wanted him to join his crew, but if he's off with Sabo, then at least one of the brothers got a cool guy on their crew. Though the revolutionaries aren't apparently a crew, or that's what Riskua says at least. Ah, uncle. Uncle, that's a relative thing, right? Like family. Does that make this guy a shell person too? Cool. Hey, join my crew. Nope. The guy with the funny eyes that always kidnaps Riskua whenever he comes by strolls into Sabkua country as if it were his own ship. Lips curling slightly as he looks around. I do hope you'll be providing my niece with better accommodation when you set sail. What's it? It's only temporary, Riskua snaps back, rising to her feet and her hands reaching for the daggers strapped to her back. Luffy follows the motion eagerly. It's been 2 weeks since Gramps came by and fighting Riskua is fun. Even if he does seem to lose all the time which sucks, he the captain and he should be, no, he will be the strongest. But this guy is always a challenge. Even without Ace and Sabo, this time Luffy's sure he'll be able to beat him. Are we gonna fight? He's excited, because fighting Gramps hurts but it's tough and good for training. Fighting this hockey eyes guy is just a heart racing. Luffy's ready and raring to go. Yes, we are. There's a hole in Sabkua country where hockey guy kicked them out of it. Luffy's probably gonna have to take wood off of Luffy country to fix the hole. Not that it matters, because he really doesn't live there anymore anyway. Guy with the sword isn't messing around though, even if he's using that tiny little knife again. Riskua blocks it with a cross of her short-bladed daggers, the pressure of sword guy's strike forcing her back. Luffy comes in for a low sweep, aiming to knock the guy's legs out for under him, but he effortlessly vaults over them both, making a swipe at Riskua's hair and shredding a few of the red locks from the back. Oi! His first mate bellows, spinning around and throwing one dagger as hard as she can. It whistles through the air and Luffy recognizes that it's enchanted with the mystery power, hockey eyes dodging it so the blade cuts right through one tree and embeds itself in the one behind it. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy's fist rockets forwards, almost smashing into the side of their opponent's face, only he tilts his head to the side at the last second and Luffy's fist keeps going. Gritting his teeth, Luffy plants his feet firmly, recalling his arm. The force of it snapping back into place sends him tumbling backwards, but he tucks his legs close to his chest and twists the motion into a flip, regaining his balance. By this point, Riskua is back on the attack, having exchanged her one remaining short dagger for the twin blades that she keeps sheathed on her back now in a special container. One Sabo got her for her birthday. The metal of the blades flash in the sun. The blood in Luffy's veins is roaring with the challenge. Let's beat this guy, Skua, and he charges back in. Sabo wakes in the infirmary. There's something over his left eye, and when he reaches for it, a hand clamps down on his wrist before he can make contact. Don't touch it, kid. It's bad. Will I lose the eye? Oh no, shouldn't impact your vision too much unless you take it off too early. That's all Sabo needs to hear before he allows himself to submit to the call of unconsciousness again. When he wakes up a second time, he can see out of both eyes. The left is still a little blurry and he can't quite remember what happened, which is worrying. He is Sabo, he knows that, and he has two brothers, Monkey D. Luffy and Portgas D. Ace. His best friend is a girl called Dracule Riskua, and she will be coming to join him here, working for the revolutionaries, on her 18th birthday. No wait, 17th birthday they all agreed to set sail on. Reassured he remembers all the important stuff, Sabo struggled up into something that resembled a sitting position, throwing his arms over his half-drawn-up knees and hissing in pain as his left-hand side protests against the movement. It takes him a moment to get his breathing back under control. Every last breath pulls at the skin of his ribs, which feels unusually tight, and only when he has regulated that does Sabo dare to take a glance. What he can see that isn't swaddled in bandages is, well, it's not pretty, put it that way. The skin is dark, a starburst of a burn stretching all over his ribs, the underside of his arm where he'd thrown it up in an attempt to protect his face. He'd miscalculated, Sabo realizes as he picks up the bedside mirror and takes a gander at his new face. It's almost exactly the same as the one he had before, only now there's a whopping big scar on the left-hand side. His ear is intact, untouched as his arm had taken the brunt of the damage there, shielding it. A good portion of his hair has been burned off though. Sabo lifts his fingers to his once exceptionally neat hairline. Good genes, he told Ace as the boy complained about his jagged hairline, Riskua complaining about the wisps of hair that border her own. Of course, Ace had then asked what pairs of pants had to do with it, and had gone increasingly red when Sabo and Riskua had just laughed at his words. Sabo feels a bit mean for it now. Ace didn't have the opportunities to learn as Sabo had, as Riskua had. They'd done their best to educate him though, to educate both him and Luffy. Neither were stupid. Luffy just didn't care for the boring bits and any facts that told him he could not achieve something. Ace had soaked up all he could learn, while gruffly trying to inform them he didn't need it. Sabo wasn't blind though, he could see the older boy was grateful for their efforts. Doing okay, Sabo? Looking up, Sabo grins at Koala, a fellow revolutionary. It helps that she's exceptionally easy on the eyes. She doesn't exactly make looking at her a difficult task. Did all the people get out? He'd been caught up in an explosion, making sure all a boat full of would-be slaves on heading for the human auction house suffered a loss of all its cargo. Oh no, those poor merchants. They're all safe, they left the infirmary days ago. You did really well, Sabo, everyone's impressed. But, are you not upset? She starts to lift her hand towards his face but aborts the motion at the last second, looking shyly away. Oh right, the scar. He'd almost forgotten. I'm good, I actually, Sabo confesses, checking his reflection over in the mirror. His hair'll grow back, after all. Now, when he looks in the mirror now, he no longer sees Sabo, Outlook's runaway, the disgrace of their noble family. I actually quite like it. Instead, when he gazes into the mirror again and sees the burns dark from stretching across his face, it is Sabo, the revolutionary whose eyes he meets. Whose eyes he's proud to meet. He's heard the hawk-eyed man has been sighted in East Blue once again and now he's done waiting around. He will grow no stronger in this little village. Hefting his bag up over one shoulder, Roronoa Zoro stands upon the docks of this village that he has come to call home, staring out into the endless stretch of blue ocean. This is East Blue, which is commonly regarded as the weakest of the four blues. Yet they have thrown out some impressive characters. Gold Roger, Monkey D. Garp. Even that dragon guy whose bounty has flat out skyrocketed in the past year is said to be from this blue. Zoro keeps track of them all, but his focus is upon one pirate in particular, one who does not originate from here but keeps visiting. Hawkeye's, Dracule Mahawk. The world's greatest swordsman. Zoro's goal. One tanned hand comes to rest upon his, Kuina's, sword, feeling it clink against the other two that are stored upon his belt. This is it, this is the start of his journey to find that man. He's been keeping track, has heard that he has been sighted in East Blue several times over the past few years. There's no pattern behind the times he visits though, not that Zoro expects there to be. Why the world's greatest swordsman seems to keep returning to the sleepiest blue, he has no idea. He's not about to question his luck on it. Instead, he's going to give chase. He's going to find this man, he's going to beat him. It's not just his dream, it's Kuina's dream too. It's the end goal, it's what he desires in life. All he desires in life. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman is what Zoro was born to do. He can feel it in his bones. It sings in his blood. The handles fit so comfortably between his hands, between his teeth. With this step, as he boards this ship, he'll be starting his journey. He will hunt down Dracul Mahawk. He will defeat him and he'll claim that title for his own. Nothing will stop him. You sure you're on the right boat, boy? Flicking his gaze over towards the captain of this little merchant vessel, Zoro nods, ferocious excitement churning within him. Sure am. You're heading west? The captain asks unsurely and Zoro scowls, folding his arms across his chest and putting on his best glare. It's an expression he's gotten pretty damn good at now. It scares off all the bandits that had thought this village an easy target in the past. He'd fought the first few of course, but now they're no challenge. He needs to get out of here, to find some real opponents. What of it? And nothing. The guy stammers, gesturing for Zoro to go ahead and board. 4 weeks later and about 7 islands further east of where he'd started, Roronoa Zoro finds himself short on cash and with one weak-willed idiot who'd thought him an easy target in hand. The step to bounty hunting just seems like a natural move until he gets his bearings. It won't be for long, it's just a temporary gig. A man's gotta eat, after all. No, the time has gone by way too quickly. Life is so mean. Luffy wants time to speed right on by so he can be 17 and set sail. He's gonna be 15 soon. He'll be old enough to set sail in just 2 more years once he turns 15. But he's realized now that before he turns 15, Risku will be turning 17. And she'll be leaving to go and stay with Sabo until he's 17 and can set sail and Luffy'll be all alone here. He hates that idea more than anything. Only, will he really be alone? They might not be here in person, but he knows he's got Ace and Sabo now. Knows even if they're out there somewhere, they still consider themselves his brothers. Speaking of brothers, it's Ace's 18th today, Luffy recalls. Staring up at the clear blue sky, a thick scarf wrapped around his neck to combat the winter chill, Luffy finds himself grinning, wondering just what his oldest sibling is up to. Is he enjoying sailing the Grand Line? Has he met a lot of interesting people? Has he got a good crew with him? He's met that Eva guy that Sabo left with. He knows Sabo's in good hands because that guy had been a good person. Luffy can just tell. But are Ace's crew good? He hopes so, hopes he'll get to meet them at some point in the future. Kinglet. You okay there? Cocking his head back to look at Riskua, Luffy grins, bright and cheerful. Yeah. He's got 2 brothers and even though they're not on the island anymore it doesn't feel like they've left him. Why would it be any different for his sister? No matter where Riskua goes, she'll still be his big sister, still be his first mate. Reassured, Luffy bounces up onto his feet, tugging at the edges of his coat. It's a brilliant red, the perfect color, though it doesn't match Riskua's hair. Her hair's darker than this. This coat is the kind of red robots would be painted, the kind of red that you'd slap on the side of a ship to make it noticeable. Which is not the color Riskua's hair is. She's bundled up in her own coat, stopping just before him, sharp eyes inspecting his appearance. Luffy knows she just wants to make sure he's all wrapped up for the cold, so he has no problem in lifting the brim of Shanks' hat to showcase the knitted hat he's got on underneath. He doesn't even need to tilt it that far, because Riskua is just as tall as he is now. It's strange, the redhead has always been taller than him. When she'd been 11 she'd been even taller than Sabo and Ace. Sabo'd said girls grew quicker, though they stopped growing taller sooner than boys too. They don't tend to be taller than boys either, he recalls. Ace and Sabo were both much taller than Luffy when they left, and they'd been taller than Riskua when they'd gone. It's funny, because he's at eye level with Riskua now, and Luffy's only 14. Is he gonna keep growing? Is he gonna be taller than Riskua? Maybe he'll end up even taller than Ace and Sabo. The very idea has him grinning. Sure, those 2 are older than him, but when he's taller than them then they'll have to listen to him, right? What's got you in such a good mood, Luffy Lou? I'm excited to see Ace and Sabo again, even if it'll be a while. So my everyday feels like a cloudy one now, Riskua murmurs, and yeah, she's right. They can still have fun on a cloudy day, but it just feels better in the sunshine. You're still gonna be my first mate, right, Skua? Luffy knows she is. Riskua's never broken a promise to him before. But he needs to hear the words, needs to hear it once again. Fingers wrap up in his own, wool against wool, yellow against black as their gloved hands hold one another. A gentle tug and Luffy's following after Riskua, walking away from Sabkua country and Daiden country to go and start the day. I've spent nearly half my life with you. Do you really think I'm going to bail on you now, Captain? Luffy grins, and were he a regular human and not a rubberman, he has no doubt that his jaw'd be straining from the effort. Yushishi, that's good. You're never allowed to not be my first mate, Skua. Riskua smiles at him, her cheeks flushed with the cold, eyes squinting slightly as the smile crinkles the skin around them. Now enough moping around though, let's go visit Makino. Yeah, visiting Makino. It's 3 days until her birthday, 3 days until she turns 17. For the second time. There's a lot different this time. Her hair's long as opposed to the choppy haircut that had barely been any longer than her ears. She doesn't need glasses here. There's a distinct lack of cleavage compared to before. But she's never been fitter, never been healthier. She's in so much better condition than in her first life, and perhaps it's silly, but here she feels powerful. Riskua knows that feeling's going to be beaten out of her the second she's off Dawn Island, but for now, she'll just enjoy it while it lasts. 17 years old in 3 days. She'll be setting sail then, joining the revolutionaries for 2 years. Just until Luffy's ready to start his own adventure. They'd agreed on leaving the island at 17, and Riskua is not going to be one tray. She's not captain material, of that much she's sure. She just doesn't have that kind of inspiring charisma. Riskua is not the kind of person to lie to herself. She can get along with others just fine, can make friends and help them. But truly inspire people? No, she sucks at that. She can't do it. It's just not something she's capable of. Supporting Luffy though, supporting someone capable of that leadership, that she can do. So, if she can't wait on the island for Luffy, she won't let herself. They both need an opportunity to grow away from each other. Then helping out the revolutionaries. People whose goals she both agrees with and respects. It makes the most sense. It doesn't make the concept of a temporary goodbye any easier though. Hiya, Daiden. The door bangs open, Luffy racing inside. One hand planted firmly upon his hat as the other forces the door shut. It's gale force winds outside. A storm long blown off from the Grand Line is barraging the vast majority of islands on East Blue. Their oh-so-beautiful kingdom isn't exactly one that's going to be avoided. Close that damn door, you damn brat, Daiden's voice booms, ratting the thin glass windows almost as much as the storm outside manages. Luffy laughs, slamming the door closed at long last, scuttling over to join her up to the kitchen table where she has Daiden's scrapbook out. Whatcha looking at, Skua? Ace's baby photos. Ace's baby photos? Luffy parrots in a disbelieving yell, eyes wide as he forcibly muscles into her personal space. Riskua bears with it, wiggling her shoulder a few times until Luffy gets the damn hint and stops leaning on it. On the page, the first few pages of this scrapbook, there are the pictures of what has to be the cutest toddler she's ever seen. Maybe it's the freckles. Either way, Ace was the cutest baby in the world. Shame he grew up to be such a bratty kid. Ah, baby Ace, Luffy whispers in awe, peering at the page before a grin lights up across his face. Yushishi, we should take one each, to show him when we see him again. That is a delicious idea. Oh Luffy, me and Sabo are rubbing off on you. Carefully peeling the two cutest, most embarrassing photos present from their pages. Riskua inspector choices, grinning all the while. It's a shame there's no baby photos of Sabo. She highly doubts his parents were sentimental enough to keep any. Oh well, she'll just have to settle for teasing the hell out of Ace when she next sees him. God, she hopes it's sooner than Alabasta. Flicking a bit further into the album, she spots one of a 10-year-old Sabo, fast asleep with Luffy drooling all over his chest. Yeah, she's keeping that one too. There's less pictures as they get old, but that's because they'd have noticed Daiden taking photos as they grew more aware. There's more than Riskua was expecting though, that's for sure. The latest being of the day during summer when both she and Luffy had gone fishing in the river, the both of them dozing off on the bank, fast asleep side by side. She snatches that picture up too. However, the most recent addition to the book. Where'd you get this? Riskua asks, poking her finger against the newspaper clipping. It's shadowed, nothing more than an outline really. But it's undoubtedly Sabo, top hat on head and pipe in hand. He's been marked down as a dangerous character with potential revolutionary ties. A bounty of 35 million bots is smeared beneath the dead or alive. That's 10 million more than Ace's first one. Look, Luffy, look, Sabo's been busy. Ah, Sabo's so cool, he didn't get photoed right though. He's a revolutionary, Luffy, he's not supposed to get photoed right. Oh, okay. Grinning back at the boy, Riskua stares down at the photo once again. Proof that Sabo is alive and well and up to some form of mischief. It's fantastic news. Knowing those two could make it on their own out there, not that she'd had any real doubt, but they're her best friends. She has a right to be worried. Riskua feels a lot better about leaving Luffy on an island he now knows like the back of his hand. Especially because he's already so much stronger than he was in canon. Geppo, some skill with hockey in addition to what he's already got with his devil fruit. She's helped create a little monster and she couldn't be more proud. So, 25 million bots, 35 million bots. It looks like the pressure's on Luffy. We'll be a shame if we get anything less than 20 million bots slapped on our posters. Ah, Skew is right. We have to get good bounties. Ace and Sabo can't beat us if I'm gonna be the Pirate King. And if I'm going to be your first mate, the only person allowed to best me is you, Luffy. He grins no, he beams at her. Wide and bright and full of promise. If what Gold D. Roger offered his crew was anything like this, then Riskua can see why they followed him. Outside the wind howls and she's reminded of that thing about storms and D's. She'd known it already, known what Luffy would be capable of, known what he'd be able to do. But this is the first time she's actually felt it, felt the knowledge, the assurance, the promise seep all the way to nestle within her bones. It creeps into her skeleton, makes itself at home in a way nothing else has ever done before and nothing else ever will. And in that one moment, Riskua can think of nothing else but the future she's going to have with Monkey D. Luffy, her captain. Soaked to the bone, Riskua plods into the shelter that Sabkua country offers, shrugging out of her coat and grimacing as it falls to the floor with a wet slap. It's pouring it down outside, sheets and sheets of rain just shattering against the earth. There's about 3 new rivers running wild throughout the forest and they'd had to go out hunting in this. Rain is awful, Luffy declares, dragging in the bear they'd caught. The scent of wet fur is disgusting but there's nothing to be done about it. They need to eat because they'd foolishly thought today would be a good day, that the wind had been calming down yesterday so obviously it'd be better to go hunting today. Wrong. Error. That had been a huge mistake. If she's honest, Riskua has no idea how they've even managed to capture the bear given the conditions outside. It's dreadful, so goddamn dreadful. That's it, she declares, pulling off her hat and carefully setting it to a side to dry. It had done her no good in the rain, had become waterlogged and thus fluid falling from the heavens had effectively soaked into all of her hair too. Gathering up the dark red strands, she twists and tightens, grimacing at all of the water that's wringed out of it. We're not opening that door again for anything. Not until this bloody monsoon is over and done with. There's a noise of agreement that comes from Luffy's general direction so Riskua assumes he's quite fine with it. Making her way over to the counter where the tiny gas camping cooker, a recent steal from Goa Kingdom that makes life so much easier, Riskua grimaces at the very obvious Luffy and Riskua-shaped hole that they'd patched up all those months ago. If she were capable, she'd skin Mihawk alive for it. As things stand though, she's not going to have the ability to follow through with that plan for a while yet. He'd ruined a perfectly built wall, one she and Sabo had put a lot of effort into. TCH, she's remarkably attached to this little fort they created, maybe more than she should be. Shaking her head, Riskua settles the little stove down on the floor, pulling out a frying pan and catching the carrots and onions Luffy throws her way. A quick stir fry, throw in some noodles, it'll be enough for them to get by for the night. When they've eaten and Luffy's given her his birthday gift, a lovely looking pearl on a silver clasp. It fits perfectly on her necklace alongside Shanks' locket. The two of them lay out across the pile of cushions that have steadily grown in the past year, now that it's just the two of them. The sheer mass of them almost makes up for the loss of Ace and Sabo. Almost, they're content as can be, ready to welcome in the month O is awkward. Especially given that this isn't a leap year and so she has to celebrate it a day early. What were the chances of her being born on the 29th of February anyway? Still, she decided to celebrate today, leave tomorrow, as both days could technically count as her birthday. Plus, it gave her one more day with Luffy. Snuggled up together, they're happily ignoring the thunderous downpour outside. As such, it's easy to pretend they can't hear the knocking on the front door that they've bolted shut. "What are the bandits doing out in this?" Luffy asks, lifting his head from where it had been snuggled into her neck, and Riskua grunts in disapproval of its removal. The knocking only becomes more insistent and Riskua scowls, listening to the rain and wind roar outside and wonder why the bandit hasn't given up yet. After a few more seconds, her curiosity gets the better of her and she tunes into what her haki is telling her. Only to stop dead in her tracks. That's familiar. Throwing Luffy off of her, Riskua clears the distance to the door in record time, pulling it almost fully off its latches, certainly ripping the bolt they'd been using as a lock right off the door, in her excitement. Half curled up in an attempt to stay grounded against the wind and one hand still extended to knock on the now probably broken door, the other holding tight to his hat, Sabo blinks back at her. "Sabo," and she's throwing herself into his arms, ignoring the rain slicing into her skin, ignoring the way they land on the drenched earth to the chorus of a wet slap and a sharp splash of mud. He's got the appearance of a drowned rat, but it is undoubtedly Sabo. A sentiment that Luffy echoes as he too throws himself upon the blonde. Riskua doesn't even attempt to hold herself back, plastering kisses all over his face just as she did to Luffy when they were children. It seems the appropriate action right now, because it has Sabo laughing in delight. "I'm happy to see you too. But even if this isn't quite grand line terrible, the weather's still pretty bad. Let me in?" Riskua makes tea, 3 steaming hot cups that she sets down at the table. Dressed in a pair of pants he'd not taken with him when he left, that are a little too short in the hems now, Sabo grins in thanks and takes a sip. He looks good, looks happy and healthy. If one puts aside his height, then there's only one key difference from the Sabo of a year ago. "Where do you get the scar?" Riskua scowls, slapping Luffy atop the head. He doesn't even flinch in the slightest and she's too soft to use haki to actually make him feel it. But she wants to know too. It's not quite the same as the one in the manga, then again. Riskua has no idea how extensive Sabo's scarring in the manga was. But there's still a large burn scar on the left side of Sabo's face. And his ribs. And his left underarm, curling half around the sides of his bicep but leaving the outer side of the arm unblemished. The blonde blinks, lifting his arm to inspect the scar as if he's quite forgotten it's there. It's old then. Riskua's never really dealt with a burn scar before, certainly not one like that, so she couldn't have guessed how old the injury is just by looking at it. Old enough that Sabo's forgotten it's there, or rather, has become used to its presence on him. "Oh, a while ago. Saved some people, blew up a ship. It was a good day." Of course it was, Riskua thinks with a pleased smile. Slurping noisily at her tea, the redhead watches as Sabo twitches at the noise. Watches him full out grimace when Luffy does the exact same, only louder. Hell, they could eat as messily and rambunctiously as they wanted, but when it comes to drinking, Sabo has a thing about doing it properly. Which means no slurping. "Please stop," he whines, delicately sipping at his own cup of tea, and Riskua has to forcibly smother her own smile. "Well, since you asked so nicely, why are you here, Sabo? Why you?" While it makes sense that they would send the boy who knew the island to collect her, there's also the point that Outlook might still be looking for him. That he might get recognized. And now Sabo carries revolutionary secrets. Just from being in contact with the army is enough for a one-way ticket to impel down, if not the execution platform. In that past year or two, the Marines have taken their stance upon the revolutionaries, and while they may be like smoke at the wind, appearing and disappearing just as fast, that doesn't stop the guppies of the world government attempting to capture them. It's probably why Sabo's starting bounty is higher than Ace's was. Just with those connections alone, Sabo's already dangerous, perhaps enough to be considered the most dangerous person in East Blue right now. If one discounts Luffy for his heritage, that is. "I wanted to come and wouldn't take no for an answer," Sabo admits, running hand through his hair. It seems a bit shorter on the left-hand side, perhaps still recovering from the after effects of that explosion he spoke of. Had to give Luffy his birthday present, after all. Snootily scrunching up her nose as the blonde throws Luffy a bag of some kind of candy, Riskua folds her arms across her chest and asks, "What about mine?" "I'm your birthday present," Sabo states, wiggling his eyebrows with a grin on his face. It tugs at the corners of Riskua's lips, but she forces the expression down, forces herself to keep playing along. "Where can I exchange you then?" "Oh, such a wound to the heart," Sabo gasps, dramatically pressing both hands over his torso, and Riskua can stem her laughter no longer. The revolutionary falls into his own round of laughter, opening his arms and accepting both her and Luffy into another hug, falling back onto the cushions as he does so. She's missed Sabo, even more than she'd first thought. What will it be like to meet up with Ace again? She kind of hopes she'll manage to run into him before joining up with Luffy, because she knows he's out there, out fighting the whole world to find the answer to his question. But really, he shouldn't need to look past Sabo and Luffy, his two younger brothers, to know without a doubt that he's loved. That it's a good thing that he was born. "Are you all packed up?" "Yes, Mum, I've got all the pairs of pants I need." "Yeah, laugh it up, when we get to base, I'll be your superior officer, so there." Quick as lightning, Riskua pinches Sabo's tongue when he sticks it out at her, grinning when he starts scowling at her. "When he get there, but right now, you're definitely not." "What's the matter, Sabo? Cat got your tongue." "More like a bird," Luffy giggles, pressing his hands into Sabo's cheeks and mashing them together. "Oh, it's good to have him back, fuck." His muscles are aching, his bones feel like they're shattered in about 15 different places. Just because he's been offered a place as one of the Shichibukai, doesn't mean they're all on the same level. Fighting Jinbei has proven that. It's been 5 days. 5 days and Ace is tired and he's hungry and he's hurt. Oh sure, he's a logia, but Jinbei's been a pirate for years, a pirate on the Grand Line for years. Of course he knows how to use haki. He's had to make use of his own armament, make use of the observation that Riskua has all but beaten into his head through childhood. He owes her a meal, or a new dress or something. He'd be struggling so much more if it weren't for the, as Luffy puts it, mystery power. Jinbei can use it too, but he'd clearly not been expecting Ace, who has yet to shed his super rookie title, to be capable of wielding it as effectively as he has. Placing one foot under him, Ace pushes himself up onto his arms, aware the limbs are shaking. He can still keep going though, he's got the strength for this. Whitebeard's the strongest man in the world, said to have been on the same level as that bastard Ace has for a biological father. If Ace can take Whitebeard's head, then he'd have been able to defeat the Pirate King too. He won't be bound by that bloodline anymore, because you're dangerous than that man had ever been. Then it won't matter if people believe he should have never been born, because he'll have exceeded their expectations. He won't become a second Pirate King, but he'll prove himself greater than the man that fathered him. He'll be able to protect the people that love that care for him despite his demon's blood. Sabo and Luffy and Riskua. No one will touch them once he proves himself. No one will be capable of it. He can hear his worried crew shouting as he pushes himself up, forces himself to stand. They're good men, and maybe he'll be able to tell them the truth soon. Maybe. Despite what Garp beat into him, despite the ingrained need for secrecy. These are his men. And maybe he can trust them with that last secret about himself. Whitebeard. The call has Ace's head snapping up, despite the fact it feels as if it's full of fuzz, as if he's taken a dunk into the ocean and only just crawled out. No, he's supposed to face Whitebeard when he's at his peak. Not after 5 days of non-stop fighting, not when he's not ready. But it doesn't look like he'll get a choice in this, and Ace will not back down. The bastard knocks down his men with barely a lick of power and Ace's blood boils, flames lick through his limbs in his anger. No one touches his men, not while he still lives and breathes. Blazing net. It seethes out of him, those flames he knows so well, circling around himself and Whitebeard, a protective barrier. No one touches his men if he has any say. Run, he demands, throat burning from the strength of his bellow. Let them leave, he says to Whitebeard, feeling that same scorching fury that had energized his bones when he and Luffy were faced with that fire. Let them leave and I will not run. It'll never happen again, not now that Ace is fire. And he burns with it, so you still stand. It hurts to do so, he's so battered and broken and he's never been pushed so far in a fight. He's not going to win, Ace realizes with a detachment quite unlike him. He's not going to win unless he uses every damn thing he can in his arsenal. He's already attempted armament, already attempted a sneak attack with observation and his flames. Not even Geppo had given him an edge here. That leaves him with one last thing. It's his mind, tired from 5 days of non-stop fighting, that's tricking him, but he can feel Riskua's hands on his shoulders, encouraging and strong, pushing him forwards. Telling him it's now or never. Fuck getting on the Marine's shit list. He'll never get out of this alive if he doesn't. He can feel the weight of Luffy's eyes, the sound of Sabo's delighted laugh as he promises not to die. "I won't back down," Ace screams, drowning out Whitebeard's next words. He won't back down. He needs to win. He needs the power to protect Luffy and Sabo and Riskua and crew, because if the world finds out, they'll die for just associating with him. For loving him. "I'll never run," and Conqueror's blasts out of him. It's like removing a dam, a lake full of water that he's been blocking for too long, a feral tiger in a cage. It explodes out of him, slamming into Whitebeard, into the Whitebeard pirates, into Jinbei and what remains of his men. They all drop like flies, one after the other. All but Whitebeard, who staggers but remains stood tall. "Damn it," Ace curses as his vision blackens. "Damn it all." And a wild Zoro wanders into the story. I wasn't planning on that little bit at the start, but I was really struggling to write Luffy's part, and tried to come at this chapter from a different angle. It'll be a while before he shows up again, but here's Zoro, setting off and being all hopeful and getting very lost. I think Mihawk popping into East Blue again and again would gain some interest, so that's my excuse. It's not that I was looking for a new perspective to write from and Zoro all but started hopping up and down, demanding I pick him or anything. That last bit was supposed to be a Whitebeard POV, but once again Ace demand attention. I didn't even realize I was writing in the wrong POV until I was 500 words into it, and by that point I didn't want to change. There are some people who asked me to write about certain characters interacting with Riskua, but if I had done them, I'd have given away plot points. So yeah, anyway, if I didn't pick your characters, slight chance they're gonna be popping up sooner than expected. So, here's the bonus snippet. I decided on Sanji. I'm so glad someone suggested him, and this is actually probably gonna be part of the story cause I'm so pleased with it. "You idiot! That is no Shell Girl." Riskua watches in surprise as the cook, battered and bruised as he is, shakes Luffy back and forth with an ironclad grip. Impressive after that fight. She's standing on the remains of the deck, soot from the battle she'd not really been involved in still matting her hair, smeared across her cheeks. A shell does not have that kind of exquisite coloration. Those soft and gentle curves belong to none other than the ocean. That is no shell. That is a goddess of the sea. Why didn't you tell me you had a divine sister with such an exotic appearance? Sanji releases the lapels of Luffy's shirt as if he's decided he's completely done with all that he is and all that he represents. In some stage of muted shock, Riskua just watches on with her mouth open and her cheeks burning. Because wow, has it been a long time indeed since she was graced with such sincere flattery. Holy moly. Standing beside her, Sabo whistles, long and low, eyebrows raised. Wow, I should probably tell Ace he's got some competition. Competition when it comes to describing people? Well, Ace did have a funny way of introducing his crewmates. Ace has never been good with words, Riskua points out. Eyes still focused on Sanji and Luffy's exhausted forms. Cut him some slack. There's a moment where Sabo gapes at her and Riskua lifts her hand to wipe the soot from her face that he must be staring at. Hopeless, absolutely hopeless. And for some reason, Riskua gets the feeling her blonde friend isn't talking about Ace's vocabulary. So what are we gonna do with him, yo? Marco the Phoenix stares at the man. Boy, he's nothing more than a boy. Is he even of age yet? That's been brought aboard. That was after everyone had been prodded awake though. Recalling the incident, Edward, Whitebeard, Newgate reclines back in his chair, paying the nurses as little attention as he can get away with. His breathing comes easier with their assistance, but he's not that old yet. He still has time to see this new age dawning, to bet on the next generation. Speaking of the next generation, Whitebeard flicks his gaze between his oldest son and whom he hopes will become his newest, potentially his youngest. For all that fierce fury back there, now that the boy is unconscious, the youth his figure still boasts is clear. It's evident in the soft curves to his cheeks, the nose and chin that aren't quite as formed, aren't quite as fully developed as they could be. Something is nagging at the back of his mind as he stares at the boy's face, an itch he just can't seem to scratch. Oh well, it'll come to him eventually. Guhahaha, Portgas fought bravely to save his crew. The fire in his eyes matched that in his hands, burned bright and strong and true. A pleasure to witness. But all of that self-loathing, that desperate need to prove a point in one so young is worrying. He'd make a fine son. And he would. But that's not what has Whitebeard most intrigued, not anymore. That blast of Conqueror's Haki, it hadn't been the first time. He'd seen the look on the boy's face, seen the panic, the realization that he wasn't going to win the fight. The cool determination as he'd centered himself. It had been like a localized explosion, the sheer magnitude of that Haki roaring out of the boy's battered form, slamming into every person around. Yet, it had skipped right over his retreating crew. No, that was no untrained Haki. Which brings up the question of just where has this boy been hiding? That kind of power, it doesn't just pop up out of nowhere, especially in East Blue. Recalling the newspaper reports, Whitebeard's frown increases somewhat. No history, a mysterious past. They didn't know the kid's hometown, couldn't find his records in the system, only knew his name because he'd declared it so boldly, and AD at that. Gahahaha. The brat's got promise, he declares, amusement thrumming through his bones as Marco's face crumples in resignation. To have Conqueror's Haki capable of bringing Marco to his knees. Even though it hadn't knocked the blonde unconscious, that was impressive, is impressive. So who's going to greet him then? A moment of thought as Whitebeard recalls every last one of his sons and daughters, trying to pick out the right one. It'll take a gentle touch, a warm greeting. Bring me Thatch, Marco. With pleasure, Pops. And you've gotta get really strong because I'm gonna get stronger and you can't be weak, okay? With her head no doubt spinning from Luffy's mile-a-minute speech, Riskua just nods dumbly in response to the boy. Sabo wonders with just a lick of pleasure if she's experiencing anything at all like what he and Ace both got off of her when they set off. He can barely remember what she'd said to him, but it had felt like he'd been dealt the instructions on how to sail a battleship on his own. Confused as hell and certainly overwhelmed. Feet planted firmly upon the wood of Fuchsia Village's small dock, Sabo adjusts his grip on his pipe, trying not to smile. Unlike when he and Ace set off, the day is miserable, like a blatant representation of Luffy's current state. Luffy, who's bawling his eyes out and clinging to Riskua's shoulders, she's smaller than Luffy now. The brat's grown so much since Sabo last saw him. As if he can physically ground her, force her to stay. His rubbery limbs are wrapped thrice around her, cheek against her cheek as he affectionately nuzzles against her. It's cute. Ah, he feels so mean tearing them apart, but Luffy's had Riskua to himself nearly a whole year. It's Sabbath's turn now. He gets to have her undivided attention until she goes back to Luffy to sail as his first mate. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't looking forwards to spending time with his best friend and not having to share. Selfish, he knows, but honestly Sabo doesn't particularly care. Why can't he be selfish? The revolutionaries are great and Sabo feels like he's making a real difference, feels like he's making good friends. But they're not his best friend. I'll get stronger, Riskua agrees with a laugh, wiggling a hand free to curl around Luffy's back, holding him closer as water bounces off of their shoulders. At least the rain's not coming down in buckets as it was yesterday. He still can't believe they made him wait out in the rain. Super strong, and I'll keep an eye out for anyone that you might be interested in having on the crew. Okay. And Luffy's back to nuzzling. Right, hate to break this up, but we need to get a move on, he declares, feeling only a tiny bit guilty when Luffy's face crumples. It doesn't last very long because instead of Luffy hugging Riskua to death, he's latched onto Sabo instead. Damn, he's gotten a fair bit stronger. This is a very tight hold. Ah, it'll be okay, Luffy. There's no way you won't see us again, right? I know. Because Sabo's my brother and Skua is my sister, so you'll always be there. He's so sure of his words, not a hint of doubt, and that has Sabo smiling even more. A quick flick of his eyes to the left and Sabo sees Riskua's smiling too. Despite how watery it is, it's warm, and Sabo's enough of a gentleman not to point out the tear mingling with the rain. Right then, he tries again, trying to force his arms apart from his ribs, but Luffy's grip is far too tight. Riskua knows it too, because she's grinning over Luffy's shoulder at him, rain pinning off of the brim of her hat. Let him go, Luffy. Time'll fly by and you'll be setting sail before you know it. Luffy sniffles in response, but finally, his arms release Sabo. The revolutionary takes no time to step back out of Luffy's reach. Well, not so much out of his reach as to give himself enough distance to actually react to those rubbery limbs. Guilt momentarily wells up in Seibo's stomach, startling him. He hadn't felt it when he'd set sail himself, but this is different. This time he isn't leaving Luffy in Rescue's capable hands. Now he's leaving the kid, and God. Luffy is only 14, all on his own. Stood there with his thin shoulders and gangly arms. Hair dripping from the downpour the sky is gracing them with. Luffy looks smaller than Seibo's ever seen him. Before words can bubble up and out of his mouth, before he can work them past the hard knot in his throat, Luffy tips his head back and laughs. Rescue is gonna become awesome and Seibo's got an awesome bounty, so now I have to train really hard to beat you all. Why was he even worried? Of course Luffy's gonna be fine, it's Luffy. Rescue bundles him up in her arms once more, knocking his hat back and off so it hangs by the string around his neck, allowing her to place her lips to his forehead for one last time. Damn right we will, Kinglet. Next time we see each other, you'll be a pirate, and you'll be my captain. It's a promise. Hopping into the little boat they'd be taking to the next island, not too far away, nothing more than a 3-day rowing trip. Seibo turns to offer Rescue his hand for balance. She takes it, stepping into the boat, and they both turn back to look at Luffy. He's standing on the docks, a few of Fuchsia's occupants coming to gather around him. Have fun, Rescue, you too, Luffy. They grin at each other, bright and cheerful, and Seibo feels his own lips twist up in response. Fingers working free the knot work that keeps their boat attached to the poor excuse of a port. Despite the rain, it's a bright day. Of course, as soon as they can no longer see Luffy's waving form, Rescue bursts into tears. Real big fat ones too. Delightful. They've been sailing for a few hours now, the rain's their skin, steadily calming down from the deluge of earlier. Taking a glance at his company, Seibo quirks an eyebrow at the sight of her. Tears have long since dried up now, and instead, Rescue leans over the side of their little raft, one arm pillowing her head upon the edge, the other outstretched to dance upon the surface of the waves. She's sailed before, Seibo recalls, has to have done in order to reach Dawn Island, especially as she'd have traveled all the way from the Grand Line. Still, sailing on an actual ship compared to their little dinghy. It's two very different things. She's not as excited as Seibo remembers being. But then again he'd set off with Ivankov. Ivankov, who's now impelled down, having performed a heroic sacrifice in order for the rest of the revolutionary forces to escape the approaching Marines. That had been back before he got his scar, Seibo remembers. Feeling nervous, just to break the tension, he throws the question out there. Slowly, Rescue's head lifts from where it's been resting, bleary yellow eyes blinking sluggishly. Not really, she moans, wiping at the curves of her cheeks, attempting to remove the spray of the ocean. I trust you, and you wouldn't stick with these people if they weren't okay. I just realized how much I've missed Ace this past year, and how I'm probably gonna miss Luffy just as much, if not more. No sweet words for my absence? He teases, leaning back against the belly of the boat, cushioning his head upon the plush material of his bag. Oh, you know I missed you, Seibo, but do you really need me to reassure you of that? It's always nice to hear, Seibo admits, throwing one arm up to remove his hat as his eyes slip close. A second later, Rescue's head comes to rest on the crook of his shoulder, one hand tangling in the material of his jacket. Missed having hugs from taller people. Though Luffy's quickly fixing that now that he's growing like a weed. Yeah, Seibo'd noticed that too. And he's missed this as well. The revolutionaries are cool, but they're not exactly touchy-feely. Outside of the sexual way, that is. But for all that, Seibo's a healthy male with a great appreciation for both the sex. Every so often he just needs some platonic cuddling. So he's really glad Rescue is joining up, because that's one need satisfied. Rescue likes to cuddle, Seibo likes being cuddled, it's a win-win situation for both of them. At the thought, Seibo places his hat over his face, a shield from the rain, and he wraps his arm tighter around Rescue's back. They're on course, the wind, to his amateur calculations, isn't due to change anytime soon, so really they can afford to nap for a little bit. Not truly fall asleep, but enter a kind of light doze. Just enjoy one another's company like they haven't been able to do for the past year. Lips tilting up in a smile. Seibo allows his shoulders to loosen, tension draining from his body. He hasn't been able to relax like this, really relax like this, since he joined the revolutionaries. Maybe that'll change now that Rescue is around, now that he has something familiar in this exciting world he's suddenly embraced. I have missed this, Sabo. Yeah, even though it had been said in jest earlier, it really is nice to hear those words. Missed you too. Sabo startles awake when he hears the sound of footsteps unnervingly close to his head. You never said you were going to pick up your girlfriend, Sabo. Koala has lifted his hat from his head, one hand on her hip as she stares down at him, and Sabo grins unrepentantly up at her. Her light brown hair is half hidden under the hat he'd gotten her for her birthday, framing her pretty little face as one of her eyebrows rises up. Then Koala's words catch up and Sabo feels his grin stretch out even more. So not my girlfriend, Ace is the one with a crush on her, not me. Though that might have changed. The pirate has been out at sea for a year now, who knows what wondrous people he's seen. Well, wondrous women. Sabo's reasonably certain Ace is only straight, unlike himself who doesn't really care much for the gender as for the personality. Appearance helps too though. Nuzzled in his neck, Riskua lets out a low breath, still clearly quite asleep. Hey, cute. So much for a little nap. You're pretty close for not being involved, Koala points out, sitting herself down on the railings of the boat, arms folded across her bountiful chest and a teasing smile on her face. Suddenly Sabo's getting second thoughts about introducing Riskua and Koala, given their propensity to mocking him. But another friend will be good for Riskua. Hell, having a female friend might be good for her, Sabo doesn't know. He's had the best of both worlds for quite a while now. Two fantastic brothers and a brilliant female for a best friend. Riskua's only been hanging out with the three of them though, so perhaps some female influence will do her some good. Speaking of influence. Sabo tilts his head back to peer up at the side of the ship that's beside them, a rope leading up and onto the deck. Must be where Koala climbed down from. We were in the area and Joe sensed you approaching, so he set off to shorten the journey back to Baltigo. Ah, so Bunny Joe is up on the ship too? I suppose we best get up there then, Sabo murmurs to himself, sitting himself up and pulling Riskua along as he goes. Clearly reluctant to awaken, she grumbles throughout the entire movement, peering at him through narrowed eyes before she turns her attention to Koala. There's a moment where the two women size each other up. Poisonous yellow meeting royal blue, making assumptions of the other that Sabo can only guess at. So, you never told me you got a girlfriend, Sabo. Yeah. He knew this was coming and yeah, he's regretting introducing these two already. I think we're going to get along just fine, Koala decides, offering Riskua her hand. The redhead takes it, allowing the other female to help her to her feet. Stood side by side, it's clear Riskua is taller than Koala, but not by much. They're 2 or 3 inches in it, if that. Dracule Riskua, pirate and temporary revolutionary, I guess. Koala, full-time revolutionary, it's nice to meet you. For a moment, it looks like the start of a beautiful friendship, one that Sabo will someday look back on and be proud to have helped instigate. Of course, the rosy imagery shatters a moment later when Koala grins and places Sabo's hat atop his head, pulling the brim down so he can't see either of them. Oh, the embarrassing stories I can tell you about this one. We can swap, I've got all his childhood stored up in my head. God, why? Riskua likes Koala. She'd been a bit worried how she'd interact with another girl her age. It's been so long, but it's actually wonderful. The boat that the revolutionaries have commandeered was once a marine vessel, though now it has been painted a slate gray, devoid of any form of decoration or declaration of just whom the ship belongs to. Understandable given that Marines probably have orders to shoot first and only ask questions to defeated prisoners when they spot the red flag of revolution. That's if they take any prisoners at all and don't just try to sink them all. Then again, the world government is probably scrambling for any form of information they can get their hands on when it comes to the revolutionaries. Say what you will, but Dragon and his minions are damn good at what they do. To her knowledge, the Marines haven't made one significant breakthrough on striking at the Dragon's rising movement since it began, or hell, even found so much as a whiff of the revolutionaries. Every member of this temporary crew move efficiently and effectively, taking stock of stolen weapons and whatever food supplies they've gathered, either through genuine trade or theft, the latter reserved only for marine ships, who were the unquestionable enemy, or pirate ships, who really weren't exactly innocents. Just because she hasn't officially been inducted in, doesn't mean Riskua escapes pulling her weight either, not that she's particularly beaking off the last tin of cured meat. Riskua twists the clipboard around in her hands, tucking the sturdy equipment against her side as she turns on her heels for the door. It doesn't take her too long to find the revolutionary in charge of the ship's cargo, a man by the name of Farron, who wore his curly red hair tied back with a white and black patterned bandana. "All done, sweetheart?" "Yep. All done." "Am I good to go?" "Sure are." He lazily waves one pale hand through the air, indicating she should scamper off now, before another job pops up for her to complete. Offering the man a smile, Riskua snaps a teasing salute before she takes off down the corridor, pocketing one hand as the other reaches up to adjust her hair. Or rather, the wig's still too much, in my professional opinion. Flicking a glare towards Sabo, Riskua straightens the choppy black strands that now cover her head, lips twitching as the dark strands tickle at the curve of her cheekbones. The Heim haircut of the wig is far too severe for her usual preferences, but that's the point. It's about as far away from Dracula Riskua as she can get without outright changing her eye color, for which she has a pair of purple-tinted goggles to wear on missions. Give them purple and yellow together make brown. She hopes they'll be enough to disguise her most distinguishable feature. "Shut up," Koala snaps, whapping Sabo atop the back of his head with a frown. Riskua's got a pretty face, it doesn't matter how her hair looks. Unless she decides to shave it all off. The look that's thrown her way lets Riskua know the other woman would not stand for such a thing happening. She looks weird with black hair though. Petulantly folding his arms, Sabo pouts and looks away, Koala's face crumpling slightly into an annoyed frown. The next thing Riskua knows, the other woman has Sabo's cheek pinched between his fingers and is forcibly returning his gaze to the two of them. "Stop being stupid and tell your best friend she looks pretty." "Why?" Riskua knows she's stunning. Not exactly the word Riskua'd have used, unless Sabo meant stunning in the same way a golden poison dart frog's coloring made you stop and stare for a second. The kind of stunning that inspired a great deal of caution and a fear of poison. "Women still like to be told they're pretty," Koala insisted, tugging Sabo's cheek even closer to them. Unlike Luffy whose skin would just stretch under the force, Sabo is instead dragged along with his inelastic cheek, a disgruntled grimace of pain on his face. Okay, you're very pretty, Ri." It'd probably have meant a lot more to her had the words not been choked out while the male's under duress. "I think that's the point you're supposed to tell Koala she's beautiful too," Riskua teases, highly entertained when Sabo's eyes narrow at her. Between the two of them, Koala just scoffs, her free hand planted on her hip as the other still clings tight to Sabo's face. It's really quite amusing, watching the dynamic between the two of them, even as Sabo continues to glare at her. "You shut your face." They arrive at an island secreted away in the first half of the Grand Line, though admitted close to the entrance to the New World. After so long on a ship, Riskua finds herself dying to feel the sturdy earth beneath her feet, the grass between her toes. It seems like it's been forever, eternity with the ocean spray kissing at her face, the rolling waves rocking the ship's hull. Though given the layer of snow covering Baltigo, she gets the terrible feeling it's a winter island. Just the thought has her whimpering a little bit because goddammit, hasn't she seen enough snow in this lifetime? Riskua really dislikes the idea of living in a place that's constantly surrounded by snow, she really does. "Well, here we are," Sabo discouragingly adds, a cheery little grin on his face. Of course he loves this place. Its barren wasteland and complete lack of anything that hints at nobility probably appeals to him. Face scrunching up, Riskua hoists her bag over her shoulder, other hand curled around the handle of her old chest. It's now fitted with wheels, and though crude as they are, it makes life easier. Or it would, if she didn't have to slug through all this damn snow. Thankfully though, her best friend actually does take pity on her, grabbing the other handle and hefting the luggage up between them. "Come on then, let's get inside. I know Dragon-san wants to talk shop with you." "Talk shop with me?" Something closely resembling a noise of agreement rumbles at the back of Sabo's throat, muffled from really springing into existence by his teeth. "Yeah, when Ivankov told Dragon-san that you want to help out for 2 years and after I told him all about your goal to be the world's expert on hockey, he got pretty interested." Don't know if he remembers you from back then. Sabo doesn't explicitly refer to the fire, but then again, none of them do. Not Ace, not Sabo and not Luffy. She has no real desire to ever bring it up either. It's not an even that really inspires fond memories for any of them really. past Sabo discovering his true calling in life, as he'd once titled it. That had been an important revelation for her blonde friend, after all. I take it hockey is quite highly prized then, Riskua murmurs. She'd known, of course, that few outside of the New World were capable of using it, and her papa, Mahawk, neither of them had been able to name an expert in the field. Or hell, even say they knew someone who was studying the power. Which was damn stupid if you asked her, but no one ever had. Oh yeah. I think he likes the idea of having someone capable of efficiently teaching those who don't know. I mean, you did such a great job with me. As if to prove his point, Sabo flexes the length of his arm, the slither of skin between his sleeve and gloves darkening to a fetching pitch black. He's been practicing, Riskua notes, not entirely unsurprised. Now come on, let's get inside the nice warm base so I can present you to the boss. Sounds wonderful. Sabo leaves her with Dragon. On her own. He leaves her on her own to hash out her verbal contract for the next 2 years. While she's met this man before, Riskua isn't exactly comfortable in his presence. Only the knowledge that he is trying to do what is right, that he is Luffy's father, keeps her hands from the handles of her daggers. Just for a perceived sense of security. Because make no mistake about it, this is a very dangerous man before her. Quite rightly titled the most wanted man in the world. Sitting across from her with intimidating dark eyes, he certainly gives off that feeling of a storm just ready to burst. Ready to throw the world into chaos. Damn the consequences. The world would just have to weather the downpour, would just have to adapt to the havoc that'll rain down upon them because it's adapt or get washed away. Dracule Riskua, correct? This is the most awkward job interview she's ever had, ever. Yeah, that's me. We've met before. Monkey D. Dragon is a busy man. She wouldn't be surprised in the least if he'd forgotten meeting her. It had been a busy few days for the both of them 8 years ago, and it's probably been just as wild for the revolutionary leader ever since. I recall. And yep, there it is, that terrifyingly crazy grin. A child skilled at hockey is not something easily forgotten, especially one found in East Blue. Right, Riskua says, for lack of any other words. What exactly are you supposed to say to that? Given the lack of questions from Sabo, I take it you kept your word. The panic blinds her, hands laced in a sweat she cannot rid herself of. Climbing the ship's side, Riskua's breath comes in short, sharp panicked pants, clogging her chest and she's not getting enough air. Ribs tight, everything hurts. Smoke, billowing clouds of smoke rise from the wildfire just off the side of the coast. The noble's fire that's consuming everything in its path and she doesn't know where Ace and Luffy are. Wind blasts outwards, more poons she'd witnessed sailing with her papa. It clears a path, but Riskua will not risk this. Hauling herself over the side of the ship, she falls onto the unforgiving surface of the deck, right at the feet of the very man she needs to see. Please, please, you have to save them, please. Dark eyes stare down at her. A steel that had been absent in their earlier meeting suddenly the only thing present. I have given them the opportunity. Sabo's almost up now, scaling the side of the ship just like she has done. If his begging will make any difference. She doesn't have the time to wait and see. Please, Ace my friend and my brother, you have to save Luffy, he's your son, right? Yeah. Didn't want to, but I kept it. Fat and heavy, there's a prolonged silence in the room now, larger and bolder than a pink elephant. Riskua doesn't really dare to meet Dragon's eyes and she wonders if he's recalling the same moment she is. Him returning with Ace and Luffy, the both of them unconscious and singed but gloriously alive. Recalling the way he had dropped both Ace's Luffy off at their treehouse, the weight of his gaze before he'd left, how she'd recognized the silent demand to stay, told Sabo she'd be right up. How, once the blonde was out of sight, Dragon had asked for her silence upon the dangerous topic of Luffy's parentage. She'd agreed, not that she'd really had a choice. Regardless of how heavy Dragon's threatening gaze had lingered, she'd already been aware, so painfully aware, of Luffy's inability to keep a secret. If he started out his adventures and let slip just whose son he was, her darling brother would probably never have made it to the Grand Line. His execution, upon the same spot Gold D. Roger died, would have been the real thing. Even if Dragon might have saved him, Luffy'd be hounded for all his life, never given the opportunity to grow strong. It's not a life she'd wish upon her younger brother, that is for sure. And it is for that reason she has begrudgingly kept her mouth shut. We will offer you whatever resources we are capable of for your research into hockey, in exchange for the training of our agents in regards to what you uncover. The army's numbers aren't as bountiful as I'd like, so you may be pulled for missions too. That's fine, I don't mind running some missions. Training to get stronger, learning more about hockey, actually having access to resources, it all sounds pretty good. Will you be wanting progress reports? It's incredibly off-putting to be the sole focus of Dragon's attention, but Riskua forces her spine to remain straight, to not wilt or crumple beneath his stare. She's Luffy's first mate. She's the first mate to the future Pirate King, and she will bow to the will of none other than him. So despite the crushing sensation, Riskua does not react to the pressure. Then, it's almost as if she's passed some kind of test, because Dragon gives her that same grin, that dangerously pleased one that feels like a threat and a promise all at once. It burns with the heated flames of revolution. Keep them short and concise. If I want further information, I will seek you out. Find Koala, she will show you to your room. Room? It is only as Dragon quirks an eyebrow at her that Riskua realized she's blurted that thought out aloud, and she feels her cheeks burn. All instructors and high-ranking officers have their own rooms. Use the space wisely. You will get no more. Of course not, this is a military operation after all. Understood, Dragon-san. Welcome to the Revolutionary Army, Dracule Riskua. Concealment hockey? A whole month has passed since Riskua first found herself on Baltigo, and she has made more progress with regard to hockey in those 30 or so days than she had in 6 months last year. She'd never have guessed she could get so much work done when given space, time and the necessary drive. All her conclusions so far are doented. All her ideas for future experiments into possible branches of undiscovered hockey are wrote down. Concepts and thoughts brainstormed onto huge sheets of paper that are stuck to the walls of her little room. It's not even as large as Sabkua country was, but it is hers, and that's the important bit. It's still in the prototype stages right now, but when I fully concentration on it, I managed to hide from Garp last year. With his hand curled beneath his chin, one forefinger extended and thumb stroking his jawline, Dragon reads over her shoulder with active interest. Starting on the hockey she thinks would be most helpful to the Revolutionary Army is the most obvious choice, so Riskua now finds herself contemplating all that her stealth hockey, or concealment hockey, as she's tentatively named it, consists of. She hasn't been able to come up with a better way of describing concealment than what she has already concluded, that this form of hockey is all about is erasing, removing the traces and cues that prove her presence. Instead of making the user more aware of the world around them, it's about making the world less aware of the user, upsetting the perceptions of everyone in the vicinity until they instinctively dismiss the user's presence. Of course, even the slightest relapse in concentration leads to a break in that, as Riskua had rapidly found out with Garp. It still feels like she has the bruises from that encounter lingering under her skin. I think the basics of it is that if your desire to hide is greater than the desire of the one looking for you, really looking for you, then the concealment wins out. But I haven't really had as much an opportunity to test it as I'd like. Because when he was looking for her, Luffy always won. Riskua would never drum up enough willpower to hide from her little brother whenever he came calling, and by the time she developed concealment, he was the only hockey user on the island. It's an avenue worth exploring though, right? Tipping her head back to look at her, well, temporary boss. Riskua lifts an eyebrow as Dragon continues to scan over her notes and ideas. Certainly, he agrees after a moment, brow visibly heavy with thought. It would make life a lot easier for us if we could use such a power. I'll keep experimenting then. Is there an island nearby with a few hockey users where I can test it? Gahopni has a marine base, small given its location on the Grand Line, but it should house enough hockey-using marines for any tests you wish to conduct. Bunny Joe will take you over. Try to gather some information while you're there. At that clear dismissal, Riskua nods, gathering up the shortened version of her notes on hockey so far and handing them over to the revolutionary leader. He takes them with a stern nod, twisting around on his heels and heading for the door. Riskua watches him go with a frown, one hand coming up to toy with the brim of her hat. Well, it's her hat now. She's still in a bit of shock, given Dragon's words mere moments ago, before he decided to start questioning her advancements on hockey. That hat, a young woman used to wear it, to hide her distinctive hair color. He hadn't made it blatantly obvious, but Riskua can read between the lines. The hat that she carries had once belonged to someone Makino considered a best friend, to someone Dragon evidentially knew and, from the emotion that had been thick in his voice, had been quite close to. There only one person, to her knowledge, that can fit into those two categories, though Riskua might be wrong. Luffy's mother. Running one fingertip along the visor, the redhead sighs, removing the headgear and placing it carefully on the table. It's old but in good condition. It does make Riskua wonder just what happened to Luffy's mother. She's got a bit more tact than to just come out and ask now, especially because it seems to have affected Dragon so much to the point he point-blank stares at her hat. The fact he's hellishly intimidating and may or may not scare her just a bit plays only a small role in that. With a sigh, Riskua runs a hand through her red hair, eyeing the wig that sits off to a side of her desk. If she's going to be joining the Straw Hats, and the only thing that'll stop her from doing so is if she dies in these next 2 years, then it'll be in the best interests of both herself and her future crewmates that she finds a way to hide her activities with the revolutionaries. Because if the Marines figured out a revolutionary was a member of a rookie crew, Riskua doesn't doubt they'd go in for the kill, regardless of how fresh-faced that pirate crew was. She won't have her actions linked back to Luffy and his future crew. They'd be struck down before they could really get going, and that's unacceptable. So if that means wearing a disguise, if it means sporting a wig that'll distance her from her usual look, if it means hiding her eyes as effectively as she can, then that's what she'll do. It'll come out eventually. Things don't exactly stay secret for long in this world, that's for sure. But it'll give Luffy and his crew a chance to really grow strong, and that's what matters. As long as she manages to keep that disguise going for the duration of her stay on Baltigo, it should all work out. Doesn't change the fact the wig itches though. The island of Gahopni turns out to be, much to Riskua's eternal frustration, a winter island. Standing upon the docks, she huddles further into the thick material of her coat, a grimace smeared across her face and eyes narrowed beneath the protection of her purple goggles. Joe, wonderful person that he is, had dropped her off and stated he'd be coming back in 48 hours, for which she'd have a half-hour window to get back on the boat or he was leaving without her. It wasn't mean-spirited or anything. The revolutionaries literally cannot afford to be seen skulking around on the islands so close to their base of operations. Brushing the black bangs away from where they wisp over her cheekbones, Riskua adjusts the strap of her goggles before she takes off towards the town, stuffing her cold hands into the pockets of her borrowed jacket. Bringing a winter jacket hadn't really occurred to her, so the disguised redhead finds herself in a lovely maroon coat that had belonged to Koala. The older female had been planning to throw it out, but had happily donated it to Riskua's cause when she learned Gahopni was her destination. There's only a 2-inch difference between them in height, so it's not like it doesn't fit, especially given they're both the same kind of petite build. It's just. Riskua stares down at the stretch of material that hangs loose, so damn loose, around the chest area. God damn it, she's got no bust whatsoever and it grates. Maybe one day she'll be over it, but for now, getting off the island and seeing all the ample curves, it's irritating. The snow crunches beneath the soles of her boots, brown leather she's still in the process of breaking in. She'd forced her feet, wrapped up in 2 pairs of socks in a preemptive measure to attempt avoiding blisters, into them on the crossing earlier, and it's about the only part of her that's not freezing. Either that or she's lost all sensation below the shin. One of 2 possibilities. The little port town she's landed at is the closest to the Marine Base G6. Of all the Marine bases in the Grand Line, this one is the smallest, as understaffed as a Marine base on the Grand Line can be. Which is exactly what she needs. Saves her another long sea journey, that's for sure. Walking into the town, Riskua flicks her fake hair back from her face, once again regretting the cut of her chosen wig. While the severe Heim style is as far from Ed as she can reasonably get, it still reminds her of exactly why she grew her hair out long enough to pin back. Hi there, Riskua calls, increasing her pace until she comes to a stop before the first little vendor she set her eyes on. It's selling hot drinks and she has absolutely no problem in handing over the necessary amount for a disposable cup of hot chocolate. How's the piracy in this place? Is it worth me taking the risk to stick around for the day? Tipping her head to a side, Riskua peers at the woman through her tinted goggles, eagerly accepting the drink that's presented to her. The store owner, mid-30s, inactive, warm eyes and friendly smile, dips her head in a slight nod, totaling up Risku's change. We're lucky there's a marine base, but even then you get the odd pirate crew that stops by. There's not exactly a lot of marines here, if we're speaking truthfully. Perfect. Well, thanks for being honest. I don't think I'll risk sticking around too long if that's the case. Steam rises and curls from the little opening in her cup's lid, little flickers of white in the air. The vendor offers her another pleasant smile that Risku easily returns because manners cost nothing and a smile doesn't take that much effort either. Fat flakes of snow continue to fall from the sky as she makes her way through the town center, drawing closer and closer to the Marines' base and its ice-coated battlements. It's a rather imposing building when compared against the rest of the town, she supposes, all tall dark stone instead of richly colored wood. Cocking her head to a side, she eyes the entrance, grand double doors locked up right and guarded by a shivering Marines recruit. The poor sod's huddled as close to the wall as he can get, arms folded across his chest as he attempts to take advantage of the large building's stature, no doubt hoping it'll buffer the effect of the frosty wind. It's not really working. If he weren't shivering so much, Risku is pretty sure snow'd be settling on his shoulders by now. Reaching for the hockey that nestles deep within her core is near enough second nature by now, but twisting it away from becoming armament or focusing in on observational proves difficult. It's new though, Risku reminds herself, like learning to walk in high heels. She'll grow used to the sensation eventually. Though hopefully she'll prove better at using her new hockey than how her attempt at running in heels went. Rolling her tongue back and forth between her teeth, Risku strides forwards, slow and cautious, growing bolder the longer the Marine officer's eyes fail to lock onto her. Placing her empty cup down by his feet, she slowly begins to back away, keeping her eyes locked upon the Marine as she does so. It's not like she's invisible, she's quite clearly there, but he's too busy glaring up at one section of the stronghold, perhaps the common room or the cafe. He doesn't once swing his head around to look at her, doesn't once seem to sense her approach. Risku has had that sensation before. It's not even observational hockey, it's just that sixth sense all living creatures posses, the one that warns of an approaching sneak attack, of someone tiptoeing up behind you. That ghostly hand over the back of your neck, the one that sends those fine hairs rising. Her concealment hockey has overridden this instinct. That or suppressed it. A wicked grin stretching across her face, Risku retreats back to the spot she'd started at, mind already whirling with ideas. For a quick test run, that's gone remarkably well, and maybe she's been influenced far too much by the ASL brothers, but right now, she wants to see just how far she can go. Which means breaking into Marine Base G6. Waiting for night to fall, especially on a winter island, is a humongous pain. Risku spends a good portion of her time tucked away in one of the town's 5 bars, one hand curled around a fruity cocktail and valiantly ignoring that she's only 17 and thus below the Marine-approved drinking age. The bartender hadn't asked if she was over 18 and she has no intention of correcting him. After all, she's a revolutionary, which is as good as a criminal in the eyes of the Marines. She highly doubts a bit of underage drinking will change her sentence if they catch her. It'd probably be the least of her worries actually. Still, she's not a big fan of alcohol, that hasn't changed in this life. The only reason she's drinking this to begin with is because it's more fruit juice than spirit. Flicking her eyes over to the window, the redhead assesses the night sky, how it grows steadily darker as storm clouds roll in. Perhaps she should get a move on, before it starts to snow. Not just the light fluttering she'd been walking through earlier, but really snow, the blizzard kind. How much do I owe you? The theory of coating her eyes in concealment hockey is there, but seeing as Risku is not sure if it'll just lead to a misdirection of eye contact, or if it'll make her appear as if she has no eyes, she's foregone attempting that particular experiment. She'll try that one at the base with the other revolutionaries. Instead, she still wears her goggles, having waved the bartender off with mutters of impaired vision as an excuse. 1,100 bahts, sweetheart. Not too bad for a drink and some bar food. Digging through her pockets, Risku pulls free the necessary amount, taking the time to actually hand it to the bartender instead of just leaving it on the side because honestly, she's in no rush to go back outside. Especially now that the delightfully warm sun is gone. Buttoning up Koala's old coat, Risku pulls free the brown gloves she'd found stored in the inner pockets, pulling them onto her hands as she makes for the door. Unlike the coat itself, these fit perfectly and Koala won't be getting them back. If she even remembered they existed, that is. Have a nice evening, thanks, you too. Once she's inside that marine base, Riskua gets the feeling it'll be a lot warmer, but for now, she'll brave the harsh winter winds attempting to cut into her face. Slipping unnoticed into the marine base doesn't even prove to be difficult. There's no guard outside on a night, so Riskua has no problem scaling the walls to slip in through the first-story window. There might be some slight holes in the stonework where she'd used armament to dig her fingers in for grip, but the most important point is she's made it up and inside without even having to use any form of concealment. Stood in the hallway of the marine base, Riskua slips the borrowed coat from her shoulders, bundling it up as she creeps down the corridor. There are sparse amounts of cupboards within the corridor, and Riskua has to open 3 of them before she finds out that's full of enough stuff she can hide her coat in it. If she'll remember which one holds her jacket is a different question, and just to be sure, she pressing one finger into the wall beside it, leaving a fingerprint in the surface that looks, hopefully, like a simple crack to anyone else. Well, I wonder what Doent's Dragon-san would like from here, Riskua mutters to herself, making her way down the corridor and attempting to keep her footsteps as light as she can. Growing up with Ace and Sabo and Luffy hadn't exactly inspired a great ability for silent movement after all, and the disguised redhead is painfully aware of each and every muffled thump as he boots meet the corridor floor. There's muffled sounds coming from the corridor to the left and Riskua stills, reaching for her hockey once again. Hopefully she's head to the offices and not the barracks. 5 hours later, eyelids heavy over her eyes and feeling particularly dead on her feet, Riskua flops back onto the bed of her rented in-room, chest heaving. Using hockey so often, especially one she has to pay such attention to, well, it turns out it's incredibly tiring. Her heart is still thundering in her chest from the run back to the inn and she feels far too paranoid to fall asleep right now. In her lap rests a folder, filled with doents that use full. She made sure not to take too many, not to take them all from one area because if the Marines notice everything that's missing them it's entirely possible they'll change everything within those doents. But, given the manpower of this particular base, it's entirely possible that they won't notice the missing information until the revolutionaries can actually make use of it. One of which includes a statement of Marine imports on both weapons and food due over the next few months. Resources the revolution desperately needs. Can't fight a war without any weapons, after all. Still, Bunny Joe cannot get back here fast enough, Riskua thinks, pressing the heels of her hands into her eye sockets. She's far too nervous to even consider going to sleep right now, despite how tired she feels. God, this is gonna suck. Given the information Riskua has uncovered, I'm reassigning the 2 of you to intercept this ship with her. Accepting the papers that Dragon slides across the surface of his desk, Sabo flicks through the handful of sheets, scanning the blocks of text and picking out the key information. A marine vessel, carrying significantly important doents that are to be stored safely away at their not-so-noticeable G6 base, will be making its way through the Grand Line very shortly. The information on board, as it turns out, will include not only a roster of Marines, but a great deal of their shipping routes. Shipping routes, especially in the Grand Line, are always incredibly useful to know, because even if the Marines do realize the revolutionaries have discovering their usual routes, they still have to jump through a great deal of hoops to change them. So while the information they'll be gathering will have a sell-by date, it's fruitful enough for them to get their hands on anyway. Retrieve as much information as possible, and sink the ship. Sabo reads aloud, slowly nodding his head as he considers the orders. If they sink the ship, the Marines won't know if it was a pirate attack and thus may quite possibly assume the information has been lost to the depths of the ocean. Oh sure, they'd realize soon enough that isn't so when they lose so many of their ships to the revolutionaries later on. Will realize just how Dragon's army know just where and when to strike upon the Grand Line. They'll change it, but the revolution will still profit for some time. Sink the ship, Dragon confirms, already scanning through another sheet of paper that Sabo belatedly realizes is wrote in Riskua's hand. Make sure Riskua doesn't die. This development in hockey she's onto seems promising. If it's taught to even 1/10 of the army, we'll be able to get our hands on far more doents and ammunition than we're managing now. Sabo's not entirely surprised that Riskua's already proven herself so useful. Back on Dawn Island, Her experiments and training with hockey had seemed like a little pastime. It wasn't until he got out here, wasn't until he was running missions with the other revolutionaries, that he realized just how damn far ahead of the curve he was for a hockey user. Apparently that he even knows how to use it without having been on the Grand Line before is nothing short of a miracle. Certainly he's one of the best at using the, as dubbed by Luffy, mystery power. Seems like things are picking up, Sabo murmurs under his breath, running a hand through his hair as he glances over the sheets of paper again. The navigators in the Revolution seem to think intercepting the ship in the first half of the Grand Line would be a good idea. Given the currents and the predicted weather patterns, it'll make it more believable that the weather played a factor in the pirates being able to sink the ship. Indeed. Do keep an eye out for more recruits. Take Koala with you. Nodding, Sabo snaps off a quick salute, turning on heel and exiting Dragon's office, a grin near splitting his lips. He's been rather hoping for a mission with Riskua since she joined up, but until recently she's been all but chained to her research. Still, if this is what comes of her investigating hockey, then Sabo's all for it. Folding the sheets over, Sabo pockets them as he makes his way down the corridors, jogging down a set of stairs as he goes. Riskua's room isn't out of the way, so to speak, but it is further from his own room than he'd have liked to have to walk. Rapping his knuckles against the door, the blonde bounces from one foot to the other, pipe shifting from where it's strapped to his back. Just come in, Sabo. The door doesn't quite manage to muffle Riskua's words, so the blonde unhesitatingly pushes the threshold open and blinking in surprise. Riskua's room is covered in papers, handwriting scrawled all over the sheets, brightly colored threads connecting some to others, post-it notes stuck between them. In fact, if Sabo had ever felt the need to picture how the brain worked, how thoughts were structured, perhaps it would be something like what he is currently looking at. Tilting his head to a side, the former noble slides under one thread that's perhaps high enough for Riskua to just walk under but low enough that it forces him to duck. His best friend is sat up to her desk, black wig thrown carelessly to a side as she scribbles down one thing or another. Curiously, Sabo peeks over her shoulder, even though he can barely make out a word of her hastily scribbled words. He catches, concealment hides, way to change others' perceptions, and, reflecting force instead of emitting it, but neither make much sense to him. He'd struggled to make head or tails of this really, Sabo's much more of a list kind of person. This 3D diagram or whatever it is, well, he wouldn't know where to start. He likes clear borders, a starting point and a finishing point. This just looks like a huge mess. What can I do for you, Sabo? You've got a mission, only this time it's with me. Grinning as Riskua excited yellow eyes snap up to look at him. Sabo scratches at the back of his neck, swearing under his breath when his arm catches at one of the many colored threads. With you? Well, me and Koala. So I'm third wheeling then? Snorting at the girl, Sabo folds his arms across his chest and drops back onto the bed, forcing Riskua to turn around and look at him instead of just tilting her head back. Can't say I haven't thought about it, but I won't ruin a working relationship with Koala just to get in her pants. It's Riskua's turn to roll her eyes, capping her pen before setting it aside. That's real cute, Sabo, real cute. Never thought about having an actual relationship instead of just chasing after SX. Right now? Nope, he answers, popping his P with a smack of his lips. Too busy with the revolution. Anyway, pack your stuff. I'll go get Koala and I'll meet you down by the docks. That's if you can make it out of this mess, Sabo grumbles, waving another hand about to indicating the general madness that Riskua's room has become. She blinks, the motion slow and steady, before she actually looks around her quarters. Oh, maybe I should tidy it, she pauses, staring at one post-it note in particular before reaching out and plucking it down from the web. Some of these ideas aren't even relevant anymore. The note crumples beneath her fingers, compressed into a ball that the redhead then flicks right into his face. Sabo scowls even as the redhead visibly brightens, cheery smile on her face. Yeah, get the most out of that, because on this mission I'm your superior, so there. Sticking his tongue out at Riskua, Sabo can't quite wipe the grin off his face as he ducks out of the room, nearly taking that damn low-hanging thread with him. Riskua's laugh tells him his attempted dodge wasn't as smooth as he hoped though. There are times when Ace regrets eating his devil fruit, as few and far between they are, this is one such time. He's surrounded by an ocean of blue that had once seemed so freeing, so promising. It entraps him now, leaves him stranded on a ship with the bastard whose head he will take. He'll take down Whitebeard and then all the crew after that. He'll take out Whitebeard and Marco and Haruda and Izo and every damn one of them if he has to. He's Portgas the Ace, Fire Fist, strong enough to have been offered a place as one of the 7 warlords. Not that he'd have ever taken them up on that offer. It'd have brought him too close to the men who ordered his mother's death, the men that say he never should have been born, who spread the news to everyone else until they all thought it too, until Ace himself thought it and now it won't leave his head, will never leave his head, too close to men who would have him killed without a moment of hesitation because he's got that man's blood in his veins. No matter how much he scratches at his skin, until it's red and raw and until he bleed with more than just resentment, it'll never change. He is what he is, the son of a demon, the demon child who should have been drowned at birth, killed before he could become a threat. From this day on, we're brothers. Ace is my big brother. He's a big brother, the oldest sibling. And by God he'll do everything in his power to ensure they never end up hurt for knowing, loving him. Even if it means killing every last Whitebeard pirate there is. Hey, Ace, brought you some food. Every last pirate but Thatch. He's okay. You doing okay there, buddy? The pompadoured redhead, Ginger, he's Ginger, his hair's got nothing on Rescue's, squats down beside Ace. A bowl full of some kind of delicious smelling stew in one hand. Hey, Ace may be determined to take Whitebeard's head, but he has absolutely no problems accepting food off them. He didn't like Rescue and Luffy at first and he'd taken food off them. Why would he not accept food from the Whitebeard pirates if they were gonna be stupid enough to give it to him? Thanks, Ace grumbles, remembering his manners as he rolls one shoulder back and around. The muscles there ache from his last attempt at Whitebeard and he's now no longer allowed anywhere near the weapon room. It's their own stupid fault for leaving that axe just lying around. It was practically begging for him to use it. Hadn't really helped much in the end though. You dropped this as well. Gunmetal Gray flicks up and then Ace darts forwards, empty bowl rattling as it hits the deck but he doesn't care. Ever so carefully, the son of the Pirate King smooths out the roughed-up photograph, unfolding its creases so that he can peer at the 4 faces that grin up at him. It did okay, he hasn't ripped it. Running his thumb over Sabo's face, tracing Luffy's scar and comparing his old bruises to Rescue's eyes, Ace lets out a sigh of relief. He'd given one of the 2 photos he started out with to Shanks when the redhead had asked. He hadn't exactly been able to say no to the man who saved Luffy's life. Why don't you want to join? Pops likes you, I like you, you'd fit right in. Thatch is still squatting down beside him, looking so unashamedly curious that Ace can feel his teeth grinding against each other. I don't need no shitty father. Fathers bring nothing but trouble. Look at what Ace's dad has done for him. Hunted down before he'd even been born. Look at Sabo's dad, who sent the blonde running for the trash heap without a second thought just after his 5th birthday. Look at Luffy's dad, who's God knows where, who left Luffy to the care of shitty Gramps. Everyone needs someone to rely on, hothead, Thatch retorts, looking genuinely upset over Ace's name for his old man. The freckled teen just grimaces, jaw tense and the muscle beneath his cheek twitching. I've got people to rely on. Not from where I'm standing you don't. He's gone before Ace can retort, before he can unleash the fire that bubbles in his veins. Sabo and Luffy and Rescue would be here in a moment if they knew Ace was in danger, it's just. He's starting to get the feeling he's not really in danger here. Working on the mystery power is nowhere near as fun without Rescue. Flopping back onto the soft grass, Luffy pouts up at the clear blue sky, petulantly folding his arms across his chest. Shanks' hat blocks the sun from burning his eyes, but it doesn't cover all of his skin and it is so hot. Part of him wants to go and stick his feet in the river but Rescue had made him promise that he wouldn't do that without someone to watch him and Luffy has no desire to go up and ask one of the bandits to come stay by the river with him. His other option for cooling down is to go see Makino and hope she's got some ice pops or even ice cream in the bar. But that means traveling all the way to Fuchsia and Luffy's certain he'll die from the heat before he gets there. Which is why he's here instead, lying in the clearing they used to spar in before everyone grew up and left Luffy behind. Being the youngest sucks, Luffy moans mutinously. He doesn't even really want to keep working on the mystery power. It's way too hot to do anything. especially something that requires thinking. But Risku is probably working on it right now while she's with Sabo, so she and Sabo and both getting strong, and Luffy doesn't doubt for a second that Ace is out there getting stronger too. He cannot, will not, fall behind. Which means training with the mystery power, because he's going to be training with his devil fruit powers when he goes to hunt for tonight. Though now that Risku is not here to cook his catch, he has to catch twice as much to feed the bandits, in exchange for them cooking his meat. Ugh, this sucks. He wants to set sail already. But Ace and Sabo and Risku all waited until they were 17. They all promised to set sail when they turned 17. Luffy isn't about to become the only one to break that promise, no matter how much it sucks. He's just so damn bored. And it's so damn hot. I want to be 17 already. Luffy bellows, throwing his arms up into the air, as if that'll help matters. It won't, because life isn't cool like that, but it does make him feel a little better. Not by much, but it does. Hell, he'd give anything for something to pop up and break the monotone life has settled into since Risku left with Sabo. Just for something interesting to happen. There you are, brat. Anything but Gramps, screaming in surprise. Luffy shoots to his feet, only he miscalculates the movement and ends up crumpling into a tangle of overstretched limbs. He's not got enough time to recover, never mind start to flee, before Gramps is on him. Knuckles of one fist digging into the tender flesh of his skull. Fist of love. Ow. That hurts. Swatting at the arm in an attempt to get it away from his head while struggling to wiggle out of the grasp of the other limb that's around his shoulders. Luffy manages to squeeze himself free, falling onto his rump in the process. He really needs to work on the observation thingy. If he was as good as Risku as at it, then he'd have had time to flee from Gramps. Ah, he misses Risku. Where's the hawk-eyed brat? Gramps asks after a moment, eyes scanning the undergrowth as if expecting her to pop out at any second. That'd be really cool. Luffy'd like her to pop out of the jungle too. He really misses Risku, even though they're definitely going to meet up again. They've got to, she's his first mate after all. Then he recalls what Risku had said, about not telling Gramps where she and Sabo are going, and he gulps. Gramps doesn't like pirates, but he really doesn't like revolutionaries. Which Sabo and Risku are. Risku is gonna be both, so does that mean Gramps' doubly dislike her? Oh, that's a hard question. I don't know. Luffy snaps off quickly, looking away from the older monkey and sucking in his lips, as if he'll be physically capable of stopping the lie from slipping through between them. She's not with Sabo and they're not with the revolutionaries. Nope. Not at all. There's a moment of still silence as the two of them realize exactly what Luffy's just said, and the straw hat adorned teen slaps both hands over his mouth. Too little, too late. They're where? Damn them. And then Gramps' angry eyes are on him. You're not joining that damn revolution, Luffy. No way. Crossing his arms over his chest in an X-like shape, Luffy vigorously shakes his head. The revolution has to be cool for Sabo to be part of it, but it's not for Luffy. Before Gramps can even start to get his hopes up though, Luffy slams one fist to the ground, as if to strengthen his point. I'm gonna be the Pirate King, like hell you are. Screaming in terror, Luffy doesn't even have time to think about how hot it is as Gramps tears after him, bulldozing through the jungle as he goes. Amidst the threats to tear his spine out, Luffy launches himself into the air, japoing 5 steps before throwing himself to the left, narrowly missing Gramps' grasping hands that nearly clap around his ankle like iron cuffs. If he's caught, then it'll all be over. What horrible grandchildren I've got. How dare they run off to become pirates and revolutionaries, when I've come all this way to take that hawk-eyed brat to a marine base too. Risku's birthday was months ago, yells Luffy as he twists out of Gramps' reach again, one rubber hand stretching out to grab a tree branch and swing him away. This is the earliest I could get time off. Gramps is too loud. We're not gonna be Marines. This time when the fist comes at his head, Luffy's too slow to dodge and it sends him crashing to the floor. He rubs at the growing lump, whining low in the back of his throat. Gramps, that hurts. We're gonna have a week of boot camp training, brat, and then you'll become a fine Marine. Luffy doesn't get a chance to protest, because the fist of love descends towards his head once again. Pain explodes across Risku's brow and she bites her lip, trying not to swear. One large downside to concealment is that people don't notice her and thus tend to open heavy steel doors right into her face. She's only just managed to keep a hold on her concealment, but it was hellishly close. It hadn't taken them long to find the marine ship when they had an idea where to look, a rather sleek-looking vessel by the name of Cinnamon. Clearly someone had a poor sense of humor. Sat in the small little stealth dinghy that Koala owned, the three of them had hunched low, hidden by the bulk of their target and the rolling mass of Grand Line waves. The Revolutionary's sole submarine had dropped them off, disappearing beneath the surface of the ocean to return to whence it came, leaving the three of them alone. Sitting beside the two full-time revolutionaries, Riskua had felt near naked with the absence of her hat, the choppy wind whipping through the thick black fringe that made up her current hair. She can still picture Sabo smirking from the corner of her eye. Regardless, they'd made their way over in the little dinghy, the blonde male leading the charge by stealthily scaling the side of the Cinnamon, years of tree climbing coming into practice. Much like her break-in of the G6 base, Sabo leaves behind tiny little finger holds, almost unnoticeable unless one knows what to look for. As she's climbed many a thing using the same method, Riskua can spot the signs a mile off. It's a lot easier on her limbs though to climb the rope Sabo throws down to them, the line lashing against the waves, and Riskua had caught hold of the projectile before it could disappear over the side of their little dinghy into the ocean below, flicking her eyes towards Koala. She'd asked if the other female had wanted to ascend first, to which the blue-eyed lady had agreed. Arriving upon top deck, they'd split off into their assigned targets, which is where Riskua is now. Recovering from taking a door to the face, rubbing gingerly at the smarting bridge of her nose, the disguised redhead huddles closer to the wall, inhaling as quietly as she can. When she dabs her fingertips at the base of her nose, they come away red. Not terribly stained, but certainly's going to have to start taking into consideration other people's actions when they don't expect anyone to be around. She's lucky the Marine didn't notice her collision with the door to begin with, but she'll pay special attention to never make that mistake again. Adjusting her footing, Riskua creeps along through the corridor, making sure to move swiftly. Even using her concealment, she's not so sure about sticking out so blatantly in these corridors. It seems like she's asking for trouble as she doesn't try to be as sneaky as possible. Paranoia, whatever you want to call it, she's not taking any chances. The wooden boards lead her in a straight line down the corridor, all nicely polished and well looked after. It's a terrible shame they're going to be blowing the ship up. It's actually where Sabo and Koala are now, sneaking through the hull and rigging the place with explosives. It's Riskua's job, using her handy little hockey tricks, to sneak into whatever place in this ship constitutes as the cargo bay and heist as much confidential information as she can get her grubby little hands on. Which, hopefully, won't prove to be too difficult. Observation is difficult to use when she's already wrapped up in concealment, like trying to pat your head and rub your stomach at the same time. It's possible, but only with practice. So instead of swift movement, she's slinking through the marine ship, and that's putting her nerves on edge. It's the same rush of excitement, the same flood of adrenaline she got when they made their first dine-in dash. Her blood feels like it's ready to roar, her heart quickening in her chest, and Riskua has to draw in a quick breath, to hold it there for a moment so she doesn't just go and do something stupid. Impulse control. She's been ruined for patience, growing up on an island where if there's anything fun or interesting, they explored it all right away. It's something she's going to have to work on. 17 doors later, 17 wrong rooms, one of which had opened up into the men's quarters, and she'd frozen up like a rabbit before a fox. They'd all been asleep though, and finally, Riskua has found it. Twisting the lock, Riskua steps into the room, flicking on the lights as she goes. It's filled with doents, big folders and small folders, and thanks to marine regulations, it's all neatly organized, packed up into labeled boxes for easy transportation. Now let's see, Riskua whispers beneath her breath, flexing her fingers and feeling the comfortable fabric stretch over her palms in response. Wage slips? Nope. Drills for new recruits? Nope. Artillery suppliers? That could be useful. Sticking that particular folder into the big sack she had brought with her, Riskua blows the black bangs back from her face once again, grimacing. She should have gone with a different haircut, something short and explosive. Too late to change that now though. Slipping another folder labeled GL crossing routes into the bag, she abandons that particular box and goes over to the next. With tricky fingers used to playing with knives and daggers, She has no problem with avoiding a paper cut as she races through sheet after sheet of paper. It's when she comes to the locked with little box. More of a chest, really. Why is this here? That Riskua finds herself with a problem. Now if something is locked up, it probably means it's relatively important, more so than the doents stored here. But that also poses the issue of will Marines be coming down to check this chest is still here? Well, they'll be too busy dealing with the explosion soon enough. Taking a good grip of the little chest's lid, Riskua braces herself, and then with a burst of armament hockey, the top is torn from the body with a terrible screech. Metal hinges ripped apart, the lid dropping to the floor as the disguised redhead peeks into the innards. Okay, so it's totally understandable why this was locked up. Plucking what can unquestioningly be a devil fruit free, Riskua turns it this way and inspecting the almost hypnotic pattern upon its surface with clear interest. For all that she's lived on the Grand Line before, for all that she's been around a few devil fruit users by now, this is her first time actually seeing one of the legendary fruits. Never mind holding one. It's weightier than she'd have expected it to be, sitting heavy in her palm. Yet, it's smaller than she'd have predicted too, no bigger than a large mango. While she has no idea where her belief for it to be as big as her head came from, Riskua feels a little cheated. There's no way she's going to be leaving this with the Marines though, and certainly she's not about to allow it to go to the bottom of the sea. While the concept of devil fruit powers are intriguing, she's already got her hands full with hockey. Riskua has no desire to add to her already full plate by throwing in trying to unravel a devil fruit's powers too. As such, that too goes into the bag, followed by several more important looking files. Sabo had given her a few key words to look out for, because as they'd wish to, they can't exactly take everything with them. So this'll have to do. When are we supposed to report in again? Damn it, Simpson, I told you already, every 15 minutes. Leaning against a wall in the tiny room the Marines are using for communication, Riskua stares at the three little treasures on the desk, her eyes lighting up from behind purple-tinted goggles. After all, a Den Den Mushi is a good find in and of itself, but this ship's cargo, or perhaps even the devil fruit she just heisted, must be pretty significant, because not only is there a black Den Den Mushi there, but there's a white one as well. Riskua might not have much experience with this world's version of the telephone, but even she knows just how valuable a white Den Den Mushi is. She's gonna have to knock these guys out for it, but there is no way she isn't leaving with that white Den Den. I'll go check it's still there then, and that's her cue to move. 2 quick steps and she drops her concealment, one armament-coated fist crashing into the head of the Marine closest to the desk. His skull hits the tabletop with a thunderous bang, the surface denting. Were it not metal, it'd probably have cracked. Who are you? The other Marine draws a sword, painfully surprised, but his hands don't shake as he levels his blade at her. In response, Riskua unsheathes her daggers, shifting her stance into something a little smoother. There's no taunting words, no demands or tense build up. They just go at each other, flashes of steel as they move. It's clear this guy has no hockey training though, because when Riskua applies it to her left dagger, instead of blocking the sword it slices clean through. The Marine recovers swiftly but not swift enough, allowing Riskua to land a solid kick to his temples. Even without hockey enchantment he goes down, hitting the floor hard and just as unconscious as his fellow. All that leg strengthening for Geppo was good for something after all. A quick glance around shows no bag she can use, and with her own full, Riskua is forced to improvise. Stripping the first Marine of his shirt and the funny little neckerchief. The 3 Den Dens are quickly wrapped up in the shirt, the bundle tied shut with the blue kerchief. Well fellas, thanks for the prizes. Supremely pleased with herself, Riskua makes her way to the door, sliding it shut as she pulls her concealment back on. It's a bit of a struggle, and for one heart-stopping moment Riskua wonders if this variation of hockey can run out, just like armament. It comes, as difficult as retrieving a small piece of shell from the yolk of an egg, but she's got it, and then she's away. Jumping down into the boat, Riskua grins at Koala, offering her the bigger of her 2 bags. All the doents are in there, and you'll never believe what else I found. I don't know, Koala responds, a light grin on her face as she reclines back into the dingy. Her hands are folded in her lap, a soft smile on her face and shay with what they're accomplishing today. A white Den Den Mushi. Riskua falters, staring at the other girl, and had she been followed? No, surely she'd have noticed if Koala had been following her. She meant it as a joke. Riskua realized as the brunette suddenly snaps to attention, her eyes round and lips parted with surprise. No, a white den? And oh boy, is it a good thing they're so far down from the deck of the marine ship? Nodding rapidly, Riskua brandishes the bag in question at the girl, having it torn from her hands a mere moment later. Oh wow, it really is. Koala has her head almost completely in the makeshift bag, held very carefully in her lap. Dragon-san's gonna be so happy to have another one of these. Whatever else Koala wished to say was drowned out by the dominating boom of explosions. The both of them swing their heads around just in time to catch sight of Sabo gracefully leaping over the edge of the railings. One hand on his hat and the other one windmilling about to keep his descent steady, the revolutionary lands in the ocean with a large splash, though not as large as the one created by the fifth of a ship that had just been blown off. It's an impressive explosion, and instantly the vessel begins to sink, unable to keep afloat in the face of that gaping hole in its hull. Riskua watches it happen, not quite sure how she feels about it. People are going to die here, that is an obvious truth. But people on all sides die when the world dissolves into conflict, and as sad as it is to say, they're just numbers in the grand scheme of things. Just a handful of low-ranked Marines officers in the grand scheme, and Riskua is not ignorant. Some revolutionaries will die too, but given that there are men and women out there killing and enslaving others simply for the blood in their veins, things are going to get messy before they can clean it up. As awful as it is to think of it, Riskua knows it is similar to what the nobles did back on Dawn Island. To them, the trash heap was a place to be cleansed, and while setting it on fire for a little bit might have caused panic, it's so much easier to just sweep the ashes away than to try moving the kindling they set aflame. Sabo, Koala, is half leaning over the side of the boat, arm reaching for the blonde, and Riskua makes her way over to help. Between the two of them, they manage to haul the waterlogged blonde up into their little dinghy, allowing him to just flop out like a beached whale, taking up almost all of their space. That went well, he breathes, cheeks a little flushed and with strands of dark gold sticking to his face. Riskua hadn't realized just how fluffy his hair is until this moment, weighed down with water and laying flat across his skull. That it did, and you'll never believe what Riskua found. They've made it to another island. The third closest, because being too close to the wreckage would be a terrible idea. Sabo has already got their new dens working, the little white one plugged in. He made a call to Dragon, reporting back everything, and had been informed they'd be picked up by dawn, midday at the latest. Most importantly though, a summer island. Feeling no shame whatsoever. It's not like there's a hell of a lot to look at really. Riskua sheds her t-shirt as quickly as she can manage, letting it fall to the golden sand of the beach. Stretching her arms wide, she tilts her head back, enjoying the sensation of the dipping sun kissing at her skin. It's not quite Melring, the smell isn't right, and there's no little hill where her home once stood, but the temperature, the climate, it's almost there. Which is absolute perfection after what seems like eternity in winter. Flicking a look over her shoulder, Riskua raises an eyebrow at her blonde friend, who doesn't quite seem to know where to put his eyes. Which is stupid. He'd seen her and less back on Dawn Island. Or has he forgotten this, with the time and distance that has passed between them? Sabo, you act like I haven't seen you butt-ass naked. Please stop reminding me of that. No, I think it's admirable how hard you tried to get Luffy to put some pants on. I have no idea what you two are talking about. They both pause, sliding their gaze back to Koala, who seems quite amused by the whole thing. Feeling her cheeks burn a little. Why is she even embarrassed? What has she to be embarrassed about? Riskua huffs, her ribs expanding with the deep breath she draws in afterwards. Sabo's scared of seeing a little flesh, she mutters, side-eyeing her best friend and watching his face set into a light-hearted scowl. That's not true. It offends his delicate, noble sensibilities. He's never quite grown out of them, you see. Now that's certainly not true, and you know Koala. Sabo's scandalized cry has Riskua swinging her attention back from the horizon, and she stares in surprise. Because Koala has not only whipped off her top, but her skirt too. Let's go swimming. The challenge is thrown down at the same time as her bra. Riskua stares after the other girl in complete awe, for a moment not quite sure how to react. She tries not to let her eyes linger on the large marking on Koala's back, the marking of the Sun Pirates, and she succeeds, for the most part. There's barely a moment to take in Sabo's absolutely stunned facial expression before Riskua is removing her own bra, significantly smaller than Koala's but no less pretty, thankfully, and flings it into Sabo's face as she dashes towards the ocean after the other girl. Cold. Koala cries, cheeks pink and eyes bright. Riskua has one moment to really consider what she's about to do, but decides both these people have already seen a variation of what she's got anyway, so her panties hit the beach too. Riskua. Laughing, the disguised redhead sprints into the ocean, kicking up sprays of water as the waves smash against her shins. Despite their gentle appearance, they're actually quite tough, knocking her legs out from under her, and the next thing she knows, Riskua is underwater. Spluttering as she surfaces, she wipes the liquid from her eyes, tentatively squinting in Koala's direction only to see the brunette pitch her own underwear back towards the shore, landing not too far away from the appalled Sabo. "Come on Sabo, you're not ashamed, are you?" "Oh, Riskua loves Koala. This girl is absolute perfection, and it is so nice to have a female friend, to have someone to rib Sabo with. I mean, I know you've got a bit of a willowy build. If anyone's got a willowy build, it's you, he fires back, hopping about on one foot as he removes his boot. Its twin follows a second after, propping up Sabo's long coat as he drops it atop them. Ouch, right in the non-existent's breast. You wound me, Sabs. I wouldn't say non-existent. Koala drops in, unashamedly eyeing Riskua's chest in a way that makes her want to inhale and tumify her torso. Small, but that doesn't always mean bad. I'm pretty sure I could cup them in my hands. And I'm pretty sure I'm not comfortable with that, Riskua insists, taking a quick step back. You'll have to treat me to dinner first before I let you cop a feel, Koala. You two are ridiculous and I regret ever introducing you to each other. Oh, Sabo's joined them. A quick glance back to the beach confirms what Riskua has always known. Sabo just can't not rise to the occasion. If the two of them are naked, then he has to be equally so. True, he's already made his way into the ocean until the water's level with his lower ribs, and true, his cheeks are a little pink, but he's here all the same. Also, you're terrible influences. I'm not going to deny that. If we're not on the clock, we should be able to have fun though, Koala rationalizes, planting one hand on her hip. Or, Riskua assumes that's what her fellow female does. While the water might be up to Sabo's lower ribs, it just about covers both of their chests, the steadily declining amount of light attempting to preserve dignity where there remains none. I've never been skinny dipping before plashing the water towards Sabo and grinning when he returns fire. For all that we lived in the forest, I've never really done it either. Seems we're all skinny dipping virgins, Koala muses. They both startle when Sabo snorts, shoulders shaking and looking quite wild-eyed. Oh god, oh god. Sabo? You okay there? Just trying to picture Ace's face if I told him I not only got your first kiss, but your virginity. Well, when he puts it like that without any context, it does sound a bit strange, Riskua admits. She pauses, considering the blonde in front of her. There's no questioning he's attractive, that's true. But, he's just not Riskua type. Maybe after a few years she'll be able to look past the whole appearance thing. It's just that she prefers dark and something a bit stronger than Sabo's runner's build. Still, doing the do with Sabo would be weird. Probably lighthearted and full of laughter, but he's her friend, her best friend. She's always been comfortable with him. That doesn't mean she wants to risk stepping out of her zone like that though, doesn't want to risk adding something to their relationship when she's not sure how either of them would deal with the fallout. While I suppose it would be quite shocking out of context, she agrees. Now that she's really thinking on it though, should she be searching for a relationship? Or at least, looking into the dating thing? In the before, it had been one of the big goals. It had seemed like her life was missing something and that a relationship would fill the void. But would it really? Right now, she's never been more content. She's out here doing something. She's got her best friend. She knows the other one is out there chasing after his own dreams and goals. And she knows she's got a little brother training hard. Does she really need something else on top of that to upset that perfect balance? Maybe if things ever start feeling unfulfilling then she can start looking, but at the moment, Riskua realizes she's actually really happy with her life right now. She doesn't want anything to change. The flood of acceptance that surges through her body leaves she beached on the shores of realization better than any wave could ever manage. She barely pays any attention when Sabo shakes his head, throwing his hands up in the air and declaring her hopeless. "And where is Sabo?" "He's on his way," Koala replies, somehow managing a completely straight face as they stand before their fellow revolutionary. Riskua, on the other hand, is struggling, terribly. But out of the corner of her eye she can see Koala standing there, casually adjusting the hem of the long shirt she's wearing, of Sabo's long shirt. Riskua snickers ever so slightly under her breath, hooking her thumbs into the belt loops of her, Sabo's, trousers, bare toes wiggling. All her clothes are in Koala's bag, and all the things Riskua stole from the marine ship are in the pack thrown over the disguised redhead's shoulder. Sabo's clothes, however, are all currently in use. It's his own fault for opting to stay in the ocean a bit long, because neither she or Koala had wanted to put their own clothes on while they were still wet. It takes ages to get the salt out of the fabric. "Please, go get properly dressed. There are also new bounty posters in your quarters to look over." "Will do, and thanks." Offering the man a salute, Riskua hooks her arm through Koala's, leading her fellow female down the corridor. It's strange how soft Sabo's shirt feels against the bare skin of her ribs. It's not really something Riskua has been in a position to notice before. Yet, here she is. "You're my new hero," Koala whispers, giggling, and Riskua can only snicker in return. "Yeah, well, I'm not looking forwards to Sabo's revenge. You'll get by, just remember he's having to sprint onto the ship with just that hat of his." Looking down at Sabo's trousers, the belt wrapping almost twice around her waist. When had he bulked out so much? Riskua stuffs one hand into a deep pocket, grinning. "Yeah, that reminder does help. I'm still gonna try and get as much sleep as I can though." Upon arrival at their sleeping quarters, the two girls shrug out of their stolen goods, crawling into a bed each, and Riskua is almost asleep as soon as her head finds the pillow. The only thing that stops her is the sight of those bounty posters, or more specifically, the new one at the top. Well, it's not so much that it's new as that it is an updated picture of Ace, proclaiming him a white-beard pirate now. Recalling how the Ace from the manga had found a home among them, Riskua's lips tilt up into a smile. Wherever he is out there, she knows for sure that Ace is happy. The thought lures her into sleep, a drowsy state in which her eyes lazily drift shut and her breathing evens out. Only to snap awake a second later, because that tattoo on Ace's arm isn't right.